Good morning. I believe we're live again. So welcome everyone to the second day of public hearings for the TSMV area structure plans. I'd like to start today once again by acknowledging that the town of Canmore is located within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta. And in the spirit of reconciliation, I acknowledge and appreciate that I live, work, and play in the traditional territories and home of the Iyahe Nakota Nations, which includes the Bearspaw, Wesley, and Chiniki bands, as well as the homes of the Blackfoot Confederacy, including Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani, the Tsuut'ina Nation, and the Region 3 Métis Nation. And just to review the procedure that we will follow today, as we did yesterday, if people are online that weren't watching yesterday, I'll call the meeting to order. And yesterday we did hear a bit from town administration. I won't be asking for that today. So once calling the meeting to order, I'll then invite members of the public to speak. And I'll ask again that all speakers maintain a respectful approach to sharing their perspective with council. I've been given a list of the names of people who have registered to speak each day and the time within which they have been registered to speak. And we'll try to move through that list as efficiently as possible. I'll ask that each speaker tell council their name and whether or not they are residents of Canmore or have a home or business here. And I'd like to remind those registered to speak that there will be 10 minutes available for them, and that a member of administration will advise the speaker at the 9-minute mark that they have 1 minute to conclude their comments. Speakers will be able to conclude their comments more quickly at that point, of course. There may be questions from members of council for the speakers, which would occur after the speaker has finished. And it's important that speakers address the aspects of the ASPs that are in front of council for consideration. And I'll ask that speakers refrain from commenting on character or intent of the landowners or applicants or others, as that is not germane to these considerations. It's important that we hear what people think of the details of the area structure plan applications and why they are opposed or in support of what is proposed within the ASPs. If necessary, I or another member of council will interrupt the speaker to ask that they maintain a respectful dialogue. There will be a short break taken each hour throughout the day and a 1-hour break called at midday for lunch. At the end of the day, I'll call a recess until the date and time that the public hearing is scheduled to reconvene. Once all members of the public who have registered to speak have done so, I'll then ask that the applicant or their agent be prepared to answer questions from council. And at the end of the public hearing, the municipal clerk will enter into the record the names of the people who have provided written submissions. Written submissions will be accepted until the hearing closes, and every submission received by the meeting adjournment will be noted in the meeting minutes and included in the record of public submissions. After that, I'll give town administration an opportunity to provide closing comments and answer questions of council. At that time, I'll adjourn the public hearing, after which council may not accept any further formal submissions from the public. And with that, I believe we have a number of speakers in the room. So let's start with number one speaker on my list is Mr. Patrick Parnell.
Patrick is not in the meeting just yet. The first one on the list we have is Lisa Downing.
We'll start with Lisa Downing then and come back to Patrick and Robin. Lisa Downing.
Hi. Hold on.
Yeah, you betcha.
I thought I was on at 9:35.
Well, we're getting a quick start on this. You know, there's a lot of, I think there's 100 and some odd people that we're going to try to hear from today.
I know. Hold on a sec, you guys. Sorry. Can you see me? You can see me.
Yes, sure can.
Awesome. Hey, okay. Wow. Okay, you kind of got me off guard. I thought I had like another 20 minutes. Okay. Hi everybody. Hi everybody. Good morning. And
Morning.
thanks. I got to say thanks. You guys have heard a lot, but I got to get it off my chest too. Thanks for all your hard work, because I know this is some pretty heavy lifting stuff. And 4 days of public hearings. I don't know. It's impressive that you guys are able to sit there. But on another note, I couldn't stop watching yesterday from all the amazing speakers that were out there. So, and what a great community we have. So anyways, I just wanted to start off with something. I have to pull up a screenshot on my phone because, yeah. And this all kind of got inspired to me last night after watching the Treaty 7 people talking. So bear with me 2 secs. I just got to find this thing. Okay. Treaty 7. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 7 territory, the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Nations, including Siksika, Piikani, Kainai, and Tsuut'ina, along with the Stoney Nakoda First Nations that include Bearspaw, Chiniki, and Wet'suwet'en Bands. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. I don't know about you guys, but that gives me chills reading that. And the reason why I brought this up today is because of what those 4 gentlemen said last night at the end of the hearing. I don't want to just do lip service to this, and I'll get to this later, but my original discussion with you guys, there's lines in the sand for me on these 2 ASPs. Urban growth boundary, unfinished golf course, the scale of it, which is greater than the NRCB ruling in 1992, the uncertainty of the fence, the financial implications, the climate change implications, and then lack of consultation with First Nations. So I just wanted to go over 2 of the ones. You guys are hearing this all along, which is great. The urban growth boundary. In terms of on our MDP, and I might need to pull this up. Hold on a second, because I gotta. On our MDP, it says specifically. Hold on. Anyways, I'm not going to get into it. In section 2.15, there's 4 items that need to be met to be able to expand our urban growth boundary. And it's not an and or an or, it's an and all 4 of those need to be met. And one of those is that there's no environmental damage, so to speak. And there is no way in the world that we could expand that urban growth boundary and have development into the conservation wildland zones without having environmental damage. So to me, that's a showstopper. You should not be able to pass this Myth Creek because of that. And then the other one, in terms of the TSMV, the Village Center, unfinished golf course, building on that, the implications of that are huge. One is the wildlife. As we know, that was part of the deal in 2004, that was going to be, that was why they got approved. That was part of the deal. The unfinished wildlife corridor acted as a seasonal wildlife corridor. And then not to mention the undermining. So those were two of the big lines in the sand for me for shutting down those 2 ASPs. And then we get into the other lines in the sand I mentioned, but the financial implications, as we've seen by Rod DeLeo, who kind of did his own analysis. The guy knows his stuff. I believe what he says. And it's all based on fact. And as residents, we don't want to be paying for a developer's ability to grow residential instead of commercial. And then just the emissions. And, we've moved into, you guys were brave enough to claim a climate emergency. And I thank you for that. And I hope that you're true to that, because It's a big deal, as we all know. We're at a pretty major point in our existence on Earth, and it's up to us to make the changes. So anyways, that's kind of that. So, okay, so what do we do now moving forward? Last night, listening to those people, the Roland Mudd, Wesley, and the two Snows, I was flabbergasted by the fact that they weren't consulted by TSMV or our town through this whole thing. It's unbelievable. Even if it's not a legal obligation, it's a moral obligation to help these people become involved. And these guys have 10,000 years of history on this land. They are the ones that we should be consulting. So moving forward, I say no to these ASPs. I hope you do too. And let's have a public engagement, a Made in Canmore public engagement that brings all of us together. And we know just from yesterday alone, the extent of knowledge in this town is huge. And we could have an amazing public engagement. And the Stoney Nations, for all the bands of those, the Stoney Nations should be at that table too. That's what we should be doing. Anyways, yeah, it didn't take 10 minutes. Probably could, but I know you guys got a lot on your plate, so. That's
Well,
all I
thank
have
you
to
very
say.
much, Lisa, for being here and sharing your thoughts. And certainly you've been generous with sharing your thoughts in the past. If members of council have any questions for Ms. Downing? Seeing none, thanks once again for, Councillor McCallum has a question.
It's actually not a question, it's just a statement, and it's about the statement about consultation. Although Canmore did not do formal consultation with the Stonies, it is my understanding from Mr. Welsh that feedback was asked for from the Stonies when the application was first applied from the town. Is Mr. Mr. Welsh on the line? Can he confirm that?
Yes, that is correct. We circulated formally to Stoney Nation.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Welsh. That was all I wanted to clarify, Ms. Downing.
Thanks for that clarification, Councillor.
Good to know. Maybe
Yeah.
in the future, maybe we need to just work a little bit harder on that. Maybe they need, I don't know.
I'd love to
can't
hear
say-
some suggestions on offline as to how you'd like to do that based on the fact that we're a municipality. And I would love some feedback on that in the future, for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm sure there's a few people watching right now that are probably thinking about how that can happen.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I hope so
Thank-
too. I hope so too.
Great. Is there anything else you wanted to speak to, Ms. Downing?
I can't believe you opened that up.
I know. What am I saying? Thanks very
don't
much
know.
for being here and sharing your perspective with us today.
Okay, lots to
Thank
talk
you.
about, Mayor Borman, but
All right.
another time.
Okay, roger
Okay.
that.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye.
I believe Patrick Parno is now in the room, and I'll invite Mr. Parno to address council.
Good morning. Sorry for that delay. I had a Zoom link issue.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay. Well, good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Patrick Parno. I'm a Canmore resident. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. I know you don't ask anymore, but I have read the ASPs, the environmental impact statements, the economic impact statements, the MDP. I even read the 92 NRCB report and watched your first reading videos and so forth. I'm going to share my screen. You can see that, I think.
Yes.
I appreciate the difficulty of this decision that you are being asked to make, but perhaps recall the wisdom imparted from Gandalf to Frodo. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, but so do all who live to see such times. But that's not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that's given to us. So let's see what I can do in 10 minutes. I am a high energy physicist. So before anyone calls me a tree-hugging anti-development activist, let me point out that after 34 years in the oil industry, you can quite credibly describe me as a capitalist. My wife and I lived in a lot of places, but when it came time to retire, we decided to live here in Canmore. We appreciate the community and have done our best to contribute since moving here. Just one highlight I'll mention, me and 3 friends started an IT support group last April to help seniors with IT problems. And we've helped dozens get connected with their families and friends during COVID time at no cost to them. The small town here fits us perfectly. When we moved here, we did buy a previously owned home in South Canmore. And I've just listed a few of the great town characteristics that we love, but I have to highlight the progressive town government. We really appreciate the wild smart approach and the recycling and compost bins and so on. In fact, I know some Calgarians call us granolas, a badge I now wear with pride. So you can imagine why I was taken aback with the latest ASPs. I've got 4 main areas of concern as listed here, and you heard them all, but I'm going to run through them, but I'm going to argue both sides. The TSMV argument will have a red background, and my rebuttal will be in blue. First, my most vociferous objection regards our environment. TSMV says the NRCB report in '92 gives them license to develop these lands. They say further that adding a fence around the village and Smith Creek areas will prevent or mitigate at least the negative interactions between people and wildlife. They say that only the province has the say on wildlife corridors, and the province has spoken in favor of the plan. Well, I disagree with each of these. I think the '92 NRCB report was a pretty finely balanced report. It did say that the 3 sisters could develop the property, a golf course anchored project. This golf course that we all know today as the unfinished golf course lowered the risk of development of undermined land and also was a buffer for wildlife to any housing closer to Highway 1. The report didn't address anything like TSMV's current development plan. Upwards of 14,000 people would certainly have a different impact than the golf resort envisioned almost 30 years ago. In fact, the report said do not develop near Wind Valley, right where Smith Creek terminates. I perceive that TSMV uses this report as a green flag for the current development, but I think they're cherry picking. For instance, the report also says that the 8+ hectares of old growth forest of Douglas fir should be protected, not cut down. Yes, TSMV plans to raise up to 1/4 of it for a road. The report does state that the plan, even the golf resort plan, would have a negative effect on wolves, elk, bighorn sheep, and grizzly populations. They've also stated that TSMV must provide functional wildlife corridors. I don't think they're functional, and to my mind, not satisfactory. Now, my specialty is not wildlife movement, but this image is compelling. This data is from Parks Canada, who tracked GPS-enabled wolves to see how they migrated. And you can clearly see the impediment that the current outline of Canmore represents. There's very few red lines going through our town center. You can see there's especially heavy use on the south of TransCanada along the TSMV lands. The yellow blobs, that's the village and Smith Creek potential sites. It's also clear the wolves are not climbing the mountains to migrate. Let's lay that one to rest. They stay in the valleys, and this development ensures that their migration will be impeded. You know, we can push and push on nature. Eventually, nature doesn't bounce back. Well, there are many other issues. I'm going to touch on just 3 more. Second is consultation. TSMV states often they've consulted exhaustively with Canmore residents, and I think this is true. And I know you've had some other comments on this. We do have neighbors whose wildlife, water, fishing will all be affected by these ASPs. TSMV may have spoken to our neighbors, but that's not what's suggested by their 2 environmental impact statements. In there, it clearly states that they consulted with Canmore residents. In 2021, in light of reconciliation at the very least, they must be consulting in depth with Stoney Nakoda, but they shouldn't stop there. They should talk to Bighorn and Dead Man Flat people, the regular population, as well as the leaders. Number 3 is undermining. I've heard and read numerous times how the undermining indemnity regulation protects Canmore residents from undermining issues. Is that true? Currently, we have virtually no infrastructure in the two ASP lands, but would have extensive ones should these proceed. And all of that infrastructure is at risk of undermining, none protected by the indemnity regulation as I read it. Further, as we saw in the Deergas sinkhole, these are expensive. That one was $600K, was only a medium-term fix that will need to be replaced. All public lands near the ASPs would need monitoring and sinkholes fixed by us. Last, I have to question if this is the right thing to allow. Would you buy one of these places? I would not. My last point regards the economic impact on taxes in the TLC budget. Three Sisters suggests a 22% commercial placement, which is an alluring prospect when we run about 18% now. This would allow for a potential lowering of residential taxes. While they have a track record, the record's not good. The resorts ASP had 100% commercial space and we got 0. Now, I know, stuff happened. We had a financial meltdown, but this is a 30-year ASP and stuff will happen. I think it's a pertinent point. On the Three Sisters Stewart Creek ASP, there's 30,000 square feet of commercial space, and we got a small strip plaza. Developers like residential because it makes a higher profit. What makes you think they'll do different this time? Fool me once, shame on you. I'm not in favor of these plans. They're too big a step change and a carte blanche to change our town into a city. The 92 report was written almost 30 years ago. My, how things have changed in 30 years. Can anybody here see 30 years into the future? In conclusion, I want to give you license to just say no to both ASPs. Ask them to come back with something more bite-sized and digestible. Now, can you do this? Well, let me quote from the NRCB report. In section 7.5, they say that the town of Canmore has the power for a complete rejection of all or any part of the project, even those projects which have the NRCB approval. I do understand about compromise, though. I spent probably half my career negotiating. If it's compromise you want, here's what I say. 1, shrink the village ASP in size so that the wildlife corridor effectiveness is not further diminished. At least keep Bylaw 198 intact. Absolutely no to Smith Creek. It's too close to the Windy Pass issues, which were highlighted in the report. There's too many pinch points for wildlife. 3, make it a bylaw that all prospective residents must watch a TOC sanctioned video on undermining. And that's when they're looking for the house, not when that point where you're signing all the papers and then you read a little paragraph that points out, oops, there's undermining under my house.
Excuse me, Mr. Parno.
Yes.
I know you're wrapping up. Just wanted to give you a time check. You're at 9 minutes.
Thank you. Number 4, ask TSMV to front a significant bond to mitigate future undermining issues, both for the town and for residents on these lands. Their current escrow plan doesn't last long enough and is likely too small. 5 is predicate residential building on commercial building milestones. I think that's clear. 6, ask TSMV to consult in depth with our neighbors if indeed they have not recently done so to your satisfaction. There is some documentation that they consulted with Stoney Nakoda chiefs 30 years ago in the NRCB report. 7, no changes to bylaw or the MDP, including the urban growth limit. As Gandalf said, we have to decide what to do with the time that is given us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parno. That was very well considered and well presented offering for council to listen to. I really appreciate the amount of work that you've put into it. I'm just looking to see if there's any member of council that has any questions. Mr. Parno? And I see none, so thanks again for being here today, giving up your time and sharing your well-considered perspective with council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
And at this point, we have Robin Pollard to speak to council.
Hi. My name is Robin Pollard, and I was born and raised here by the Canmore community. And I'm currently doing school online with the University of Victoria, studying environmental studies and Indigenous studies. I'm incredibly grateful to be on these lands of such significance to the Stoney Nakoda, Blackfoot, Ktunaxa, and Tsuut'ina people. I'm speaking today because the Bow Valley is where I call home. It's a place I've spent the most of my life, and although I'm not Indigenous to these lands, the Bow Valley is a place that I know and that I love. I'm concerned that the town commitments to climate action and reconciliation do not align with the proposed ASPs. So we're living in Treaty 7 lands, which means that we're all treaty people. And yet on both ASPs, I saw no meaningful recognition of the responsibilities to the Stoney Nakoda, Blackfoot, Ktunaxa, and Tsuut'ina peoples. I'd like to thank the members of the Stoney Nation who spoke last night, Jackson Wesley, Roland Rollingmud, John Snow, and William Snow, for taking the time to both engage and educate our community. As William Snow mentioned yesterday, to not acknowledge or understand the voice of Indigenous peoples is the effect of colonialism. And as both John Snow and William Snow expressed clearly, the proposed developments are considered to be on Stoney territory, and the Stoney people were not properly consulted. Having a meaningful process with the Stoney Nakoda was recommended by the NRCB report in 1992, but has not happened in a way that has strengthened reciprocal relations. On top of that, we're in a climate crisis globally, where 1 out of 10 people on the planet live in a place that has declared a state of climate emergency. This includes members of the Canmore community since the town's climate emergency declaration in 2019. I don't believe that the creation of car-dependent neighborhoods that may be unable to achieve net zero goals align with a sustainable future. You may believe that as a municipality, you do not have much power, and in many ways that may be true, but acting in the best interest of the community you represent and engaging ethically and respectfully with the Indigenous peoples whose lands we both occupy is certainly a part of why you were elected. It feels like we're running in circles. The issues about the TSMV area structure plan proposals have been circling through our valley for years. I personally spoke up against them when I was in high school back in 2017, along with many others. The repercussions of pushing this development through have stayed largely the same in both the 2017 and the current 2021 proposals. You have had many voices, many experts voicing their concerns and solutions to this matter. You've had wildlife biologists, economists, business owners, engineers, students, and Olympians, and members of the Stoney Nation speak loudly in opposition to these ASPs. I urge you to heed their warnings and to engage in collaborative and creative solutions, because it's not just the future that's in crisis, it's right now. The proposed ASPs will most likely not meet the town's climate action plan, nor do they engage in the process of free, prior, and informed consent that is required for meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous nations. The climate crisis needs to be addressed now, and so does meaningful reconciliation. Municipalities such as Canmore, who are not yet feeling the devastating effects of climate change, have the opportunities to use their power and privilege to be strong climate leaders. Economic equity, environmental justice, mental and physical health, and community integrity are what's at stake here. And I don't want to see a future where more ridiculously expensive houses with heated driveways sit empty for 300 days of the year. I don't want to see a future where more bears and cougars and elk are killed due to negative human interaction. I don't want to see a future where issues such as this are met with a lack of transparency from developers, as we have seen in the past. And I don't want to see a future where Indigenous rights are continually disrespected, ignored, and abused. TSMV is a company that is owned by 2 individuals. And because it feels relevant to me, I just wanted to point it out that those are both men. And there are 14,000 people in the town of Canmore, plus multiple Indigenous nations and neighbors who hold this valley as sacred. Needless to say, it feels like we are overdue for a town visioning process. a development proposed by a company owned by two men who have not engaged properly with our community or with neighboring communities, with Indigenous communities, is certainly not in my vision for a socially, environmentally, and ecologically just future. And I urge you, town council members, mayor, and community members tuning in to reflect on what you envision for the future of Canmore. I envision a future where the town of Canmore takes a strong leadership stance and maintains accountability to our climate action plan. I envision a future where the rights of Indigenous peoples with whom we are in a treaty with are respected, with a basis of free, prior, and informed consent as described in the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act being practiced in everyday decision-making processes. If you want an example of substantial and strong climate action at a municipal level, look west towards Vancouver. Vancouver, though differing in many aspects from Canmore, recently implemented an extremely ambitious climate emergency action plan and is considering adopting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, tongue twister, on a municipal level. If the City Council motion to implement UNDRIP passes this week, it will be the first of its kind in Canada. We have had members of the Stoney Nation take their time to speak up and tell you it is not too late to expand our networks of care and accountability with regards to reconciliation. But the time certainly is now. I envision a future where Canmore maintains accountability to ambitious climate and reconciliation goals, and these ASPs are not a part of either ambitious climate action nor reconciliation. I heard from a couple younger people yesterday, or you heard and I was tuning in, both of who reminded you of the urgent need to be accountable to climate action targets. Naya and Jaden and I are members of a generation who have been continuously failed by our leaders and who will be living in shifting states of crisis for the rest of our lives. As our leaders, I am asking you not to fail our generation and future generations. I am asking you right now to do the absolute best you can to act in a manner that respects and builds relationships with Indigenous communities, that is accountable to strong climate action and ensures the safety,
Just keep going. You're doing really well, Robin.
Thank you. And ensures the safety of current and future Bow Valley community members, including wildlife. I'm asking you not to accept this proposal until we receive ASPs that either meet but preferably exceed Canmore's climate action goals. I'm asking you to deny this proposal until proper consultation with Indigenous nations has occurred. As John Snow stated yesterday, this includes all development proposals, but to encapsulate the principles of Treaty 7, signed in 1873, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission Calls to Action of 2014, and the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This can be done by embracing what Sturgeon Lake First Nation scholar Willie Ermine calls an ethical space of engagement, which proposes a framework that helps to navigate the diversity and positioning of Indigenous peoples and Western society in the pursuit of relevant, respectful discussions on the intersection of Indigenous legal issues in Canadian legal and political systems. Canmore is looked to as a leader in wildlife and human coexistence. And so I urge the town to take a strong leadership role right now, while understanding that the direction of change is important, and radical reconceptualization of relationships will generate a more ecologically and socially just future. We need to invest in the best community-based collaborative solutions, not just the most politically viable ones. This will require brave and strong leadership. My generation deserves strong leadership, and so do current, future community members, and all those who call this valley home. Thank you for your time today, and your time in listening to everyone and all the community members who've spoken up so far.
Thank you very much. I appreciate how difficult this can be for people to address council in a forum like this, and your genuine raw emotion is not a bad thing to see. So don't feel like you should have done better. I thought you spoke very well.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you being here today and sharing your perspective. I'm looking to see if there's any questions from members of council. Councilor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Ms. Pollard. I think you did a really great job as well. I just wanted to say, I know it's not easy to speak in front of people, especially as a talking head on a screen. So I appreciate that. You've brought up a lot of really great points, and a lot of them, as you probably realize, are outside of the purview of the municipality. So I'm encouraging you to perhaps provide your written submission to our MLA as well, because many of the things that you're speaking to are not within our hands to a certain extent. And so the real decision makers are a level above us. You may not know this, but municipalities aren't even recognized under the Constitution. But I appreciate all that you had to say, but I just wanted to encourage you to keep pushing with your words and your written words, and to try and make change in the decision makers that have a jurisdiction over some of the things that you spoke to. Some of the things you spoke to are totally within our jurisdiction, though. You're right.
If there are no other questions or comments from members of council, thanks once again, Ms. Pollard, for taking your time today to join us and share your perspective.
Thank you.
And at this point, I'll ask Thomas Grandy. Mr. Grandy.
Hello, Mr. Borman. You guys can hear me? Am I ready?
Yeah, you're good. Good to go.
Okay. Thank you, Town Council and Mayor Borman. Thank you also to all of you who have written letters and presented in the forum. I am humbled by the passion and expertise displayed by the citizens of this town. I am not an expert in any of these issues at stake. I'm coming from a place of passion and for the love of Canmore. I've informed myself of the issues and I have reviewed the ASPs. My name is Thomas Grandy. I've been a resident of the Bow Valley for 47 years. I'm an Olympian, a business owner, an ACMD ski guide, operate a backcountry lodge, but most importantly, I'm a father of 3 girls, 3 sisters. Therefore, I believe in 3 pillars that guide my existence and decision-making on this planet. I would like to apply my 3 pillars to the current Smith Creek and 3 Sisters area structure plans. The 3 pillars are earth care, people care, and fair share. I want to start with people care. The Stoney Nakoda First Nation were not consulted on a project that was used for hunting and gathering long before we arrived. This certainly falls in the category of people care. Affordable housing falls in the category of people care. Approximately 70% of the homes in the current 3 Sisters development are owned by non-residents. Non-residents competing in our real estate market drive our housing prices up. 3 Sisters Mountain Village and Smith Creek will only increase the number of cold beds and continue to drive prices up. We need restrictions or increased taxes directed at second homeowners to bring this situation under control. Can you imagine if we didn't need affordable housing because the town was actually affordable? It is my opinion that each home that is built in this community must be built with purpose, either for a resident or an employee. Undermining falls in the category of people care as well. The potential of a home or person falling into a coal hole is an unacceptable risk. The second pillar is earth care. And in that category, wildlife corridors certainly fall. Wildlife corridors need to be to the standards our expert biologists have told us they need to be. We need to allow for our bears and wolves to move on the critical east-west corridor in the Bow Valley. We cannot gamble on wildlife fencing. This has not been tried and tested. Furthermore, we town taxpayers will pay for future maintenance of this fence. The climate emergency, as stated by the town of Canmore, falls in the earth care category. Bike lanes and walking paths are helpful, as proposed in the ASPs. However, some residents in Three Sisters Mountain Village will live as far as 11.5 kilometers from the town core. Cars are the #1 cause of air pollution. Congestion in the downtown will increase, leading to idling and further pollution, and of course, greenhouse gas emissions. The last of the 3 pillars is fair share, and scale of this project certainly falls in this category. The Three Sisters Mountain Village proposals will double the population of Canmore. The footprint of our town will approximately double as well. To put this into perspective, if, for example, Three Sisters Mountain Village were to build towards Banff, development would almost reach the Banff Springs Golf Course. This, to me, is taking more than fair share. I oppose both ASPs. The developer should go back to the drawing board and propose a new ASP that, first of all, acknowledges that the said lands are on Treaty 7 territory and consult with the Stoney Nakoda. Design effective wildlife corridors that conform to the best science and be in perpetuity. Restrict second home ownership with the intent of providing more affordable housing. Design a compact development that allows for efficient, human-powered movement into the downtown core. Agree not to develop on undermined lands. Acknowledge the climate change emergency and act accordingly. I'm grateful to Council and Mr. Borman for their dedication and energy. The decision ahead will not be easy. However, I think that all of us speaking here at this forum will make it easier. We support you, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for your time, Mr. Grandy. I just couldn't help but think as you were speaking, as I was listening to you speaking, and I know, knowing that you grew up in the town of Banff and are used to the need to reside clause there, and you suggested something similar for Canmore, which would be awesome if we could have something in place that that favored people that work here in Canmore as residents. That would be, which is what happens in the park. That would certainly address in a really meaningful way our lack of affordable housing, but we don't have that tool, so we continue to try to find tools to increase the amount of affordable housing, which you know and understand, I'm sure. In any case,
a tax that I spoke of on a second home ownership and based on square footage as well, I think would be a very good tool to use. I think if we all go outside into the newer developments, we see homes that are getting bigger and bigger. And it is my opinion and my observation that the bigger the home, the more likely it sits empty for many, many days. And so I think this is not an acceptable practice in our age of climate change. Our resources are finite. We're taking much more than is our share, and the future generations will pay.
I can't disagree with that comment. I see no questions or inquiries from members of council. So once again, Mr. Grandy, thank you so much for taking your time today and joining with us to share your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from Mr. Jeff Ma.
Hello. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you bet.
Awesome. I'm here to lead you in a stretching session. Just kidding. So,
okay. Do we have to leave the building to do that? That'd be nice.
No. It's socially distanced.
I actually needed that today, Jeff. So thanks.
Well, if I get done early, I can take you guys for a couple.
That's a laugh.
You're welcome. Dear Mayor and councilors, thank you for the time and the opportunity to communicate. I'm writing to express my staunch opposition to both of TSMV's proposals. Over the past 4 weeks, I've interviewed many amazing everyday citizens who care deeply about this place. And One of the most eye-opening things was my interview with Sean Peter about wildfire. Now, similar to how building on undermined lands is incredibly dangerous, I feel we're on the cusp of realizing how significant a safety issue wildfire could be. We've seen firsthand the effects of climate change. We've seen the summers of smoke and haze from the wildfires around us. And while it's no fun being stuck inside, or you can't see the other side of the street, let alone the other side of the valley, I think we've gotten off, in some ways, lucky with how bad things could be. Now, one of the ingredients of being caught in a disaster is a lack of imagination, the inability to perceive how bad things could be. For example, the flood of 2013, there was a confluence of events that put together led to a real significant issue. So while I don't have access to the awesome computer graphics that Jerry Alden can do, I can convey an image, okay? So imagine, counselors, if you will, we're sometime in the future, and there are now 20,000 people on this side of the valley. And it's been several winters with low precipitation, and people are happy to receive an early hot spring. And the summer has been, like previous years, another drought. The trails are dusty, and the ground is bone dry. And in other parts of the province and BC, forest fires are flaring up. So firefighting resources are strained and spread out. And that night, Environment Canada forecasts a wind warning for the next day. So the next day, 5:15 a.m., a fire starts near the large area, and fanned by the high winds quickly grows. 5:32 a.m., dealing with the dryness and high winds, the fire spreads quickly and reaches the first home. At 5:37 a.m., Canmore Fire Department arrives, and they try their best. Calls for assistance from Exshaw Fire Department go unanswered because they too are dealing with their own incident. 6:11 a.m., dawn is breaking, and despite heroic efforts from the fire department, the forest is alight and already several homes now are ablaze. The wind continues to blow down the valley, and the fire crosses into the Nordic Center. 6:47 a.m., concerned that residents deeper in the large area may be cut off, a call is made to evacuate that part of town. There's a lot of confusion. It's early in the morning, and people are given just a few minutes to get out. A call is made for support aircraft, but due to the winds, they're grounded and unable to respond. 7 a.m., the rumors that the Nordic Center is now afire turn out to be true. And still the wind is relentless and the fire is moving faster. Fires are now beginning to spot where they blow, and rather than a single wall of blaze, fires are now starting to scatter throughout town. 7:10 a.m., through social media, phone calls, and radio, the town is beginning to come to terms with just how serious things are. The sky is bright red and plumes of smoke are everywhere. 7:33 a.m., people throughout town are now making the tough individual decision to evacuate. They alert their neighbors. 7:41 a.m., the bridge across the Bow River is quickly paralyzed by traffic. Those stuck on the bridge itself look upstream and then see flames and ash from the Nordic Center. 7:50 a.m., the community of Hospital Hills starts to move slowly off of Three Sisters Drive, but soon encounters traffic from the Rundleview communities. Some from the upper neighborhoods attempt to head towards Grassy Lakes, but given the lack of information, are unsure if the highway further up is compromised by fire. 7:55 a.m., the communities of Cary, Prospect Heights, and Homesteads struggle to join the traffic on Three Sisters Drive, but everything grinds to a halt at the four-way stop because the community of Peaks of Grassy also need to funnel out as well. Looking down, the sun is blocked and the embers intensify. 8:30 a.m., the Three Sisters Parkway is now completely gridlocked as 15,000 more people converge into what is typically a one-lane each way highway to try and get to the Trans-Canada. Some people, desperate to head towards the downtown core, find that cars are coming the other way, which makes sense. Everyone's trying to get out. Despite people trying their best to stay calm, it's chaos. Eventually there's an accident, a car runs out of gas, or something breaks down, and now the parkway is gridlocked. It's blocked. 8:33 a.m., under the crush of messages, cell phone networks collapse. People look back down valley and now see swaths of fire travel through South Canmore. 8:49 a.m., both sides of the parkway are ablaze all the way to Devon's Flats. Residents in their cars are stuck within a tunnel of fire. The math is frightening. For some, it will be a 5-kilometer run down the parkway towards the Trans-Canada. Others will decide to take their chances and run down the fiery slopes and then hope to get to the river. 9 a.m., from just 4 hours ago, this side of town has been engulfed with fire. It will be days later until things are contained. Now, while the above sounds fantastical and may never ever come true, these things have happened before. In 2018, Paradise, California, fire traveled 12 kilometers in only 90 minutes. burning down a town of 40,000. So I will also email you guys a link. There's a great PBS documentary, Fire in Paradise, which conveys the seriousness of the issue. And one of the big similarities was there's only one way out, okay? Which is, in the metaphor for that would be the parkway for us. However, on the bright side, I respectfully offer the following ideas and solutions. For future ASPs, I feel we need to see a wildfire mitigation plan up front, not after approval. This wildfire plan, much like the environmental impact assessments, needs to be vetted by an independent third party because safety is such a huge thing. From here, we will get a fuller understanding how proposed developments will impact safety. I feel we understand safety quite well at a micro level. Our buildings have a fire code capacity and proper evacuation standards, but at a macro level, on the big scale of communities, I don't think we can necessarily understand that this well. And I think if our community is to grow, it's really important that if we can get people into this community to grow it, we need to ensure that we can also get them out, okay? So right now I feel there's red flags. And finally, I think we are dealing with a community, just what I've seen from this last 4 weeks, that is incredibly willing to be engaged. There are so many citizens that care who want to be stewards of this place. So I beseech council to begin a town-led year-long community engagement process, much like Mining the Future, perhaps Mining the Future 2.0, and develop a town-led ASP. It'll be a long process, but I think it's something that, from what I've seen on the various people have written letters, taken the time to speak, people are willing to take that on. Benefits of this process are, one, it would end the broken system of developer-led public engagement, which has only led to frustration and anger. Two, it will also mend relationships within the valley, because people have to meet and understand each other. I feel this last 4 weeks, people are coming from different places and making assumptions, and I think if people could get together and talk and start to understand, it would be less of a black and white issue. We could get some clarity there. Three, by collectively building a shining standard of what we as a community want to see, we can restore a sense of community and belonging to many of those who feel left out and disenfranchised, okay? In some of the interviews I've talked to, some of the younger folks, they do feel like they're here in Canmore for a good time, but unfortunately not a long time, right? And it just feels a little tough. It'd be great to get that side of things brought in. D, as noted yesterday's end of the speaking session, I think this will be an incredible opportunity for our community to learn and connect with the Bears Paw, Chiniki, and Wesley tribes that make up the Stoney Nakoda Nation, to actually bring them to the forefront. And then actually we as a community get a chance and a reason to like be there in community and see what's going on. And finally, E, or 5, this town-led ASP will make it very easy for our community to judge the merit of future ASPs brought forward. It will give explicit instruction to potential developers over time over what we as a community desire. And I've seen the current ASPs as a side note, and I really feel the amount of affordable housing there is inadequate. So councillors, that is the power of imagination. In the first instance, we can use our imagination to perceive danger and tragedy. But in the second half of my talk, I feel our imagination can allow us to carve a true meaningful vision forward. I think Canmore and its citizens want this. I think we can do it. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ma. And the horrible scenario that you've detailed is
May that
certainly
never come true.
no, but it's certainly top of mind. And for many years, we've been talking about when it happens, not if it happens. With or without development on Three Sisters lands, that's a very, well, it's a real possibility. And I'm sure, I hope you've read the wildfire mitigation strategy, and there's a lot of work we've done in regards to preparing for wildfire, and certainly a number of wildfire breaks that have been established over the years throughout this part of the valley. Every year there's fire thinning that goes on within the identified danger zones, if you will, around town. You can see some of the smoke burning probably today up in Silvertip. So I'm just reassuring you and other listeners that
for sure
this is an area that the town puts a lot of effort into, and in fact the work we're doing here and have been doing for years has been recognized nationally.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And of course, you know, when it comes to evacuation, that's also been thoroughly considered and planned within our emergency management plan, which we added to after the flood in 2013. So the current emergency management plan has planning in place that will help us move through any of these types of emergencies. So I just want to reassure you and other residents that we are on top of these concerns and are doing a great deal to be ready. And since you gave me the opportunity, I'll throw this plug out again. There's still far too many, I don't remember the number, hundreds of homes in Canmore with cedar shake roofs. So I urge people with homes that have cedar shake roofs to spend the money and replace those with fire retardant shingles of some kind. Yes.
Yeah, I applaud all those efforts that we are doing that you've mentioned. I think they're completely steps in the right direction. I do feel what happens if we do get to the point where those mitigations are insufficient in an emergency situation. It's just a lot of cars to travel down the parkway in a very quick amount of time if necessary.
You're
So,
absolutely right.
Like completely everything you say, I 100% agree, and I think that's great. I just am concerned that down the road, as our community evolves, will we have adequate capacity for that crazy situation?
Sure, you bet.
Yeah.
Are there questions for Mr. Ma? Seeing none, thanks very much for taking your time today to join us and share your perspective.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Hang in there. You guys are sitting a lot, and my neck sympathizes with you. Okay. Take care, guys.
Okay, thank you. We have a number of people that are on the list to speak now that have indicated they may not have 10 minutes to speak, so or may not want to speak for 10 minutes. So we'll ask them to step forward one at a time. And the first is Katja Mogensen. Katja.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me. And I think I can just use 5 minutes. So I'm opposed to the Three Sisters Mountain Village and Stewart Creek projects as presented. My name is Katja Mogensen. I've lived in Canmore since the 90s, so for 30 years as a full-time resident, and I work as a registered nurse in Banff. So I have two big opposition concerns. My first opposition concern is the use of undermined land, the old golf course for the project. And I see no guarantee that there won't be any sinkholes or shifts of the ground in the future. And it isn't a question of if, but a question of when. So why take the risk and why put taxpayers at risk when any concerns could happen within the town's infrastructure? Even by using the latest technique, there will never be 100% guarantee. And we've seen it before in other areas of town, and it has happened in other towns in Canada. I think we need to listen to the land and to respect it. It was decided that only a golf course was suitable for that land, so why did the zoning suddenly change? My second opposition concerns the wildlife corridor as defined, which are not suitable, and as well as the fencing. After more research and continuing monitoring, it was reported that the agreement wouldn't fit in the future. Wildlife needs space to roam, to mitigate, to reproduce, and to feel, and to feed themselves. We are living very close to a national park and a provincial park, and our mandate should be to protect their migration route and the ecosystem. It's also important to keep alive the Y2Y route, which is being compromised year after year. And one of the solutions would be to keep that golf course wild and to limit population density. But I just want to go back in time. I came to Canmore in the 90s, 2 years after the Olympics, and the town had a population of 7,000. The town grew slowly up to 2000 through speculation and investments. Some people were buying land, houses, and flipping them fast to make money. I find that the town talked about vision, but never moved further than tourism. And after 2010, I feel that there has been a frenzy for development, building left and right as if there was no time to waste. Still no real vision, no talk of diversifying Canmore's economy. Every weekend, tourists and weekenders stroll through Main Street to enjoy restaurants, bars, and easy access trails around town all year round now. We have second home owners who leave their house empty during the week or more. We have tourist homes, hotels, B&Bs, which makes the number of full-time residents feel very small. Everything is turned towards tourism. And now we have Three Sisters who are proposing a huge development that would use 80% of what is left of Canmore's available land. So, Mr. Mayor, I do hope you will listen to our request. And maybe Three Sisters need to go back to the drawing board and to work with a different expert of our valley. And we have lots to find a balance between what is best for Canmore and what Three Sisters would like. Listen to our voices. And you have the power to make changes, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here and sharing your thoughts. And I certainly share your concerns, having been here for a long time as well. I just want to note, in case you're not aware of it, but there have been quite a number of really meaningful efforts over the last 5 or 10 years towards diversifying the economy away from only tourism. There's quite a growing tech sector, for instance, knowledge-based sector, and small food manufacturing, those sorts of industries, small industries. So it's certainly top of mind for the town, and we've been working with the Chamber of Commerce and other groups like that to do what we can to create an opportunity for other businesses, for businesses outside of the pure tourism economy. So rest assured, that's not something that's been forgotten.
Thank you.
Are
I
there?
do thank you for all your work, and thank you for having me.
It's great that you're able to join us. I really appreciate you taking the time to share your perspective. I don't know if there's any questions from member of council. I don't see any, but once again, yep, thank you so much for being here and chatting with us.
Thank you.
At this point, I'll ask Mimi Potter to join the gathering.
Mimi is not in the meeting, so we can move on to Richard Daniel.
Okay, Mr. Daniel.
Good morning.
Rick, how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good, there you are. I can see you now.
Yeah. My name is Rick Daniel. I've been a resident of Canmore for 33 years and a full-time resident for 19 years. I'll be making a very brief personal presentation tomorrow, but today I'm speaking on behalf of Bow Valley Climate Action. We have not only read the two ASPs in great detail, but have also been actively involved throughout the community consultation stage, reviewed numerous background documents, and have previously provided feedback to the developer and to the town council. Bow Valley Climate Action takes the position that the proposed area structure plans should better align with the town's climate action plan. But we're also urging the town of Canmore to review and amend its land use bylaw to better align all development within the town, including the Three Sisters development, to meet the goals in the climate action plan. These area structure plans are the biggest test to date of the town's climate action plan and of its declaration of a climate emergency. So we need to get this right. And that will require changes to the ASPs, and it will require other actions by the town of Canmore. Before outlining our specific suggestions, it is important to address two other approaches to climate change issues suggested by some in the community and that have been expressed by some in this public hearing, that we believe are not sufficient responses to the climate change issues that we face. Some would argue that policies at the federal and provincial level, such as carbon taxes and building code changes, are sufficient to address climate change, and that the municipality has few available legislative tools to have a significant effect. But there are tools available to a municipality, including the terms of its area structure plans. And when the town of Canmore adopted its climate action plan 2 years ago, it was clearly signaling its intent to be a leader and to take action alongside and in conjunction with actions taken at the federal and provincial level. Now, others in the community are suggesting that these ASPs should simply be rejected because they would result in an increase in local greenhouse gas emissions. But that can be said of almost all development in the town. And greenhouse gas emissions are not like local air quality or water quality issues, in that their origins are global and their impact is global, not local. It is widely understood within the climate science community that actions which simply move emissions from one jurisdiction to another are not effective in combating climate change. When Canmore adopted its ambitious plans for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it did so based on the assumption that there would be rapid population increase in the town. They assumed something like 4.5% growth, which is huge. It could take the population to 50 to 60,000 by 2050. To limit population growth as a means of making it easier to meet our greenhouse gas targets would be an ineffective approach to climate change, climate action. Whatever population is displaced from Canmore or discouraged from coming to Canmore would be relocated elsewhere along with their emissions. So not in my backyard might be an appropriate approach to local air quality, local water quality issues. It is not an effective approach to climate change. At no point did the climate action plan suggest that we should limit our expected population growth as a means of reducing emissions. Instead, the climate action plan assumed population growth and then focused on measures to reduce our per capita emissions through creating more energy efficient buildings and transportation modes and encouraging renewable forms of energy. Bow Valley Climate Action asked Three Sisters to make several changes to their July 2020 draft area structure plans to make them more consistent with the stated objectives of the climate action plan. And we didn't pull these 5 recommendations out of thin air. We took them almost word per word out of the climate action plan that all of you voted for 2 years ago. Our written submission provides details of those requests and a description of the extent to which the final ASPs do or do not address them. I don't have time to go through them in detail in my 10 minutes, but I'd encourage you to look at our written submission if you haven't already done so. Our first so I'm going to jump directly to a brief summary of our 5 recommendations. Three Sisters Mountain Village is relying very heavily on the success of its density bonusing toolkit to provide significant incentives to builders of townhouses, multi-unit buildings and commercial buildings. Not being developers, we are not really in a position to determine how fully developers will pick up on these incentives and build to higher energy efficiency standards. But we are skeptical that certainly that it will be to an extent that meets the town's climate action goals. So our recommendation is that the town of Canmore must develop additional regulations, policies, and incentives that achieve greater energy efficiency in buildings to apply to all development within the town, and really should get on with doing this before significant building actually starts to occur at Three Sisters or elsewhere. Our second request is that Three Sisters Mountain Village should commit to ensuring that every home built in the developments should have an energy label. Energy labels are being increasingly used in many BC communities to signal to home buyers the expected energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions of the home they're about to buy. The ASPs do provide that to be eligible for the density bonuses, a building would require certification by a qualified energy advisor. But Three Sisters should be able to make it one of the terms of sale of parcels of land to developers that all homes have an energy label, and we would like to see such a commitment in the ISPs. Our third recommendation is that Three Sisters Mountain Village and the town of Canmore should commit to jointly undertaking a detailed investigation of district heating options for the developments. If Canmore is ever going to seriously look at district heating options, this must be one of our best opportunities given the scale of this development. Fourth, with regard to renewable energy, the proposed density bonuses provide incentives for buildings which use on-site renewable energy systems to offset at least 25% of the building's total energy and emissions, and further incentives for achieving higher levels of efficiency. And the final ASPs also do provide that all residential buildings shall be solar ready. We recommend that the first phases of Three Sisters development need to be monitored to see if the incentives being provided meet the goals that are set out, and if not, further measures should be taken if the targets are not being met. Our fifth recommendation is that all neighborhoods should be capable of supporting electric vehicle charging. Given the likely growth of the EV market over the period of time that Three Sisters will be developed, the commitments in the ASPs are inadequate, because it would take me quite some time to describe exactly what Three Sisters has committed to and what we think would be required in terms of infrastructure to support EV charging. I again will unfortunately just have to refer you back to our written statement.
Excuse me, Mr. Daniel, this is your 9-minute time check.
Thank you very much. Just want to touch on one additional issue, and that's the impacts of the climate change impacts of undermining mitigation. Three Sisters intends to mitigate undermining hazards in part by capping some shafts and portals with a cementitious paste material. Production of cement is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. However, Three Sisters has indicated that the amount of materials is, quote, relatively small volumes, and that only a small proportion of the paste is actually cement. Others have raised concerns that the amount of cement that will be required could be very large. So our recommendation is simply that Three Sisters must be required to provide a reasonable estimate of the volume of cement required and the greenhouse gas emissions from that volume of cement production, and that'll allow the town to decide whether or not this is or is not a significant issue. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Mr. Daniel. It was quite interesting listening to your presentation, and I was trying to keep notes as quickly as you were speaking, but I know I can go to your written submission and review again what Climate Action Group is suggesting. Are there questions from members of council at this time? Miss Councillor Seeley.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Daniels. It was really good. I just have a question about solar. You're suggesting every place in Three Sisters be solar ready. I'm wondering if we have information to support that's good in that area. There's other places in Canmore that get a lot of sun. I'm just not sure that it's backed up with. Can you enlighten me?
Yeah, that's a very good question. There are a lot of neighborhoods in Canmore that are not really suitable for solar energy. What we're suggesting is really that just that all of the houses should be solar ready, which is not a huge investment to make. It doesn't mean that they should be required to have solar panels. And in fact, Three Sisters Mountain Village haven't said themselves in their area structure plans that all of the homes will be solar ready. So we don't think they will have an issue with this, or that to get the energy efficiency bonuses, they should be solar ready. We just think it should be monitored as they start to develop to see whether or not they're achieving the level of solar ready building that they hope for.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Are there other questions from members of council for Mr. Daniel? Seeing none, thanks again for taking so much time to prepare for this presentation and all the other work that you and your other members of the Climate Action Group are doing. I can assure you the town really does appreciate the involvement of Bow Valley Climate Action Group, and we see a great deal of benefit in the suggestions that you bring forward, and appreciate the positive manner in which you bring suggestions forward. So thank you for the work that you and your fellow Climate Action Group members are doing.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if Mimi Potter is here yet.
She is not, no, and neither is Brian. We can move on to Kevin.
Okay, we'll move on to Kevin Browning then. Mr. Browning, thank you.
Hello. I only signed up for 2 minutes, so I apologize. This must be rapid fire. Thank you for this opportunity to express my family's objections to the proposed area structure plans, which I have read. May I also say how humbled I am to speak to you and hear the expertise of so many long-term residents and Stoney Nakoda stewards trying to protect our community's land and values. My wife and I recently moved to live permanently in Canmore after teaching as expatriates internationally, including in Switzerland. There, we often spent time skiing in and around Davos, a mountain town the like of which we believe that we have found here in Canmore. A town that is forward-thinking, committed to its community, and sustainable. Our decision to make Canmore our permanent home was influenced by Mayor Borrowman's words, which we read in a 2019 RMO article. The town of Canmore recognizes the serious global impact resulting from climate change, and we support action intended to reverse the impacts of human contributions to global warming. Now, less than 2 years later, the proposed development will potentially double our carbon footprint, beginning with the risky mitigation plan to pour massive amounts of carbon-intensive concrete into kilometers of mining tunnels. We urge the town council to reject these proposals and return to the council's vision for Canmore to be an advocate and a climate leader. Returning to my example of Davos, would we not be better to follow Davos and strive to be a leader in climate and mountain research here in Alberta, rather than building more second homes for occasional residents? We urge council to uphold existing golf and recreation area district zoning, thus precluding much of the need for the carbon-intensive undermining mitigation. Thank you very much, and I hope I was under my 2 minutes. I appreciate all of your work that you're putting into this. It's been quite a couple days for you so far.
Yes, yep, you're quite right about that, in much more than a couple of days, but thank you so much for taking even a couple of minutes to join in and share your perspective. If there's no questions for Mr. Browning from members of council, once again, thank you for sharing your perspective, sir, and I'll ask the next speaker to join us.
Thank you again.
Which I believe would be Catherine Mills.
Catherine had canceled, so you are
Okay,
to Warren Wilson.
Warren Wilson, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Warren Wilson and want to begin by thanking you for this opportunity and for your service to our town. As Jeff pointed out, I don't envy the fact that you've had to sit there for a day and a quarter so far and a few more days ahead of you. I've resided in Canmore for 21 years and spent part of that time reading the ASPs. I share my view with all due humility as I arrived here more than 10,000 years after the original inhabitants, the descendants from whom this land was taken, as we were so eloquently and compellingly reminded yesterday by the Stony elders. In light of their presentation and those by Canmore's youth expressing concerns about the impact of the proposed developments on their future, my concerns seem rather trivial. That said, I urge you to reject the Three Sisters ASPs. I'm not opposed to development. Rather, I'm opposed to development that privileges short-term profit over long-term cost. I'm a social scientist with appointments in the Faculty of Medicine and Department of Anthropology at the University of Calgary. I study how culture and the built environment affect our social networks and health. So, how might the proposed growth laid out by the Three Sisters affect our social networks and health? The literature suggests some general themes. First, the type of growth proposed is associated with a loss of a sense of community. Such growth often leaves residents dissatisfied with and alienated from their communities, which in turn drives increases in social isolation, depression, and anxiety. Second, such growth is linked to increases in the use of automobiles, as noted by Thomas Grandy earlier, reduced physical activity, and elevated rates of chronic disease. You don't need an advanced degree in public health to appreciate the downside of this type of development. As I'm sure you know, and I'll close by just saying, as I'm sure you know, there are other ways to grow. Visionary models for healthy, vibrant growth can be found throughout North America, and no doubt you've explored some of these. These models ensure that public health and the social fabric of communities is nurtured as opposed to compromised. We have this chance to get this right, for you to establish a wonderful legacy. And you've already started down that path, as you did in 2019 and with your progressive work in other domains. As such, I urge you to reject the Three Sisters plans and reconsider what type of development might most benefit our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Wilson? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to be with us today and share your perspective. And I truly appreciate that you're being involved in our community in this way. I've just been reminded that we're meant to be taking a short break every hour or so. And I've been so interested in what people have had to say that I've let that slip my mind. So it's 10:25 now. I'll 10:26 according to my computer's clock. Yep, 10:26. I'll call a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene at 10:31. I'm just waiting for a few more councillors to pop up, and then we'll resume. Well, the others will have to catch up with this. Yeah, I think we'll move on now to Hugh Benavides. Benavides, sorry if I'm messing up your name. Sir, if you would take the mic.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Hugh Benavides. I have scanned the area structure plans, particularly the maps, and have reflected on those maps and other information that members of the community have assembled. I've been an occasional visitor to Canmore over a 25-year period, and I've been privileged to spend almost all of my time here during the past 14 months or so. As a Quebecer and a Canadian who has worked in federal and international environmental law, I'm confident in saying that people far beyond the Bow Valley will be watching how you exercise your weighty responsibility on this file. I acknowledge that I am on territory known as Treaty 7, signed on behalf of Queen Victoria in 1877 with the Stoney Nakoda, Blackfoot Confederacy, and Tsuut'ina Nations, as well as Métis people. And I acknowledge all that that means for our responsibilities that long predate that treaty and continue to today. My comments, and I'll be brief, I think, are meant to complement those many informed and passionate submissions of Canmore residents and others who are opposed to these ASPs for reasons involving wildlife and biodiversity, undermining and associated liability concerns, the climate emergency, and so on. I'll also say at the outset that the ASPs are framed, as others have said, far too much in terms of contingencies, for example, the notion of adaptive management, particularly in relation to wildlife movements. The proposed ASPs are far too extensive over far too long a period to be accepted. To be clear and direct at the outset, I oppose these proposals and I frame my opposition in terms of need. Specifically, what need of the people living now in the town of Canmore, as opposed to the developer's desire to develop, would approval of these ASPs serve? In the context of the responsibilities I alluded to in my land acknowledgement, I dedicate these remarks to the life and career of Dr. David Schindler, an accomplished and internationally recognized limnologist who died last week far too early. He did not speak without being forearmed with the best scientific knowledge. And just as importantly, he would have spoken with the best interests of the people and the planet in mind. Apart from all the good reasons folks have given you for not supporting these proposals, I don't see how area structure plans of this scale can be approved in any relation whatsoever to an NRCB report that is almost 30 years old. First, and I'll give a couple of reasons. First, the wealth of knowledge that we have gained about biodiversity, habitat loss, climate, the climate emergency, and what is required to reverse them cannot possibly be supported by a 1992 report. I just want to read the purpose of the Natural Resource Conservation Board Act. The purpose clause tells you the reason for the legislation. The purpose of the NRCB Act is to, I'll skip a bit, review projects that will or may affect the natural resources of Alberta in order to determine whether, in the board's opinion, the projects are in the public interest, having regard to the social and economic effects of the projects and the effects of the projects on the environment. That's Section 2 of the NRCB Act. In light of that, how old is too old for a project review of that type to still be valid? Is it 1 year? Is it 5 years? Is it 10? I submit to you that an almost 30-year-old report cannot possibly serve the purpose of the NRCB Act, given the change in circumstances. In particular, that report cannot be considered to properly assess social and economic conditions, as Section 2 refers to, and the effects of a recreational or tourism project, which is the NRCB Act category in which these ASPs fit, all of which have changed Does Canmore and the Bow Valley need development of this scope and this scale? The most you can say about any assessment by the NRCB of the need for this recreational and tourism project is that that assessment is 30 years old. Whatever the assessment told Albertans about the need for such a project in 1992 is of limited use in assessing the need for it in 2021. And second, the constitutional duty to consult Indigenous peoples has only been more and more fleshed out by the courts in the years since 1992. And I appreciate that this portion of my talk doesn't go solely to your responsibilities. As one counselor alluded to earlier, it goes to the responsibilities of others. But those are relevant to you, I submit. I don't know what Indigenous rights might be affected by these ASPs. That is partly for discussion between the Crown and Indigenous peoples. My point is merely that the effect of the proposal to develop on the scale of these ASPs surely triggers the Crown's duty to consult. And that cannot have been considered in a manner appropriate to 2021 by a 1992 report. I raised the duty to consult in terms of Indigenous rights because that's an area of constitutional law that has matured considerably since 1992. And not only does the provincial Crown need to meet its obligations in that respect, it should also do so in terms of the NRCB Act. Finally, I understand from Mr. Casey's presentation to Bow Valley Engage that the NRCB made it clear several times in its 1992 report that it was not giving approval because it did not have an application before it and was deferring, as it properly should, to the town and an actual application. If I understand Mr. Casey's reasoning, no NRCB license, permit, approval, or other authorization was granted to the proponent in 1992 under subsection 619 sub 1 of the Municipal Government Act. So there is no, just in case there's any doubt, in my view, there's no automatic obligation for you to approve. As to section 619 about the extent to which the application complies with the NRCB approval, there was no approval. So there is room and good reason from all the other submitters who have indicated their opposition for you to say an outright no to these ASPs and perhaps conduct the consultation and visioning exercise that others have proposed, including this morning from some excellent submitters. In conclusion, the proposals before you are too big and based far too much on contingencies, especially adaptive management as it applies to wildlife movement in Canmore. Density bonusing, as I believe it's called, in terms of climate commitments, and so on. Once again, I support the reasons for objection given by the other learned people who have made excellent submissions. I thank you, and I would welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your perspective. I want to reassure you and others that are listening that I don't think there's any member of council at all that feels we are obliged to approve the ASPs because of the NRCB decision. That decision, which you've noted is 30 years old, is one factor in the bigger picture. The obligation that we have as elected members of council are to consider proposals for development on privately owned lands and decide whether or not they are for the net benefit of our community. The NRCB decision report is it's a factor, but it's far from the most telling factor in my opinion. So I just want to reassure you that we're not suffering from the misunderstanding that we're obliged to approve an ASP because of NRCB decision.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the question was raised both at an earlier meeting and then in my mind. So I wanted to look into it and give my views on it.
You bet. And I really appreciate the fact that you're taking so much time to really understand these complex issues that have been they've been issues in our community for decades. And,
And as I tried to make clear as well, they dovetail with those responsibilities that you have. So I wanted to.
you bet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't see any questions from members of council at this time. So once again, thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
And the next on my list is Andrea Hops. Is Andrea in the room?
Yes.
There we
hi.
are. Hello.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Borrowman and all the councillors here today for taking the time to listen to myself and so many other people. And I'd like to start by saying how grateful I am for our democratic process and for being allowed to express my views on this. I'll only be about 2 minutes. I want you to know I'm a full-time resident of Canmore. I'm familiar with the ASPs at a high level, but I'm not an expert. You've heard, and you're going to continue to hear from unbiased experts, a multitude of compelling reasons to reject these proposals. You've also heard numerous thoughtful recommendations to improve it and to make it more palatable to our community. It's my opinion that tweaks and improvements are miss the point entirely. These proposals will radically change the lives of Canmore residents, including, but not limited to, the human inhabitants. While there's so many reasons to reject this proposal, I'm choosing to emphasize the impact of wildlife. The animals don't have a say. This means that we, the humans here on Earth, the ones with the voice, the ones with the power, we have a duty to protect the animals and to speak for them. Canmore has committed to coexistence. Shouldn't this mean, as a minimum, preserving the habitat for the wildlife and potentially expanding on their space? Rather, this proposal does the opposite. It narrows and it moves the existing, barely acceptable wildlife corridors. I'll leave it to the wildlife biologists and the other experts and other unbiased people to make the technical arguments. For me, living up on Silvertip, I see bears crossing the golf course. I see the elk herd weekly. In my backyard, I've been privileged to see coyotes, fox, the elks, deer, many animals. The tools to sustainable coexistence are at your disposal. Bylaws, zoning, and moral courage. Council, do the right thing. Honor the town's core values of coexistence with wildlife and reject the proposals outright. Thank you for taking the time to hear me today.
Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time out of your day to bring your thoughts to council.
Thank you.
At this point, I'll ask that Kelly Zenkowicz join in.
Good morning, all. I won't take long. Speaking to you today from Stewart Creek, Treaty 7 lands. And when I moved to Three Sisters in 2012, abandoned heavy equipment, construction fencing and fluttering Tyvek on unfinished buildings were abundant. A 2-year-old sinkhole sat fenced off, unaddressed and unrepaired until 2017. Some of this has changed thanks to new interveners. Yet today there are still very few services and very little to create a community here. Even though these ASPs propose to directly improve my life, my daily life, I'm concerned we are reviewing more plans without addressing problems and issues related to previous growth. I do not support the Village Center or Smith Creek ASPs as submitted. Doubling the town's population will create cascading impacts on services we rely on. Bow Valley Healthcare, daycares, fire and rescue, and roads are already incredibly busy. My experience of the last boom is that the town cannot keep up or create accountability for developers that don't meet their duty to the community. All of this impacts the landscape and wildlife around us too. Bears and elk were once common in Three Sisters. Today, these interactions are rarer, but remain a reminder that human-wildlife conflict is a special concern in the valley. The most worrying components of these plans to me are shirking responsibility for a functional wildlife corridor and expanding the urban growth boundary. This matters because once connectivity is severed, it won't come back. People and wildlife deserve better, not good enough. Collectively, we deserve a gold standard corridor and well-planned community. Leadership must advocate for community interests with well-formed plans to address these issues and provide tools to help everyone thrive while sharing space with grizzly bears, elk, and wolves. We need plans that draw on the latest science and evidence, not political opinion. Plans that build a wildlife corridor and proven standards to work for animals who use this landscape. Plans that truly address affordable housing and entrepreneurial innovation instead of paying them lip service in marketing documents. We need plans that don't create a precarious financial future on an unsustainable tax base. This is our chance to build better, not simply meet standards already lobbied down from the bare minimum. More isn't the only solution, and making the right decision can only be done once and it cannot be rushed. Council, Mayor, please uphold our foundational plans and bylaws and delay this process pending meaningful community consultation, Indigenous peoples consultation, input and visioning led by the town. Thank you for your time. I'm honored to make this the first time I've ever made up a public comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I hope it's not the last time because these processes only work, our community only works if everybody gets involved. So thank you for taking the moment to do so. If there are no questions from members of council, again, thank you for taking the time out of your day to share your perspective with us. And I'll ask that Coral Lukaniuk join us.
There we go. Thank you, Town Council, for allowing me to speak today. From the traditional Treaty 7 territory where I'm honored to live, work, and play, I will broadly speak to TSMV's plans. I attended the TSMV open houses in good faith to learn more about the development being proposed. If I was going to have an opinion, I wanted it to be based on what I heard and observed and not hearsay. The open houses were communicated in advance and well done with nice graphics and short presentations. Upon reflection, most, if not all attendees were trying to understand more about the percentage of affordable housing, implications of building on old mines, the increase in taxes, and the impact on the environment and wildlife. The questions were genuine and some of the TSMV responses were clear, but many of them seemed carefully scripted. One of my questions received a written response that did not address what I was asking. I asked, I'm hearing lots about uncertainties, which are concerning. Although the fallback plan is an adaptive management plan, it may be too late. How can significant change to adapt take place if structures and roads are in place? Wouldn't it be better to remove the uncertainties before proceeding with development? Unfortunately, the written response received was dismissive and vague. I responded back to them. The answer doesn't address my questions and comes across as a canned response. And I was hoping for a deeper response from the Golder scientist that was speaking at the time. After 6 weeks, I sent a follow-up email. I received another response. It is not clear if the response was from Golder or not. I suspect not based on how it was written. I was shocked to see a reply that said I should expect uncertainty. Industries such as medical, travel, transportation, including airlines and pipelines, and many more, must identify, understand, and mitigate risk. Natural Resources Canada states that oil is moved safely in pipelines 99.999% of the time. That number is calculated based on data, and Canada stands behind it. The risk is 0.001%. And the risk is 0.001%. And the companies have strong mitigation plans to mitigate 0.001%. There is a substantial difference to say the risk is calculated to be 0.011% with the following mitigations in place versus saying uncertainty is expected. For TSMV to say uncertainty is expected is like rolling the dice. This shocked me. But in reading through the materials, I see many should and will depend on statements, plus words like predicted, predicted to be low, somewhat uncertain. It would be more impactful if the information was calculated. Risk management should be documented, supported by facts, and easily understood. Risk management should ease concerns, not raise concerns. Most of what I've been hearing is around risk. I believe more due diligence is needed around risk management before proceeding. In reading through the materials, there wasn't much shared about human factors. Aren't human factors important? Human factors analysis is also required by many industries, but why not for municipal development? This development is expected to add roughly 14,000 humans, yet there seems to be no information on human factors. More work is needed in this area. Let me say something about wildlife. Ignoring the risks that are being raised by local scientists, such as Carson Hura or Doctors Jody Hilty and Adam Ford, is irresponsible. The primary risk of severing the corridor, leading to possible extinction and several other wildlife issues with irreversible development, is a risk that should not be accepted. I believe several scientists have not said no development, but instead have proposed solutions. Risk management should not be dismissed. On March 3rd, 2021, TSMV sent an email that included a link to setting the record straight, the truth about TSMV's ASPs. The last paragraph states, quote, "We have heard those who have offered input. However, we have been clear that we are not open to making further amendments to the provincially approved wildlife corridor," unquote. This comes across as, say all you want, but we aren't changing anything. This discredits the important need for engagement. Polarization continues to be a theme around the world. But in Canmore, we can do better. Any development, big or small, should be based on shared value. As a values-based conversation hasn't happened, a broad, meaningful, town-led visionary session or sessions is certainly needed. Town Council, I implore you to reject the ASPs and recommend that all parties work together. If done correctly and genuinely, you should see a collective recommendation. And I want to repeat that one more time. Polarization continues to be a theme around the world, but in Canmore, we can do better. Any development, big or small, should be based on shared value. As a values-based conversation hasn't happened, a broad, meaningful town-led visioning sessions are needed. Town Council, I implore you to reject the ASPs, and I recommend that all parties work together. If done correctly and genuinely, you should see a collective recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing your perspective and sharing it with Council. Are there any questions from members of Council? I see none. So again, thank you for taking the time to appear and share your thoughts with us. I do appreciate that.
Thank you again.
And at this time, I will ask that Carrie Lees join in.
All right, and I will share my screen. All right.
Yep, yeah.
Good morning, Mayor Borman and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Carrie Lees, and I am a recent but permanent resident of Canmore, and I strongly oppose TSMV's Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek ASPs due to their sheer scale, as well as the various issues that have been raised during this public hearing so far, such as the potential expansion of our current urban growth boundary, the potential rezoning of current conservation wildlands, the potential stress on wildlife that the overall expansion and growth of our town could cause, the potential doubling of the number of residential units that were previously approved, the potential lack of average income locals, of what average income locals might consider to be affordable housing, the potential financial risks and liabilities of developing on undermined lands, and the outright lack of engagement and consultation with Stoney Nakoda First Nations of Bears Paw, Chiniki, Wesley, to better understand their history and relationships with the Three Sisters lands. I'm relatively new to Canmore and have only been living here for the last 2 years, but I happened to stumble on the Three Sisters golf course when I first moved here in 2019, and I was shocked, deeply saddened, and ultimately angered by what I saw. Fallow fairways, piles of dirt and gravel, paved pathways, and wooden fences that had fallen into disrepair. I immediately started researching the Three Sisters area to try to find out how this could have happened, and I'm still at a loss as to why TSMV didn't reclaim this land or why they weren't asked or expected to do so. I'm concerned about what might happen if their current proposals are approved and they decide at some point in the future that these projects, like the golf course, are also no longer financially viable. I'm concerned about the further destruction to the land that might occur. I haven't been living in Canmore very long, but I felt an immediate connection to the landscape when I moved here. I was born and raised in Calgary, and I've been coming to this area with my family my entire life. The mountains are deeply ingrained in my memory and are very much a part of my identity as an Albertan. These mountains, along with the foothills and prairies, are what I think of when I think of home. I am beyond grateful to live in Canmore now, and I know that I am incredibly lucky to have found employment and housing in the Bow Valley. Not a day goes by that I am not in complete and utter awe of the natural beauty of this place. And my respect and appreciation for it grows and deepens the longer I'm here. I started climbing in this area last summer and have never experienced such a profound sense of humility, peace, connection, and interconnectedness as when I felt the rock against my hands. It is such a blessing and a privilege to be part of such a beautiful place. And this is something that I do not for a moment take for granted. We have heard from so many knowledgeable and inspiring people during this public hearing who are clearly experts in their various professions and fields of study. I am by no means an expert on any of the issues that have been discussed so far, but ecology and the interconnectedness of all living things is of great interest to me. I am a librarian by profession and have come across many wonderful books on ecology, nature writing, and the psychological effects of being in the natural world. And I'd like to share one of them today that explores the concept of the land ethic. That is the moral responsibility that we have to protect and conserve the natural world. And this well-known quote on the screen is from the foreword of Aldo Leopold's Found County Almanac, which was first published in 1949. Aldo Leopold is, of course, or was, of course, an early North American ecologist and conservationist who helped shape the modern environmental movement in the 1920s and 30s. And the Sound County Almanac is a tribute to the land he owned and raised his family on in southern Wisconsin. You've probably heard these words many times before, but I believe they are worth repeating now. Leopold states, "We abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. There is no other way for land to survive the impact of mechanized man, nor for us to reap from it its aesthetic harvest it is capable of contributing to culture. That land as a community is the basic concept of ecology, but that land is to be loved and respected is an extension of ethics. That land yields a cultural harvest is a fact long known, but latterly forgotten." And this next quote is from the final essay in a Sound County Almanac, and it is about the development of a land ethic. And he states, "It is inconceivable to me that an ethical relationship to land can exist without love, respect, and admiration for land, and high regard for its value. By value, I of course mean something far broader than mere economic value. I mean value in the philosophical sense. Quit thinking about decent land use as solely an economic problem. Examine each question in terms of what is ethically and aesthetically right, as well as what is economically expedient. A thing is right when it tends to preserve the integrity, stability, and beauty of the biotic community. It is wrong when it tends otherwise." Aldo Leopold's idea of a land ethic is simply about caring about people, caring about the land, caring about strengthening the relationships between them. His definition of community not only refers to humans, but to all other parts of the earth as well: soil, water, plants, animals. In Leopold's vision of a land ethic, the relationships between people, community, and land are intertwined. The care for people cannot be separated from the care for the land. A land ethic is a moral code of conduct that grows out of these interconnected relationships. And I bring Aldo Leopold's ideas forward today in hopes that you might take the time to visit the Three Sisters lands. Immerse yourselves in them. Consider their intrinsic value, the physical, mental, and spiritual benefits they provide, the homes they provide to so many different species, and thereby be moved to reject TSMV's ASPs in their current form. After hearing from all of the speakers at this public hearing so far, it is clear, even to a relative newcomer like myself, that these ASPs do not align with Canmore's community values and need to be scaled back and amended. And in my opinion, the only decent thing for TSMV to do at this point is to donate the land to the town, who can then protect and conserve them in perpetuity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Are there questions from members of council? Ms. Lees? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to be here to share your perspective with council on these matters.
Thank you.
And moving along, because we do have a number of people registered, hopefully to speak this morning, but I will call a lunch break in about an hour. Next, I would invite Mr. Sean Peters to join in.
Good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Thanks for taking the time to let us talk. This is amazing how much we can all share. I got a presentation here I'm going to jump right into if that's all right.
You bet.
So Canmore, not biased at all here, but one of the most desirable communities in the world. Everyone wants to live here. And the sad reality is we can't accommodate everyone. So we have to look to historic mountain towns. There are communities that have protected their small mountain town charm with a stable population, booming economy, and limited growth. Canmore appears to be taking an opposite approach. If there's demand, let's just keep increasing supply until it turns into a modern day ghost town. So while we don't know the exact numbers, around 50% of the homes on TSMV land sit empty. Empty homes and flights to them provide 96% more GHGs than driving downtown every day in a Subaru. Empty homes don't support commercial development, residents do. So looking at past plans, we know that 1.2% of TSMV developments have produced perpetually affordable housing. If we continue to chase this demand with unchecked supply, we won't solve the problem. We'll just fill the valley with empty homes. We need to get creative and look at other solutions like Vancouver's empty home tax, where an American owning an empty $1 million home pays $33,070 per annum in provincial and municipal penalties. The tax can be raised and lowered to curb demand and fund further affordable housing. Wildlife. The fence is an experiment with no alternative if it fails. The long-term costs and effectiveness are unknown. Banff recently replaced a large portion of the fence alongside the highway for $500,000 a kilometer. They also pay for regular monitoring and maintenance. I agree with Karsten Hauer's presentation, and while the province has defined the corridor, he presented many options within the purview of the town to make it right. Financial health and undermining. We have just spent $8.8 million to protect a small selection of homes from overland flooding, and we've instructed the developer to avoid building in steep creek hazards. The Durgas Gate sinkhole cost $1.7 million for a permanent solution, and we're looking to expand development in even more compromised undermining areas. Jerry stood in the voids that we're about to build on. He lived and breathed mining, and it was clear that he had a bigger picture of what we were facing than any borehole analyst ever will. Jerry was clear, we cannot build on the unfinished golf course. Commercial development is not guaranteed in this plan. Despite promises, only 2.4% of existing TSMV developments hold commercial development. So looking at the 2004 Resort Center ASP that was approved versus the current TSMV village that we're facing. The village ASP has added significant residential development to the resort center in contravention to the Municipal Development Plan Policy 11.1.6. If we look at the phasing, we see that the plan to build a majority of the residential and the hotel district before beginning the commercial areas for the village center, the indoor recreation, and Mayor Borman's area that you're looking for to the innovation district. So undermining versus phasing, we can see that the area identified as safe to develop under the resort center is developed first, 1, 2A, 2B, followed by 3, 4, and 5, with the residential and hotel spa being the initial stages. The Village Center, Innovation District, and Indoor Recreation commercial areas are over the most heavily undermined land in Canmore. What happens if the developer gets to this stage and finds the mitigation is too costly or can't find a builder willing to touch this unstable land? Is the developer beholden to complete the commercial area, or is the town then left with just yet another residential area with little to no commercial? Traffic congestion and the integrated transportation plan, Canmore has a congestion problem. Every year we have more and more tourists and residents, and the summer is turning into gridlock. The town has developed a noble plan to push transportation towards biking, walking, and public transit, but will it work? Upon implementation, the ITP expects only 60% will commute via auto, 15% will walk, 20% will bike, and 5% will take transit. We are 40% of the way to fully implementing the ITP, and we're still looking at 89 to 94% commuting via auto. The two ASPs are not compatible with this ITP. 30 kilometers commute from east end of Smith Creek with a large elevation gain loss. The village center has an even larger elevation gain loss. An Olympian even suggested that this wasn't realistic yesterday. Public transit is also an issue. To commute from Stewart Creek to Gateway Ave takes 11 minutes in a car, 33 minutes in a bus. It's 4 minutes faster to bike than ride the bus. TSMV is not building an alternative downtown. The 14,500 additional residents will still need to commute downtown for errands and careers. How do they get there? Via the notorious Benchlands intersection or the congested 8th Ave bridge. So wildfire is the biggest threat to Canmore. Surprisingly, this ASP does not thoroughly investigate the effectiveness of wildfire mitigation proposed. There has been no evacuation plan even considered. It also does not explore the effect that doubling our population will have on that evacuation. The only assessment that is required before approving these ASPs is a wildfire hazard assessment. That assessment came back as high extreme with intense wildfire behavior with long range spotting as possible. Now we look at the big picture. With fire suppression, the amount of fuel for a major fire event has surpassed all historical levels. The image on the right shows that all winds lead to Canmore. The wildfire behavior potential throughout the area is predominantly extreme. It's not a matter of if we have a wildfire, it's when. Everyone, including TSMV, understands that wildfire mitigation is intended to delay, not stop a wildfire. It doesn't matter what we have in place, it will not stop. We still need to escape. TSMV's fire mitigation is a good plan that follows Fire Smart regulations. I don't believe it will be implemented. The architectural controls forced us to plant many trees in close proximity to our home in Stewart Creek. 50% had to be extremely flammable evergreens. Before we planted a single tree in our lot, it was rated at 140 points in the home assessment. Anything greater than 35 points is classified as extreme. Every home in this latest TSMV development would fail Fire Smart's home assessment. So for McMurray, the pictures are from the evacuation plan. They had amazing infrastructure. Canmore doesn't. The ASP adds 14,500 residents, putting 20,000 residents south of the river. If the fire comes from the west, everyone will need to escape via Deadman's Flats and Three Sisters. Worse yet, if the fire comes from the south, we'll have to exit across the 8th Ave Bridge. Many residents will rely on public transit. Many other forest communities have had mass casualties due to poor planning. The plan, so what's the issue? The plan does not follow the municipal development plan, and 92% of written submissions indicate it does not address the residents' concern. There are too many homes, many of which will sit empty. There's too little perpetually affordable homes with no assurances that they'll be built. The footprint is too big, negatively affecting the wildlife corridors. The commercial development isn't assured. The undermining liabilities are too great for the taxpayer to accept. There is no plan to accommodate the many residents that need to drive. The wildfire concerns aren't addressed with high density housing stuck in the middle. So what can we do? We're planning on doubling the town of Canmore. We need to get this right, and the original ASP did a better job of getting there. The 2004 Resort Center ASP was approved for the village area when the land was bought. The development was 100% commercial and would better diversify the tax base. The golf and recreation zoning, combined with the cabin line, provide an effective wildfire buffer, facilitate the wildfire corridor constraints, prevent building over the most severely undermined area in Canmore, reduce the scale of the development, align with the municipal development plan, better represent the desires of the community. Through the NRCB, the land use bylaw, the municipal development plan, and zoning, the town can return to a resort center type ASP.
Excuse
Smith Creek.
me, Peter, just giving you your time check.
Thank you. We need to make up for the province's failed wildlife corridor, reduce sprawl and the size of development. We need to encourage green space on the west edge to allow the existing corridor to remain functional. Protect the Wind Valley end of the corridor by not increasing the urban growth boundary or removing the conservation of wildlife district on the Thunderstorm Quarry. This will not only facilitate the wildlife concerns, but also encourage higher density within the remaining developable land. I really appreciate having the time to talk. It's been an amazing process watching all of you and the faces and the many experts that we have in this town that, I hope we're involved in the consultation stage, and I hope we can go back to listening to them and get this right. We can't double the size of Canmore in a rush, and that's what we're doing. And none of this plan represents what the town wants. There's very few people, 92% of written submissions, the nations are, I don't want our children to grow up with this plan. And I'm begging you to listen to us and do the right thing. It's not going to be an easy choice, but I know you have the courage to stand up and say no, and I hope you do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peters, for sharing your well-considered perspective with council. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Peters? I see none. So again, I really appreciate the work that you've
Thank you.
done to understand these issues and to bring some informed perspective forward us to consider.
Okay.
And I understand that Jessica Peter is next.
Hi,
So-
thank you. Good morning, Mayor Borman and Council, and thank you for providing us with this opportunity. I don't envy the position that you guys are in. So Sean and I live in Canmore with our 2 young kids. Canmore is our home, and I hope that my kids will be able to raise their families here. So we're invested in the future of Canmore. I'm opposed to the ASP proposals for many reasons, most of which have already been discussed over the last couple of days. I'll try not to take up too much of your time, just touch briefly on each point. The first concern I have is regarding the community. Before I was a Canmore resident, I visited frequently to escape the hustle and bustle, to enjoy everything that a quaint mountain town can offer. This is the reason we are a world-class tourist destination, the reason that people escape Calgary for a day or a weekend, the reason people travel across the world to experience what we are lucky enough to call home, and ultimately, the reason that people want to live here. If we turn Canmore into a large urban suburb, we will be losing sight of all that is appealing about our town, and subsequently losing out on all that the tourism industry brings to Canmore. I worry that will leave us with an empty development and no people to sustain it. The second concern I want to bring up is affordable housing. The ASPs suggest 10% affordable housing, but there are a few concerns that I have with this. First, there is no guarantee in the ASPs that the developer has to meet 10%. Second, while it would be wonderful to have that many affordable housing units to address our current need, the increase in residents that will come with approving these developments will increase the need, rendering the TSMV affordable housing solution insufficient at best. It's no secret that there are countless houses, condos, and townhomes in Canmore that sit empty for the majority of the time. While a certain amount of secondary houses are to be expected in a tourist town, the excess of empty buildings in our community is discouraging, especially when considering the vast need for affordable housing. Canmore does not need more actual buildings. There are already more than enough. They're just empty. We need homes, not houses. Perhaps a tax on the already existing secondary houses, similar to what Vancouver has done, would help to decrease the excessive empty secondary homes, while also funding solutions to Canmore's affordable housing issues. We can build as many houses as we want, but houses themselves do not support commercial developments, which balance our taxes. It is residents who support commercial development. Unless we assure that the majority of houses are for full-time residents, we cannot be assured that the commercial development will be viable. And without a viable commercial development, our residential taxes go up. The next issue I wanted to address is climate change. I applaud the town of Canmore for recently declaring a climate emergency, aiming to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30%. There is a promise of green and net zero building plans from TSMV, but a true net zero build does not exist. Even more so when it isn't a primary residence. Production of materials, constructions, heating, maintenance, removal of trees and green spaces, and travel to and from secondary houses all produce mass GHGs. Focus on improving GHG emissions from current infrastructure should be the priority, rather than creating new infrastructure and increasing GHGs. Piggybacking off of the climate emergency, I'd like to talk about wildlife. As you know, Bow Valley holds one of the most critical wildlife corridors in the Waidawi. While we can pride ourselves in aiming to coexist as peacefully as possible with the local wildlife, it's still something that even Canmore struggles with. For example, off-leash dogs, wildlife in residential communities, mass human presence in sensitive wildlife areas, elk on the highways, etc. The current proposals virtually remove portions of the wildlife corridor, like Thunderstone Quarry, reposition other portions of the wildlife corridor, like the east end of Stewart Creek, create wildlife pinch points by removing the cabin line and rezoning the golf course and recreation lands in the village, and also remove the soft edge that the unfinished golf course currently provides. All this while also adding up to 14,500 residents and visitors recreating in wildlife areas. It's asking for inevitable human-wildlife conflict, not to mention driving wildlife deeper into other residential areas to look for alternate throughways. The proposed wildlife fence surrounding the development would aim to create wildlife corridors to keep animals out and people in. While a physical barrier will generally succeed in this respect, it does not take into consideration the sensory pollution that a development directly adjacent to a wildlife corridor would create. Noise, light, and smell that come along with a development will encourage wildlife instincts to avoid the area and not use the corridor. Regardless if it's effective or not, the wildlife fence will be an ongoing cost to monitor, maintain, repair, and patrol. This cost will ultimately fall to the taxpayer. Town of Canmore and taxpayers will also be liable both financially and legally for any damage caused by undermining. The 2004 Resort Center ASP proposed green space over the most undermined and riskiest portions of TSMV lands. The current proposal aims to develop commercially on those same areas, and they aim to finish these commercial buildings last. This limits the amount of time that TSMV will hold liability of the most complex undermined portion of the development, and also provides a possibility that we may never see completion of phase 4 or 5 of the village if the developer discovers that a heavily undermined land isn't able to support commercial development. Jerry Stevenson was vocal in his opposition to develop on the high-risk undermined lands, and I hold high respect for his education, experience, and opinion. My next concern is traffic. I admire the ITP that the town of Canmore has set up and their aim to decrease traffic congestion and vehicle commuters. But according to the town of Canmore, in 2020, only 6 to 11% of people were commuting by foot, bike, and public transit. I don't think the ITP is something we can rely on, particularly with the location of Smith Creek in the village. But the ASP proposals don't include infrastructure improvement to accommodate increased usage. Residents that I know who live in Stewart Creek all drive to commute. A 30-kilometer round trip commute on a bike, elevation gain and loss, transportation of kids, recreation equipment, groceries, dogs, etc., time constraints, physical limitations, wildlife conflict, weather variables, all don't make for regular bicycle commuting feasible for most residents. On that note, please take into consideration what Sean and Jeff presented about the wildlife and evacuation, or the wildfire evacuation. Wildfire risk surrounding Canmore and the proposed developments is predominantly extreme. We're due for a large wildfire event. Adding Smith Creek and the village to our current population, there would be roughly 20,000 residents south of the Bow River who would all be scrambling to exit the Three Sisters Parkway on their vehicles. Our current infrastructure does not support that, and there are no plans to make the huge changes that would be needed to accommodate that many residents. I hope your worship and council are able to see all of the concerns surrounding wildfire, traffic, small town atmosphere, affordable homes, climate emergency, wildlife, increased residential taxes, undermining, Stoney Nakoda consultation, and all of the other concerns raised by our incredible community, and make a good decision for the future of Canmore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peter. Just a couple of comments in regards to what you've shared with us, your perspective, as well as your husband's. You both referenced the empty home tax in BC. I just want to note that there is no equivalent in Alberta, that it's not legal in Alberta for municipalities to assess additional taxes such as that. It's one of the many tax advantages that Alberta is proud of, is that there's very little tax. And though we've been advocating to each successive government for more than 10 years to suggest that some other tax funding opportunities for municipalities, particularly in the tourism sector, those requests have fallen on deaf ears through each successive government.
We appreciate you've been advocating for that, and we will
Yeah.
also be sending emails to Miranda and whoever we can to advocate for that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the empty home tax that you referenced in BC could be a very useful tool in Alberta, but we don't have that tool. I also wanted to note, you suggested in your presentation that there's not a certainty or guarantee on the proposed 10% of affordable housing in the ASP applications, or but the policy and the application that we're considering indicates the 10%, a minimum of 10% shall be provided as affordable housing. And in municipal planning speak, a shall is a must. And if this ASP were to be approved as with that component, that shall would be translated into similar language in the land use bylaw and other planning and approval documents. And finally, I would just echo what you've said around your hopes that your kids will be able to stay and live in Canmore as they grow older and perhaps start their own families. I wish that was possible for my kids as well, but it's not possible in today's Canmore, unfortunately. So I share your heartfelt hopes that we'll be able to find ways to make housing more affordable here in Canmore, so more of our kids can grow up and raise their own families here. If there's questions from council, I see none. So thank you both for taking so much time to really consider these ASPs and all of the details and share those perspectives with us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, Council.
At this point, I'll ask Jane Hooper to join us.
Jolene Gunn is next on the list.
Beg your pardon?
Jolene Gunn.
Okay, Jolene Gunn. Sorry, there's a bunch of other names that I have, but Jolene Gunn is next then.
Thank you. I hope that you can hear me. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we're on Treaty 7, traditional territories of the Blackfoot Nations, including the Siksika, Piikani, and the Kanaya and the Tsuut'ina Nation and Stoney Nakoda First Nations. We acknowledge all of the many First Nations and Métis and Inuit whose footsteps have marked the lands before us for centuries. I'm a Canmore resident, a pharmacist, a mom of 2 young children, and an active community member sitting on 2 volunteer community group boards. I've reviewed the ASPs, attended TSMV ASP online presentations, and was really happy to watch the public hearings held yesterday and this morning. My husband and I chose to make Canmore our home as a number of years ago, primarily to raise our children. We wanted to live in a place with a small community feel. I oppose the development of the Smith Creek ASP, and I also oppose the Three Sisters ASP as it is currently presented. I feel the extent and overall scope of these developments will degrade the community we have now for generations to come. Doubling Canmore's population will transform friendly, inclusive, and close-knit community and small town feel that I do feel every day. I see people I know at the grocery store. If I forget my wallet, there's someone next in line can still pay for me, and my children feel safe and comfortable reaching out to our neighbors and really any members of our community for help if they need it. I've been listening to the many people speak and who are much more knowledgeable and educated on these topics than myself. But these are a few of the things that caused me to want to speak here today. As you heard yesterday from some fabulous presenters, adding these 2 developments to our community is too risky for wildlife and their ability to move and their ability to coexist with humans and in the sustainability of their populations. The wildlife fence proposed is an unproven mitigation strategy presented by TSMV, and then adding thousands of more human users to the corridor. I just don't see how this is a good choice. And if the province is not committed to that corridor mitigation strategies proposed, then the negative impacts can be even more pronounced. As Mr. Daniel had actually spoken to this morning very thoroughly, the developments as currently proposed will not allow or align with the Town of Canmore's 2030 goals set out in the climate action plan. Developing on underlying lands sounds frankly pretty scary to a layperson like me. I do think the TSMV liability regarding the undermined lands needs to be more robust. I'm concerned about the long-term cost to taxpayers when sinkholes or ground settling occurs and subsequent damage. I also, as a healthcare provider, wonder about access to residential services like emergency care at our hospital and our healthcare services when doubling our residential size. I think about access to Arts Place, the hockey arena, the library, the climbing wall, which, as I'm sure many of you know, is already at capacity or really hard to have those experiences as a resident. My children will be essentially my age when this development is finished, if it is moved forward in its current plan. And I feel with continually advancing knowledge and technology and standards, I would like to ask that these ASPs be broken down further into smaller sections with significantly smaller footprints. This would allow for a small amount of a development and an opportunity. In healthcare, we do a PDSA cycle. It's a plan, do, study, act. So a small chunk where we can really see what TSMV does and develops and hold them accountable to those ratios of affordable housing and commercial development that they are slating, and look at the mitigation strategies that they're going to put in place and then say, was this successful? Was this not? And then move forward potentially in smaller sections so that we ensure that all of our town's needs and wants are met. I encourage you to keep an open head and heart when reviewing the submissions and when hearing from many of the objective, informed, and unbiased expert opinions on the topic. And I was blown away yesterday by the quality and expertise of the speakers that we have locally. I'm pretty proud to say that I live and work in Canmore. Along with the majority of the public that you've heard over the past day and a half, who are currently oppose the ASPs as they are presented, I do as well. Thank you for hearing me speak today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. I want to echo what you've just said about the people that live in Canmore. We're so fortunate to have such a wealth of involved and informed people that also care about our community in the way we do. That's one of the many reasons why I continue to call Canmore my home after 45 years. So thank you as well for bringing a considered perspective to these discussions. I look to council to see if there's any questions, but I see none. So again, thank you very much for joining us today. And I believe next is Jane Hooper.
No. Sorry.
I hear somebody.
I'm coming.
There you are.
Hello. Thank you. Sorry for the jittery start.
Yeah, you bet. No problem.
Thank you very much for your time, Mayor Borroman and councillors, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I speak today in opposition of the ASPs as proposed. I speak as a citizen of Canmore for the past 16 years, as a homeowner, as a businesswoman, and an employer. From a personal perspective, I object to the TSMV development for a multitude of reasons, and many of them have already been spoken about today. So today I thought I'd put my business hat on and speak from that perspective. Tourism is my livelihood. Tourism, as we know, is a strong contributor to the economy. And I believe that Canmore needs sustainable tourism and developments and strategies that correspond with that goal. I believe we're at a tipping point now with regards as to whether we can sustain quality visitor experience and the community wellbeing at the same time. And we have increased tourist development in the pipeline in Spring Creek that we've yet to see the impact of. What I'd like to speak to today is my experience of why visitors come to the Bow Valley and how the TSMV development in its current form will affect that. I manage thousands of visitors each year. The vast majority of them choose to come to Canmore because of its natural beauty, because they want to see wild animals, and because they want to avoid the crowds and the touristy feel of Banff. And when they leave, it's with fond memories of that community feel that we have and that small town experience. The TSMV proposal will jeopardise all of this by creating an irreversible bottleneck in the wildlife corridor that will over time remove the opportunity to see the very wildlife that attracts people here. It will increase the permanent and temporary population of Canmore, placing incredible stress on our roads, our streets, our walkways. All of this will take away from the visitor experience, not to mention the effect on the people who live here already. And I would ask the question, why would we kill the goose that laid the golden egg? This development will fundamentally change in the fabric of Canmore. It will negatively affect one of the biggest economic drivers in the town. And I would ask, therefore, that you reject the ASP in their current form on these grounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hooper. And I just, you may be aware of this, but I want to, just in case you're not aware of it, let you know that we have started the Tourism Task Force exercise late last year with a number of community representatives, both that work within the tourism sector and many who don't, and sustainable tourism, what that means in Canmore and how we may move towards that is pretty much the main topic of discussion. And the conversations the Tourism Task Force are leading will very soon be taking place in the community through various engagement opportunities. So I'll encourage you to take part in those opportunities.
I look forward to it. And I thank you for getting more involved, because the town over historically has not been as involved as it is now. And I think it's a great step forward.
Thank you. Are there questions from Ms. Hooper from members of council? I see none. So again, thank you for taking the time to both consider these ASPs and to bring your perspective to council.
Thank you.
I believe next to join us would be Kathy Jones. Ms. Jones.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. And good morning to all of you. And as always, I am so grateful to have another opportunity to talk to you. And thank you so very much for you guys enduring this whole process. And I am quite humbled to be speaking with such incredible groups of experts. And my expertise is in healthcare. So I speak more from the heart today. I have been here since 1977, and I continue to be in love with Canmore. So I am against the bylaws 2021-05 and 06. My thoughts are from experiences, from listening, questioning, and reading. I have read the area structure plan in pieces, and much of it is outside my frame of reference. Some of it is excellent wordsmithing and pictures of utopia. Some of it, to me, is unbelievable greed. What I do believe are the experts that call the Bow Valley home. In March of 2017, many of us met with Roger Ramcharita, Alberta Environment and Parks Operations Executive Director, about the TSMV proposal presented then. Roger accepted 2 invitations from Y2Y to personally sit and listen to the town of Canmore experts and citizens. The Rocky Mountain Outlook reported Roger Ramcharita reached the conclusion that while the application had several positive aspects to it, the width of the proposed corridor at the eastern end of Smith Creek is not satisfactory. In his decision, Ramcharita identified the width of the proposed wildlife corridor at the eastern end of Smith Creek and the width of the already established Stewart Creek across Valley Wildlife Corridor as deficient. Today, the person in that position for our current provincial government recommended full approval of the bylaws we are discussing today. Yet, the TSMV proposal is even more unsatisfactory and deficient. Today, I ask myself, are they now less learned, less aware, less interested in biodiversity, balance with nature, and strengthening the future of this valley? But why would they? They do not belong to this community. Their permanent address is somewhere else. I believe TSMV proposal is making a mockery of our ASP, MDP, climate energy, and mining the future. I know you know your governance job to the people of Canmore is quality leadership, effective management, and administration. It is environmental care of our land. I also know you know it is not to satisfy a land speculator motivated by financial greed, a group of people who do not live here or participate in the daily health of our town. I urge you to use the power of your governance as caretakers of our land to tell TSMV to go back to the drawing board again. You have the power to request changes in this proposal that will make Canmore a healthier, safer place for its residents, wildlife, and visitors. You have the power to make us leaders in biodiversity. I urge you to ask them to come back with smaller segments of each piece of land over the next 10 years, not the next 30 years. Times are changing quicker with the speed of new research every year. That's all I have to say, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. I will ask once again that speakers refrain from commenting on the character or intent of the landowner and applicants. That's really not germane to these discussions. But thank you for joining us today, Kathy, with your perspective. Are there questions from members of council for Ms. Jones? Seeing none, once again, thank you for taking the time to join in the discussions.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask that Dr. James McFadden join us.
Guess there's some confusion. James, if you can start your camera and your...
Okay, I thought my camera was going, so just give me a second here. Apologize for the delay.
No problem at all. Yep, technology, we're all being patient with it.
I know, I know. I thought my camera was going, so just give me a second here. Okay.
There you are.
Thank you, Mayor Borman and councilors for the
Alan.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Alan.
Thank you. My name's Alan McFadden. I'm a member of the Beaucourt Steering Committee, and I'm making this presentation on behalf of Beaucourt. I might begin by saying how much we appreciate Council's attention to this matter. It's only one of many challenging issues that we think you've faced very, very well in recent years, including the flood and the Olympic bid and the COVID crisis. We certainly don't envy your role in this, a very difficult decision, one that has the potential to change the community forever. It's the most extensive development proposal that I think has come before town since Bylaw 198 back over 2 decades ago, which at the time initially proposed zoning the Three Sisters land entirely at one go. This involves significant social, economic, and environmental considerations, and we appreciate the rigor with which you're approaching it. I should begin by saying that, as most of you know, Beaucourt's prime interest in recent years has been ensuring that wildlife can pass safely along the southern borders of the town in a way that is effective and, if I could use the term, ethically responsible. Accordingly, our presentation today hinges on the effect of the ASPs on that particular environmental issue. We're not talking about some of the other broader economic and social issues. If I could express that slightly differently, Beaucourt would argue that an environmentally responsible policy with respect to these ASPs is a necessary condition of approval, but it's not a sufficient condition. There are other factors you would have to consider as well. I think I could also say that the general premise Beaucourt has in approaching this is one that is held quite widely in town. Most people, I think, want to ensure that we treat wildlife in a way that is fair and works effectively. I think there's also common agreement that this hinges on government action, both at the provincial level in defining the wildlife corridors, and also very importantly at the town level in ensuring that the zoning of land adjacent to the corridors is consistent with allowing wildlife to pass freely and safely through the valley. Our approach would suggest that in the ASPs, there should be complete consistency with the values of the town, the environmental values, the intent of town regulations, the actual town regulations as they exist, including the MDP and the LUD, and established zoning as it exists adjacent to the corridors. It's particularly important here because the village area and the Smith Creek area lie along something like 50% of the entire Long Valley corridor. So it's absolutely vital that the ASPs get the corridor adjacency issues correctly. I would also say, by way of general introduction, that Beaucourt is not opposed to development. Our title is the Organization for Responsible Development. And our view is that responsible development means that the environmental obligations must be met and that town policy must be consistent with the environmental values of the town. We would also suggest that they should be consistent with what we interpret the NRCB ruling as being, that development should follow from delineation of effective wildlife movement corridors. Our presentation in a written form, which we'll submit after this to Ms. Hyde, has a fair amount of detail in it. I don't want to get into all that detail. I'll leave that for the written version, but I would like to just go through in more general language the main things that our presentation makes. Underlying our presentation are a number of premises, and I want to run through 5 of those before I come to let you know what Beaucourt's main conclusion is. First, it's our understanding that the Smith Creek corridor is only delineated at this stage. The corridor will not actually be legally designated by the province for up to 1 or 2 years. Secondly, we understand that the new wildlife underpass, which is proposed in the Stewart Creek area, which would have to access the new Stewart Creek along Valley corridor, is conditional. It may or it may not be built. A third premise underlying our comments relates to information that we generated using the shapefile that Rick Blackwood supplied, which TSMV had given to the province. We use this to map corridors using LiDAR techniques, which we understand are accurate to within 1 meter. This mapping showed that the 220 AEP corridor proposed by TSMV, and that is in the 220 AEP decision, averages only 300 meters below averages only 300 meters in width below a 25-degree slope defined along discontinuous barriers. This criteria for corridors up until recently, up until the 2018 AEP decision, underlay most of the provincial science. And it's also widely accepted as a criteria. Yet, instead of a 450-meter corridor, the effective corridor width, as I've said, is only 300 meters. A fourth underlying point in the comments that we're making here relates to local construction activities. And we're told that there are already enough TSMV land approved for development that it will support local building trades for at least 10 further years. To us, this implies that the prime criteria that should be used in evaluating the ASPs are not the economic ones, but the social and the environmental ones. I'm not saying this because we think that the economic criteria are not particularly valid. The economic aspects of the proposal are, of course, vital and critical to the town and to residents of the town. However, the two main reasons that weight might be put on the economic criteria do not really apply in this case. One argument that economic benefits are of prime importance is that the local building trade is in a recessionary phase. But the evidence we have is that there is significant development opportunity available, as I said, for at least another 10 years. The main economic argument then that should relate to this relates to longer term development. And the longer term economic benefits do not depend upon this particular ASP. If this ASP happened to be turned down, the developer could come back with a revised ASP, which is consistent with the town's environmental and social values. And that revised proposal would in fact generate economic activity over a period of several decades. Finally, this point has been raised a number of times before, but it underlies our initial premise. We should note that the NRCB report made quite clear that if the developer brings forth proposals which are not consistent with the economic values of the town has every right to reject the proposals. The exact quote says, the local planning process could result in a complete rejection of all or any of the project approved by the board. Therefore, the board has difficulty understanding how much more effective a process the local citizens could wish. Thus, the argument that the NRCB provision provides some certainty that the proposal could proceed does not imply that any proposal the developer brings forth could proceed. The town is perfectly within its rights to reject a proposal when it feels fails to meet community values and to require the developer to bring a proposal forward which is more consonant with what the community desires. With those premises in mind, BOCORD has looked at the proposal, the two ASPs, and has evaluated them in line with prevailing town policies, with what we take to be the intent of town policies, and with existing zoning provisions. And it is with some regret that we find we cannot support either of the ASPs on that basis. Accordingly, we have to recommend that you reject both the Village and the Smith Creek ASP. I'll provide a little more detail on that, although the detail in depth will be seen in our written submission.
Excuse me, Mr. McFadgen, you are at 9 minutes. This is your time.
Okay, well, let me be very brief then. One problem we see is that the ASPs do not correspond to current wildland zoning provisions or the provisions in the land use bylaw. As far as the village is concerned, as Thunderstone Quarry is concerned, and as the land adjacent to the wildlife corridor in Smith Creek is concerned, existing zoning provision is far preferable to proposed ASPs. Secondly, the town has had a long commitment to BC Ag standards, and the MSES provision suggests that these are appropriate standards, and that these support a soft edge approach rather than the hard edge approach that the developer is proceeding with. And finally, we're particularly concerned with the Smith Creek area, where the effective width of the corridor is so narrow compared to the criteria that most scientists accept. We think that the development there is simply inappropriate that close to the corridor, and therefore that the ASP should be turned down. We appreciate Council's attention to these affairs. We appreciate the environmental values of the town are taken so seriously by the Council, and we argue with some regret that the ASPs should be refused. Thanks for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. McFadgen. Are there any questions from members of council at this time? Councillor Comfort.
I just wanted to thank BOCORD for their unflagging dedication to scrutinizing plans that come forward and recognizing the challenges that council and the town has. Thank you so much for your service.
Oh, thank you, Esme. I appreciate that.
And if there are no questions for Mr. McFadgen, I'll also add my thanks to to both you and Heather for the amount of time and work you put into reviewing and understanding the various applications, and thank you for devoting this much time to join in with these proceedings and sharing your perspective with council. Thank you. Just as a heads up, we had scheduled to take a lunch break at about 12:15. I'm going to try to push through because we have a number of speakers yet registered, and we've falling a little behind on our hoped for schedule. So stand strong. We'll take a break in about 20 minutes. And I will ask Lawrence Hill to join in.
Hopefully we're on for you here.
Mr. Hill?
Can you hear me?
You bet.
Are we good?
Yeah, good to go.
Your Worship, councillors, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the Three Sisters ASPs. I submitted a letter last week, so today I will just highlight some of the points. Prior to watching much of the presentation at council a few weeks ago, I was probably half an hour into reviewing the massive amount of information when I realized that these ASPs delve into far more complicated and integrated matters than any ASP that has come to council before. In writing these comprehensive documents, I think Three Sisters has done a masterful job in addressing all of the issues and presenting their solutions. Builders and developers like to know the rules they have to follow in order to obtain a permit. They also like to know where there is flexibility in order to come up with novel ideas that distinguish their projects from others. So while it may seem akin to sucking and blowing at the same time, to some degree it expresses the essence of the bonusing toolkit that Three Sisters has devised. Flexibility with densification and targeting net zero energy efficiency is exactly what many potential builders would like to have when they are contemplating land purchases in Three Sisters. In my letter, I gave examples of how some Canmore builders have already demonstrated their ability to come up with innovative design concepts. Back in the day, my partners and I also had to get creative when we were looking to have a Peaks Landing approved. When we were rebuffed the first time, council told us we needed to present more affordability. Hence our proposal in 2015 to have legal suites in the walkout levels of the duplexes. 5 years later, that very same concept was incorporated into the land use bylaw. So you never know what brilliant ideas might result from the implementation of the bonusing toolkit. Just so you know, the duplexes with legal suites have proven to be very popular, so much so that I wish I could have more to build. While I didn't mention this specifically in my letter, it is obviously a real benefit to the community to offer bonus density for builders that incorporate more than 10% affordable homes in their housing mix. I mentioned 3 ways that Alpine Homes had dealt with the undermining situations on our lands. I did so to reassure council in particular and the public in general that construction on undermined lands had been going on in communities across Canada for many years, prior to us starting to do so successfully in Three Sisters almost 2 decades ago. To give you an idea of how robust the engineering is to enable the buildings to withstand potential settlement from undermining, I truly believe that if the recent earthquake had been located several miles under Stewart Creek rather than Cascade Mountain, the multifamily buildings there would have withstood the shaking just fine. The 4-story walls that sit on both sides of the foundation junction plates were designed to sway up to 5 inches without causing any structural damage to the buildings, nor the mechanical systems. That's a total of 10 inches total movement. Based on my 20 years of experience building in Three Sisters, in particular on undermined lands and with affordable housing, I believe that Three Sisters has more than adequately addressed all of the issues and warrant having both bylaws approved by this council. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to join us today and share your perspective with council on these two ASPs.
You're welcome.
The next speaker that I show on my list is Sheila Churchill. So Ms. Churchill, if you're able to join on, I welcome you to the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to express my concerns about the proposed Three Sisters Mountain Village and Smith Creek area structure plans. My name is Sheila Churchill. I've been a full-time resident in Canmore for 31 years. I am not a business owner. I'm not a geologist, a wildlife biologist, a climate expert, an urban planner, a social scientist, or a financial expert. Although I addressed my concerns about undermining, about wildlife corridors, climate change, water scarcity, infrastructure, and fiscal responsibility in my written submission, I will strictly limit my words here to talk about quality of life from my personal perspective. The heart and soul of this town is the people that call Canmore home. And my vision of Canmore is for a town that values a diverse and inclusive community of all economic levels, not just a town catering to tourists or a haven for those that can afford to live here. I have reviewed both area structure plans, and despite their assurances about all levels of mixed residential, I'm uneasy with their assurances about meeting our present and future needs for affordable ownership and affordable rentals, since they've lumped entry-level housing, whatever that means, into their calculations. The foundation of our town is based on the people that work and play here, and they can only remain here if they can afford to live here. The development is proposed by Three Sisters Mountain Village and Smith Creek will still cater to those that are financially secure. It will shift the ratio of permanent to part-time residents, and with that will come an identifiable loss of belonging and community. A few years ago, someone asked me what suburb I lived in. I was rather shocked by that question, because my vision of Canmore is not a city of suburbs, but it's a community town of people bonded by a shared love of this mountain valley. A town defined by its greatest resource, a diverse group of people from all ages, from singles to families, from babes to seniors. A town of nature lovers, sports enthusiasts, athletes, artists, environmentalists, business owners, employers, employees, volunteers, students, animal lovers, teachers, healthcare workers, people who love to live in a close-knit community. Affordability is not the only issue here. It saddens me each time I hear of a long-term resident that chooses to leave this town, as the small town atmosphere that drew them to Canmore in the first place is slowly being eroded. Disneyland and Whistler are great places to visit, but I don't want to live there. I know that's a little dramatic, but sometimes that's how I feel. My husband and I moved to Canmore in 1990, and with his good friend, Stephen Ross, started Devonian Properties. So for me to speak out against a development may seem a little two-faced. Please note, I am not anti-development, but I am against the breadth and the scale of what Three Sisters and Smith Creek is proposing. I support a well-planned, respectful, sustainable development. Development that respects the natural environment within which we reside, development that protects the wildlife and allows functional movement between Kananaskis and Banff, development that minimizes our human impact on climate change, development that respects our Stoney Nakoda neighbors, development that is forward-thinking, development that provides affordable housing and rental units, development that enhances the myriad of reasons why we choose to call Canmore home. Although I now pick up my mail at the community mailbox and not at the central post office, and I have my choice of grocery or hardware or sports stores, what has survived for the past 31 years that I've lived here is a sense of belonging, a small town friendliness, a sense of community, of knowing your neighbor, of supporting fellow residents in time of need. When my husband died very suddenly in 2016, it was my friends, my neighbors, and the fellow members of this community that supported me. Doug and I were in the midst of a major renovation when he died. I was devastated by his loss. I was alone, and I was faced with a house that I physically could not live in. The front of my house was plywood. The drywall wasn't complete, windows were missing, the roof was incomplete, floors were bare. But I was humbled by the people that stepped up to help. Contractors that turned up at my house and quietly finished the drywall, the trim, the rock work, the roof. Some put our own projects on hold to help me. Some refused to invoice me. One continued to work even though he was in the middle of chemo. And why? Because in Canmore, people stand up, people speak out. People like those involved in Bow Valley Engage. That is the very fabric of this community that I fear might be lost if we don't manage our growth responsibly. I feel we're at a crossroads. I urge you to reject the Three Sisters Mountain Village Smith Creek area structure plan as submitted and ask them to come back with a significantly scaled down version that better reflects what your Canmore residents are telling you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time that you've taken to listen to all of our concerns.
Thank you, Sheila, for sharing your thoughts so clearly. And I know it's emotional. Some of your thoughts are quite emotional in nature. So thank you for having the courage to speak about your recent past. I'm looking to council to see if there are questions for Ms. Churchill, but I see none. So again, thank you very much for taking the time to join us here today.
Thank you.
And I think there's time for perhaps one more. I'll ask Catherine Bolt to join us. And after Ms. Bolt has spoken, then we will take a lunch break.
Hopefully I'm live.
You are.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your hard work on this issue. So my name is Catherine Bolt. I'm an 11-year Canmore resident. I live in the Three Sisters and I've read the ASPs. I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to dive right in. I would like to record my opposition to these two ASPs and declare my support for the amazing insights and expertise of my fellow citizens, all who are far more talented than myself, who have voiced their opposition both yesterday and so far today. I would like to support the Snow Brothers' testimony yesterday, in particular, around the creation of a memorandum of understanding between the town of Canmore and the Stoney First Nation. I'd like to recommend this oversight be addressed immediately and be initiated by the town of Canmore. As you've repeatedly heard, neither of these ASPs respect our commitment to the community, nor to our coexistence with wildlife in our beautiful and narrow valley. They do not reflect long-term fiscal responsibility and do not adequately consider the concerns around undermining issues, fire mitigation, the climate crisis, and affordable housing. These ASPs represent instead real estate speculation, period, designed to create a housing market, not to fulfill a need, and are certainly not a net benefit for our community. More empty houses to enrich a few at the expense of all in perpetuity. My plea to you, our elected representatives, is to respect, honor, and uphold all land use and zoning bylaws. Do not allow any change to Canmore's growth boundaries. Uphold municipal and development plans and policies. Dictate the configuration of the overall development. Amend land use bylaws to include performance-based construction standards. Please continue to listen to and consult with our local experts and the Indigenous community, many of whom have offered their insight as the town moves forward in developing a more viable response to these proposals. We have something unique and wonderful to preserve, and a responsibility to build out a visionary, sustainable, and creative future for Canmore that can become an enviable example for other communities worldwide, 50 to 100 years into the future. We have the will, the skill, and expertise in this town to make this happen. In closing, I'd like to reference a quote that resonated with me yesterday. Quote, "What we save is as important as what we build," end quote. So I'll repeat that. What we save is as important as what we build. Please take heed. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'll ask all of the speakers that'll be coming before our council to refrain from commenting on the character or intent of the landowners. Everybody that's in business, our primary intent, well, one of our main intents is to make a profit on our business. So I don't think suggesting that the fact that the landowners hope to make a profit on their land is in some way badly intended. So I really hope that after the lunch break, I don't have to ask speakers again to refrain from making those sorts of comments. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Bolt? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to join with us today and share your perspective.
Thank you.
And with that, I will call a 1 hour break. So it's 12:14. We'll reassemble at 1:15. Okay, so it's 1:15 and I had indicated we would start the public hearing again at this time, and so I am. And I'll just a quick note for those that are watching. We're trying very hard to keep up with the list of speakers. We're falling behind a little bit, but it's important we hear from all, so we'll just keep rolling. And I do want to thank most everybody for the well-considered input that they're providing and for maintaining, for the most part, a respectful approach to these proceedings. With that, I will look to the next speaker on my list, which I believe is Rob Dolmage. And I invite him to join in.
And it looks like Rob is not with us at this time.
Then the next in the list is Emily Lewers. I see her name there. So Emily, please join us.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm a quiet person, so this is hard for me. Just bear with me. Would have been nice if we could do the stretch with Jeff Ma, but we'll just have to do that later. So hi, my name is Emily Lowers. I've been a Canmore resident for 8 years. I have read the ASPs and I am opposed to the ASPs. A bit about my background. I have a geography degree and I am currently studying in the emergency management field. I oppose TSMV for sustainability, human rights, and emergency management related reasons. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet the needs of their own. What will future generations need? We will need protection from climate crisis, sense of community in an increasingly disconnected world, food and shelter security, and innovative ways to recover from ongoing wildlife and species destruction. In regard to human rights, the ASP has mentioned inclusivity, but TSMV has failed to involve Stoney Nakoda Nation. It is not the responsibility of Stoney Nakoda to reach out. It is the responsibility of TSMV. In regard to emergency management, there is one highway in and out of this town. With an increased population, you're going to need to be more prepared for a mass evacuation. Building on undermined land seems like a pretty risky move as well. Colonizers, settlers, and developers have a tendency to name new development, streets, or towns after dead things or things that have been destroyed. The very things that drew them to the area in the first place. We need to protect the Three Sisters and Smith Creek area. I will be offering potential solutions to my concerns in my written submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily. Are there any questions from members of council for Emily at this time?
No, I'd just like to thank her for pushing through her fear. Thank you, Emily.
Right, I echo that. It can be very difficult. Hard to believe, but I've never been comfortable speaking in public either, and here I am as the mayor.
Yeah.
Regardless, I appreciate you taking the time and sharing your words with us, and we'll look forward to reading your written submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe next on our list is Ann Martin. If Ann is in the room.
We have a Martin. I'm not sure if it's Ann Martin.
Well, on the list, it shows as Ann Martin, but it might be her husband Joe's name is on the list. I mean, they might share a computer. Well, let's move along, and if Ann shows up, we can come back to her. We do have to keep moving along because there are so many speakers who have registered for today, and I don't know that we're going to get through them all today. but we'll keep meeting as a public hearing until we've heard from everybody that wants. So the next on the list then would be Joseph Pott. And I see his name there. So Mr. Potts.
Looks like he's just having trouble with his audio. His mic is not enabled. So perhaps we can move to John Third, and if Joseph can go after.
Let's do that. Okay, we'll ask John Third to join us then and come back to Mr. Potts. Is Mr. Third in the room?
He's on the screen, but we cannot hear him.
Oh yeah, there I see him. John, can you hear us? Went so well earlier today. Well, perhaps we can move on to Mr. Lindenberger and come back to both Joseph and John. Mr. Lindenberger, if you can join.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you bet we can hear and see.
Okay, great. Well, this is good. I know you guys are running late, so I'll try to be quick with my presentation here. Thank you for your time. My name is Adam Lindenberger. I've been a resident here in Canmore for 15 years now. And as someone who's been working from home for much of the time, I'm actually in another meeting with my work right now. So I'm just dipping out for this quick 10 minutes here. So I empathize with how difficult it is to remain engaged while looking at a screen all day long. So I thank you and commend you for doing this. I would like to list some of my concerns regarding the proposal, many of which I'm sure you've already heard from my fellow citizens here in Canmore. The first would be some financial concerns. I'm not overly convinced that this development will be financially beneficial to the majority of Canmore residents, and I fear that this may result in creating higher taxes and cost of living for us. There's also a concern I have around commercial development and whether or not it is enough to offset the potential risk in tax increases. Another concern I would have would be, which I know other people have voiced, and it's not surprising, it's being built on undermined land. From my understanding, the land has been explored in the past and was ruled to be too risky to build on. And I don't know about the financial ramifications that would come from that. I know that there is, from my understanding, there's a 2-year builder liability and a 10-year engineer liability. And I don't believe that's nearly enough and simply doesn't seem like a safe or financially smart decision to approve the development on that land. Another concern I would have would be around emergency evacuations or fire evacuation plans specifically. So like, what is the plan there? I'm concerned that this issue has not been fully explored and as we know, could have dire consequences if it's not considered very thoroughly. We've seen examples of that around the world, and we do live in a pretty tight corridor here with lots of green tinder to go up if that were ever to happen. I'm just concerned about that. A big concern of mine since I've lived here is affordable housing. I've had my experiences with trying to attain affordable housing. Me and my wife just didn't get in. We were just outside the threshold. So we were forced into the regular housing market. So I do appreciate the need for affordable housing. The question is 10% of this development enough? And what is affordable housing and who can afford it, where the prices are already very high? Like I said, I do believe in the need for more affordable housing development, but I am unequivocally against development if it means building on undermined ground at the expense of already financially strapped taxpayers and being built on critical wildlife habitat, effectively destroying that ecosystem in which it would be built upon. So I guess that just brings me to my last 3 points, which are, the closest to my heart. which is wildlife's ability to live and flourish in the Bow Valley. This development will contribute to the further squeezing of critical habitat and corridors in an already stressed area. In my opinion, Canmore has already encroached much too heavily in this much critical habitat. The science seems to be in on this fact, and there really, I don't know how much debate there could be around regarding it. I mean, I'm not a biologist or ecologist by any means, or a town planner for that matter, but the science seems pretty solid around what the animals need to move freely in an already constricted valley such as the Bow Valley. So building on this land will have profound negative effects on wildlife and will no doubt increase human-wildlife encounters, despite the, the fencing and other ways of which to mitigate that. More people, more wildlife encounters. It's, I think that's relatively simple math. And then the maintenance of that, it's not clearly explained, and it's I kind of fear that it won't be, or it'll fall on the shoulders of residents to foot the bill in terms of upkeep of fencing and hiring of people to manage wildlife contacts or things like that. Another big area of concern would be the climate emergency. The town of Canmore has declared a so-called climate emergency, yet this development flies in the face of this, and therefore positions Canmore as looking to be hypocritical and a failure locally as well as globally in this regard. I know Canmore prides itself on its closeness with nature and wild spaces, our ability to live in this fragile valley, and it is clear that the approval of this development on the intended land would be in stark juxtaposition to the town's position on climate change. So it just seems sort of at odds, I guess, to me. Another huge piece of this is around truth and reconciliation with Indigenous peoples locally. Consultation with the Ayahe Nakota Nation is not happening. This is sadly unsurprising, yet a massive and glaring failure on the part of Town of Canmore and TSMV, as stated so eloquently yesterday by Roland Rolandmud, Bill and John Snow, and potentially other speakers throughout today. I haven't been tuned in all day. I understand that Town of Canmore has been endeavoring to build a more healthy relationship with the Stoney Dakota Nation. However, if the Town of Canmore wants to state that they are serious about TRC and move past symbolic gestures, land acknowledgements, and seemingly hollow platitudes, then meaningful consultation in a reciprocal relationship must be present and ongoing, especially in regards to massive developments on the traditional lands of the Nakota Nation, such as the one presented to Council today. The land acknowledgement in which the Town of Canmore proposes to believe in is baseless and meaningless in regard to the TSMV proposal before you now. Without real action and having Nakota voices, knowledge, ideas, values, concerns, needs, wants, and desires present in a real actionable way, the Town of Canmore and TSMV utterly fails to and continues to be complicit or complacent with the tragic legacy of colonization and paternalism towards Indigenous peoples and the land in general. So on this point alone, I think the project should not be permitted to move forward at this present time and in its present form. I think it's a very important piece that should weigh quite morally heavy on our minds as we move forward with making decisions regarding this proposal. So in conclusion, I would like to ask, where is the value of this development? Is it towards the wildlife? Does nature have value on its own outside of any of our projected values placed upon it? Is it towards the Nakota Nation, who again have been left out, neglected, and ignored? Is it toward residents of Canmore, who are largely against it? Is it for the generations after us who will have to live with the consequences of developments like this on ecologically critical habitat, who learn that money and urban expansion trumps all other values? Is there value in the added stress on our global climate crisis in which the town purports to be concerned about? Is there value in the empty houses, vacation homes, and investment properties that our town already struggles with? I mean, I could go on with these things, or is it to the value of the developers, investors, and those who will financially benefit from this, many of which do not and likely will not call this valley home? So I wonder, where is the real value? In your heart of hearts, you must know that a development like this is not a good idea, is one that will hold much moral weight on your mind once the decision has been made. You know in your heart which side of this you want to be on. Take a moment, which I'm sure you all have, look toward the Three Sisters area and try to feel what it would be like to make a decision that destroys that area further. with irreversible effects. Further, who, including yourself, would feel morally comfortable living in a home on this land with the knowledge that it is responsible for destroying critical habitat in an extraordinarily sensitive and important wildlife corridor, with all the negative effects that it brings with it? So please, I guess I would say in conclusion, just please have the courage to oppose this proposal and stand with the citizens of this town and stand up to development. I will leave you with a quote from John McKnight. He's the one of the co-founders of asset-based community development. The wisdom of the community will always exceed the knowledge of the expert. And I implore you to listen to the community. And that's my 2 cents. So thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you very much for joining us today to share your perspective. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to Rick Daniel earlier speaking on behalf of the Bow Valley Climate Action Group, but he had some very interesting points to raise, and you could watch his presentation later or read the written submission from the Bow Valley Climate Action Group. It speaks to a number of the points you've raised. So unless there's questions from members of council, and I don't see any. Thank you very much for taking the time, Mr. Lindberger, to join in today and share your perspective with council.
Thank you kindly and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me see if Mr. Potts, hasn't. Maybe Mr. Potts could phone in.
That's what I've suggested to him, so.
Yeah, and Mr. Third. There you are. Join in, Mr. Third. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Worship and Council for providing us with the opportunity to express our thoughts and our support for the Three Sisters Mountain Village area structure plans, both Smith Creek and Three Sisters Village. Canmore has been our home for more than 25 years. My wife and I have 2 sons, both of whom attended Lawrence Grassy and Canmore Collegiate. And both of our sons were fortunate enough to have worked in our community. Our eldest as a construction superintendent for Elevation Place, and our youngest as a legal assistant in one of the local law firms. Both of these opportunities were available to our sons and other young people in this community because of the growth and evolution of this community. The future development of the future development of Three Sisters lands is going to continue to provide good paying employment opportunities to our community. Our family first arrived in Canmore shortly after the Olympics, and Canmore had started to grow. The Olympics had placed us on the world stage, and Canmore had been discovered, and that's not going to change. More people are going to move here. The recent pandemic has also exposed Canmore to more stay vacations and increased buying pressures. If we are to provide a wide range of housing opportunities to both the wealthy and those with more modest income, we need more development. There. It is easy for those who are already here and have homes to say they don't want development, as they already have an investment in the community. Reducing the supply of housing just drives prices even higher, and only the wealthy will be able to purchase in our community. In the time we've lived here, we have watched the community grow from 5,000 to 10,000 to 15,000 people. We have a more diverse community, more schools, more community amenities, public art, more multiple ice surfaces. Canmore has more to offer. Let's keep our schools full. Don't let NIMBYism stop our community from continuing to grow. We can't allow those who are already here to close the door on those that wish to join and enrich our community. One of my first tasks when I first moved to Canmore was the establishment of the first wildlife corridors on the north side of the valley. We have the science to support what needs to be done to manage this the best way we can. Three Sisters have done the research, spent the time to plan out a very good development, and they will continue to spend the time and the effort to make sure that decisions going forward are right. They deserve to have your approval to move this forward with their area structure plans. Thanks again for your time. I will provide a written copy of my comments to the clerk. Your Worship, is there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Third. I'm looking to council, and I see no hands up, so there's no questions for it this time. But again, thank you for taking the time to consider the area structure plans and to bring your perspective to council at this public hearing.
Thank you all again for the time to present, and thank you for doing the wonderful job that you do. It's a tough one. Cheers.
Thank you. I'm looking at our list, and Hal Ritzer is next, unless Mr. Potts hasn't been able to connect yet. So let's go to Mr. Ritzer.
Can you see me?
Yes, you bet.
Okay, great. Well, hello, Council and Mayor Borman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Hal Retzer. I've been a homeowner and permanent resident of Canmore for over 20 years. I've read the ASPs. For starters, huge kudos to you guys. I think you all deserve a raise. Nobody should be dealing with all this with the pay raise for municipal civil servants like you. But anyways, good on you guys. I'm opposed to the two ASPs, primarily based on the scale of the development and the risk that they present. I'm a lifelong engineer, and as a career in engineering, I have routinely managed many projects, or managed the risk of on many different projects using something what's called a risk matrix. And I would like to talk a little bit more about that today in the context of TSMV. So bear with me, I just would like to share my screen if I could. Okay, so can you guys see a bit of a matrix up there?
No. Let's try again to do the sharing.
There's something I need to do differently on my end, John?
Maybe.
Are you clicking on the green share screen at the bottom?
Okay, how's that? Is that working?
No.
No. Is that where you clicked, Hal, the green share screen at the bottom?
Yeah, I got that, yeah.
Okay, and then you need to select the application to which you're trying to share, not the screen itself, but the document or the PowerPoint.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay. Is that got it?
Yeah, we're seeing something.
Perfect.
Yes, yeah, we have.
Okay,
it.
great, perfect. Okay, so this is a very typical risk matrix. Engineers love to use them. They are often pinned to people's engineers' back walls. And what it shows is a consequence on the going up on the vertical axis, and on the horizontal axis in the bottom is something called likelihood. So I apologize if some of you have seen this, maybe you have, but bear with me because I would like to put this in the context of TSMV. So the bottom axis is the likelihood of something happening. Obviously, if it's a very low impact item or something that won't really happen very often, it's on the left-hand side, and the left-hand side being the bottom green. Something that happens very routinely, the likelihood, you just move across the axis along the bottom. And in parallel or in contrast to this is something called the consequence. And so consequences can be anywhere from something very low that, it doesn't really matter that it actually happens, to something that is very serious, like a major financial hit or a environmental damage. So if I can just do a quick example here, I can just page down. There we go. So the example that I put up here is back in the 1930s when traffic lights were first invented, they weren't very reliable. And as a result of that, they often didn't work. And so you can see the likelihood of those things happening was very great way back then. And of course, the consequences back then were quite severe. If there was a traffic collision, cars weren't built very well. They didn't have the crush factor that they currently have. There weren't seatbelts being employed very often back then, if they even existed. And so what happened, there were a lot of fatalities, a lot of injuries. So over time, engineers and designers came up with better traffic lights that pretty much never fail. And the cars got safer, people started wearing seatbelts, and there was a general migration from a a traffic light that was very unsafe and it caused lots of problems to something that became much more safe and much more acceptable in today's society around safety and just basically a more safe operation. So what I'd like to do is just put this in the context of TSMV now, if I could. So I've been through the ASP and I can't claim to be an expert on all of these things by any means, but what I've done is I've attempted to sort of say, okay, where do all these different risks that are potentially out there with the TSMV proposed ASPs? And we can just maybe talk about some of these things. Not meeting climate action goals is something that seems to be almost a certain likelihood that that will happen. And when I refer to climate action goals, I'm referring to Canmore's climate action goals for the next 10 years and for the next up to 2050. So the likelihood of that is very high that we're not going to achieve that if it's even possible. And of course, the consequences are fairly serious. We've declared a climate emergency, and climate change is something that is probably one of the biggest concerns to society these days. So it ends up being in the far right-hand corner without a doubt. Wildlife corridors is another example. There is some mitigation things that have been proposed, like the fence and trying to keep people out of the wildlife corridors. But I do think that there's still a high risk of people actually not, or likelihood of people not actually staying out of the corridors. The fences may not always work. And the consequences of that are quite great. Clearly, if the corridors don't work, wildlife won't have a way to get through, and it'll be next to impossible to widen the corridors by removing houses to make the corridors wider. Undermining is another one that I put up in this top right-hand corner, simply based on the fact that there is a risk, there's a financial risk, and I think the undermining risk has actually gone up with the new ASPs because the development over undermined land has gone up. And I know that there's proposals to put insurance in place, but in my 30 plus years as an engineer, I've never relied on insurance to mitigate a risk. And I'm not so sure the insurance policies that are proposed are even suitable for the type of risk that we're talking about here. Increased traffic, again, the likelihood of people leaving their vehicles at home is still very great. It's along the Stewart Creek and TSMV developments are quite a ways out of town. So people are, some people will, but a lot of people are still going to drive into the downtown core. So the likelihood of that is still high. The financial liability risk that we've talked about is still significant. The town administration has said it is as well, based on the linear nature of the development and the lack of commercial. So again, I don't see a way it can be out of this top right-hand corner of this risk matrix. And then the other one that gets talked about quite often, but is very dear to my heart, is a potential change in town culture and values. I mean, we all moved here because we like the type of culture that exists in this town, and so it's hard to believe that adding 14,000 more people would how we could conceivably maintain the current mountain culture that we currently have. And I do think that's a serious likelihood that the culture will change. And at the same time, to me, it's a very serious consequence if it does change. So how do all of these high risk items that we've talked about with the two ASPs, how do they get brought back down to a more reasonable level from a risk perspective? This is the goal of designers and engineers. You don't want to be in this zone way up in the top right-hand corner. You want to be in the bottom left-hand corner if you can. Certain operations, they're comfortable working in that high-risk environment. And TSMV, they're developers. It's just by nature, it's a higher risk environment. But a municipality, I think by the very nature, needs to be a bit more low risk. It's like a bank stock versus a Bitcoin stock, for example. So to me, looking at all these risks, there is one thing that potentially could, in one fell swoop, could actually move these higher risk outcomes associated with ASPs to a lower risk outcome. And that is very simply reducing the scale of development. In almost all these cases, with a reduced scale of ASP, in one fell swoop, a lot of these high risk items would move from a higher risk to a lower risk. So that's what I'm asking today is please reject these ASPs as they are currently written, and ask for something that is a bit more reasoned, a bit more acceptable from a risk point of view from the town and for the people in this town and for the wildlife that uses Bow Valley. The only other thing I would like to add, if I've got just another few minutes here, is that there have been a couple of things proposed, and that is, one of them is the bonusing toolkit, which on the surface does sound like a great idea. But I worry a little bit that the bonusing toolkit just moves some risks from one area to another area. You know, for example, geothermal is proposed as one of the as part of the incentives for bonusing. So that's great. You know, if TSMV puts geothermal in, that helps reduce, you know, that helps potentially make the town's climate actions more achievable. But in exchange for that, it results in actually more residential use being built. And as a result of that, you know, it actually results in more increased traffic. It results in potentially more people entering the wildlife corridor. So it's great. You know, you're kind of still moving things around all in this top right-hand corner. You're moving the risks that don't really move. We never make the big leap into the lower risk areas. And so I do think without some concrete design changes, it's very difficult to move these high risk items away from.
Excuse me, Mr. Retzer, just a time check, you're at 9 minutes.
No, I think that's good. So again, in conclusion, I think the town has taken on too much risk, and I say the town, I mean the town, the wildlife corridors, the people, cultural, climate change risks are too great, and I would ask that you turn these ASPs back, ask for something that's more reasonable, that is a risk that is more commensurate with what the town and what the people in this town should be accepting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Retzer, and I can assure you, Council became very familiar with the risk matrix after the 2013 floods. A lot of studies and reports on that. I'm looking to see if there's any questions from Council for Mr. Retzer, and I see none. So again, thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
Just before I go to the next speaker, I want to note briefly that clearly we're running behind schedule. Everybody, of course, has quite a bit to say, and we want to hear from everybody. So we're a little behind in the schedule, but regardless, these are long days, and so we will be recessing the hearing at 6 o'clock as had been scheduled this evening. And if you don't get to speak today, if you are on the schedule for today, I would like to be rescheduled to a time on another day, please contact the municipal clerk. And we will work with all of those who we don't hear from in order to get them rescheduled to one of the other days on the hearing, which will now clearly spread into next week. And I thank you for your understanding on these matters. And I understand that Mr. Potts is able to join in now, so please go ahead, Mr. Potts.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking the time to listen to everybody. And I'm going to be very brief so that you can maybe hopefully catch up on your schedule. I think there's plenty of reasons to reject the ASPs from TSMV. But let me just start with the one that I think is the most important, at least in the larger context. And I know others have already spoken to this, but it seems to me that, so the real issue for me is around climate change and around environmental stewardship. And it seems to me that as a community, we say we believe that climate change is real and environmental stewardship is essential. We have plenty of documents and a lot of proof from this council and previous councils that this is really important to the community. So I think the question before the council really comes down to whether this proposal is consistent with it. And if it's not consistent with climate change and environmental stewardship, then we need to act around what we have said. I guess I could say it in a simpler way and in a more older fashioned way, which is, will we walk our talk? And I believe we should. I believe we should reject these proposals. I hope we'll choose to walk our talk And the last thing I was thinking about is looking at some of the US politics and then just thinking about translating it here. I hope we can be on the right side of history. And for me, the right side of history is environmental concerns and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potts. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Potts? Seeing none, I appreciate you being here today and sharing your perspective, and I appreciate that you were able to cover your thoughts quickly. Now we can hopefully hear from more today. So again, thank you for being here today, Mr. Potts. And I believe that next on our list would be Susie Wingfield.
Hi, I'm Susie Wingfield. I've lived in the Bow Valley since 1994, and I did live in Banff for a few years back in the early 80s. And I do, like everyone else, really appreciate that you're having these Zoom meetings for the town so that we can have our voice. I do want to say that I am opposed to the TSMV proposal plan and that I don't support it for these reasons. First of all, I'm disappointed that the Stoney Nakoda Nations were not included in these talks or in this proposal, as well as the town people. And I think it's really important to get everyone on board, including the youth. And I'm glad to see that there are some youth speaking up and coming forward. The wildlife corridor, there have been multiple science-based documents referring to the appropriate needs for the corridor, and I don't see this portrayed in the ASP. It seems to me that the corridor is not as wide, it's too steep, and I don't know whether fencing would be adequate. The undermining, and again, as previously reviewed, it's known that to develop on such land has an increased risk and an increased liability. And we've seen that with some of the problems that happened at the Durgis Gate. I'm concerned that there will be an increase in taxes because of this. And also trying to maintain the fence and stuff like that. I am concerned about further congestion to the roads and trails. And I think that is like very evident today. Just trying to go downtown with the tourism coming through. And it's not that I don't appreciate the tourists. I'm totally happy to see them here. I think it's great. I welcome them. They have smiles on their faces. It's a good thing. I think though that adding 14 to 15,000 more on top of the tourists is going to lead to huge issues. I am concerned about the vacation home status, having these empty, massive homes, occupying land where the wildlife corridor should be, sort of defeats the purpose for people wanting to be here. I think people want to be here for the wildlife, for the landscape, and to have these homes placed there just kind of defeats the purpose of coming here. I also worry about the affordable housing. I'm understanding that there's 10%. I don't believe that that is nearly enough for what goes on in this town. And it doesn't really seem secure in the fact that they will even be guaranteed. Again, the climate emergency with the greenhouse gases, the traffic, the fires and the flood. Definitely concerned about this urban sprawl. I guess if we were to look at other towns or, even European models or American models, think of places like Bozeman or Big Sky where they've made certain guidelines that make it, just sort of keep itself as a community. So I just want to say that I oppose this. I just want to reflect back to 2013 When the flood came, I remember hearing the rain on the rooftop, not knowing what to expect in the morning and not knowing that there was going to be this disaster. And I woke up in the morning and I had to get to work. I stopped at a coffee shop, grab a cup of coffee. So it was about 6 in the morning and it was still raining, but lightly. I hadn't listened to the news. I'd gone into the coffee shop and I went to the cash to pay for the coffee. And on the counter, it was written, Canmore declares a state of emergency. And I kind of thought, my gosh, here we are. We're in the papers again. We'll do anything to be in the papers. And I kind of thought of it as a farce. And of course, later I realized that there was truly a crisis going on in the community. And the highway was shut down, showing me that if there is an emergency plan here, it may not work out very well with only limited access to get out here. So I did think, wow, here we are in the papers again. But I also think today, if we were to think about it, how incredible it would be if our next headline read, Canmore rejects urban sprawl and works towards its declared climate emergency mandate and preserves its wildlife. I think it would show that this town is a world leader and would set a great example and put us on the map for its insightfulness on how to sustain a community and maintain its respect for its wildlife. So thank you again for listening.
Thank you for speaking. I appreciate you taking the time to join with us for the public hearing. I just want to make one observation. You mentioned the town of Bozeman, and it's interesting, of interest, at least to me, that the town of Canmore was invited to speak at a conference of mountain communities in Bozeman just a few years ago. And Canmore is seen as a leader in dealing with the shared issues that all of our mountain tourism-based communities are experiencing. So by no means would I suggest that we're doing great with everything, but we are dealing with some very complex issues. And in the view of other mountain towns, we're doing well at that. So just wanted to share that perspective. If there are questions from members of council, I see none. Thank you very much again for joining with us to share your perspective today.
All right, thank you.
And next we will invite Yves Caron to join us.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, you're a little faint, but I can hear you.
Okay, it might be better, I don't know. Is that fine now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for inviting me and having the opportunity to talk to the council and the mayor. And my name is Yves Caron, and I've been around Canmore since 1983. I am a full-time resident since 2009. And I have to say that I oppose to the TSMV project as presented right now, the way it's presented. I see many flaws in this project, in this proposition. But I'm sure that other people or presenters have been exposing the ASP flaws way better than I can do, because I'm not an expert in wildlife management or city planning and so on. What I want to share over here with you, it's my personal experience overlooking development in my youth. I grew up in a kid's paradise. We were free to roam around, collect insects, fish the river, pick up fruits directly from trees, swim at the beach. No, I'm not talking about Hawaii. I'm talking about the west end of Montreal Island. I didn't know at that time that this place had a magnificent ecosystem. It had a microclimate and a geographical situation that had allowed the growth of a great variety of wildlife. But within 10 years of my youth, developers have started buying lots, houses, even the convent, which looked like a castle for a kid, was sold for demolition. Everything has been bulldozed to make place for high-end houses. Oak trees, maple trees, giant aspen, all fruit trees have been bulldozed and disappeared. The so alive marsh has been filled up to make place for more development. We can't stop the progress, we were told. After 10 years of this development, we were surrounded by beautiful houses and manicured landscaping. Nice, fancy cars were roaming around. What was left? Quite a sterile environment from what I knew. No more frogs, salamanders, insect, fish, fruit trees. No more kids freely playing around. Because of pollution, the beach was closed. No more swimming. The marsh was gone. Then spring flooding came way harder over the land. To replace the marsh, who acted as a sponge, the town had to install a big pump house and a long pipe to, in principle, mitigate the flooding. Taxpayer had to pay the bill, of course. Developers were gone, profit on hand, I believe. And our family had to cope with flooding anyway. TSMV project make me feel a bit the same way. I know the regulation has evolved since the 60s, but I wouldn't like to see the same happening on another version over here. It has happened actually in many places in the world where jewel or ecosystem have been monetized by this necessity it seems to develop. What if the town, along with the developers, would try to find a way to attract institutions to occupy TSMV land? Institutions with specific mountain studies orientations or climate change mitigation, wildlife management, and so on. Something related to our mountain situation. Institution that would bring brain power and full-time employment. Institution who have profit, who don't have the profit as their first mandate. Developers can make nice plans and promises, but if the sky turns gray, they also may run and let the local foot the bills. Going over the proposal, because I've been going over the ASP, I was asking myself, what rationale could the town representative would have to accept the proposal as presented, even in the first reading? I don't really know, and I don't want to extend myself on that. Well, this is my opinion. I know it's shared by many other residents. I just hope the council has the vision to encompass the climate emergency and act the way first for the resident and the environment, and then for the developers who would embrace this vision that most of our residents I've heard during this hearing have. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. And I look to the rest of council to see if there's any questions for Monsieur Caron. And I see none. So again, thank you very much for joining with us today and sharing your perspective on the area structure plans.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And now I'll ask Tiffany Meyer to join us.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes.
Right on. Okay. Hello, Mayor Barrowman and council members. My name is Tiffany Meyer, and I've lived in Canmore with my family for 10 years, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to be heard. Try to make it quick. I've been an environmental and community activist for over 25 years. We moved into Mount Haven Cooperative in 2011, and this was one of Canmore's options for low-income families. The co-op has since been dissolved and become a PAH condominium, which, you know, affordability is the question there. So I'm well aware of the affordable issue here in Canmore, the affordable housing issue. I oppose both ASPs as presented by Three Sisters Mountain Village and offer the following statements and evidence to reject both proposals. I speak not as an expert because I'm not, but rather as a concerned and informed citizen who will always speak up for those who are marginalized, the voiceless, who can't speak, or who are afraid to speak. After listening to the Stoney Nakoda speakers at yesterday's meeting, I am embarrassed and really troubled by the land declaration made by TSMV on both of the ASPs. The speakers made it very clear that there had been no attempt by TSMV to consult with any of the Stoney people. And this alone, I believe, is reason to reject both ASPs. And it should also make us question other claims within the proposals. We know that there are inconsistencies within the municipal development plans and the area structure plans. One of them of significance, excuse me, is that, the entire Thunderstone site is outside of the growth boundary. And as Municipal Government Act states, an area structure plan must be consistent with any municipal development plan for approval. A map of wildlife movement in the valley that has been shown showed that the proposed areas for development are actually critical routes for wildlife, and that developing in those areas would most likely completely cut off their ability to move about, feed, and reproduce. A 2019 declaration of climate emergency also makes the proposal of adding 3,000 to 6,500 accommodation and housing units grossly irresponsible. Given Three Sisters' record of undelivered promises and bankruptcies, I would question the allurements of the 10 to 20% affordable housing and commercial developments. Former CFO Rod DeLeo also illustrated a detailed projection of the enormous financial risks to the town of Canmore and recommended that there needs to be more certainty in TSMV's proposals, that the historic trends do not support the fiscal sustainability contained within the area structure plan. And still another alarming factor in this, and it's been said multiple times, is the proposed development on undermined land. The decision to have it be a golf course had the benefit of providing a buffer between housing and critical wildlife corridor, and this need is even greater today as we expand our footprint. So any of these legal or scientific arguments could stand alone as the reason to reject Three Sisters Mountain Village proposal. The one piece of the puzzle that is missing here is the emotional aspect, which when raised is usually minimized or dismissed. If you gathered 100 Canmore residents why they are here, what they love most about the valley, chances are all the responses are going to be emotional. Our love of this area should absolutely be factored into this decision. And to quote Reuben Nelson regarding the Mining the Future Citizens Project, we recognized even 15 years ago that bit by bit, we were giving ourselves away and becoming just another mountain village, of which there are many in the world owned by the rich, and we didn't want that to happen to us. We cannot develop at the scale that Three Sisters Mountain Village is asking. We as a community have everything to lose and nothing to gain. So for the wildlife, for the earth, for all of the communities, for our hearts, please say no to this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from council for Ms. Meyer? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking your time today to join with us and share your perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Peace.
I will now ask to hear from Sophia Wilson.
Okay. Hi, Mayor Barrowman and Town Council. My name is Sophia Wilson. I am 16 years old. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I have lived in Canmore my entire life. Growing up, I was always outside skiing, hiking, running, or exploring. As I've gotten older, I have become more aware of the climate crisis we are currently facing. I finally felt a sense of hope for my future and the future of Canmore when the town of Canmore declared a climate emergency. However, I feel as though the proposed TSMV plans are a step back from what we are trying to accomplish. The Three Sisters development will not only double Canmore's population, but will likely more than double Canmore's carbon emissions. Now, I want you to think about how much our society and the world has changed since the 1992 NRCB decision. We have done 29 years worth of research since then. Today, we have a greater understanding of climate change and carbon emissions. Therefore, I believe that developing based on a proposal authored 29 years ago is not logical. I understand that Canmore will need to develop at some point. However, there must be a more sustainable way to develop using current research. Therefore, I urge you to reject the Three Sisters ASPs because it doesn't align with the climate emergency you declared in 2019. The future of this community and the next generation is in your hands. So I close by thanking you for your careful attention to this matter and for allowing me to have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing your voice. I really like hearing the voice of young people in Canmore, and you spoke very well to council. I know it can be daunting. So good for you, and thanks for being here and sharing your perspective with council today.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Wilson? Seeing none, thank you again very much for taking the time to join in.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Paul Landry.
There. Can you
Hello.
hear?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Paul Landry. I came to Canmore for the first time 40 years ago, and I've been coming back on and off since then. And my wife is from here. My mother-in-law is here. In 2005, we bought a condo in Durgas Gate. We were promised lots of services, commercial area. We would be a full service neighborhood. We bought into that. 15 years later, today, I have to go to Canmore to buy milk and eggs. The promises made by developers need to be held accountable by council.
Point of order, Your Worship. I would really appreciate if the presenter would stick to the aspects of the application.
Okay, Mr. Landry, if you would stick to your perspective in regards to the area structure plans which are before us.
Yes, we've been promised commercial development, and my comment is on the past. It hasn't been delivered, and they need to be held accountable if we approve anything. It's very hard for me to support the ASPs as they are. There's the undermining issue. And in 2010, we had a sinkhole 100 meters from my condo. Why are we considering building more places on underdeveloped lands? I often go for walks here in the evening during the week, my wife and I. Many of the residences are empty. Many of the houses are empty. Many of the condos are empty. Who are we developing for? Is it for the youth of Canmore? Is it for the future residents of Canmore, people that want to move here? Or is it for second homeowners? I think that needs to be addressed before we. I am against the two ASPs as proposed by TSMV. I support development, but I support sustainable development. It has to be done in harmony with the environment, with our past, and with the future. With the environment, we have to accept that we live in a valley. bordered by mountains. There's limited space. We have to share the valley with the wildlife, with the river, with the trees. There's a limit to the number of people that can reside and be here. In harmony with our past, I thought John and Bill Snow's presentation was superb yesterday. I was also shocked that they were not properly consulted. I support their position in not accepting the plans. And I think council, in representation of the community, needs to bring the First Nations in. We need to develop in harmony with our future needs, our youth. I was very impressed with Jaden Wetcher's presentation yesterday, and just a few minutes ago, Sophia, talking about the climate crisis and the position that the town took. And I applaud you for that. Now comes the challenge, the action. We need to make some difficult, hard, and bold decisions if we want to deal with the climate emergency. I think in looking to the future, we can improve development, but not of this magnitude and not time commitments of 20 to 30 years. We have to think of our youth and what we're going to leave them with. I would happily look at a 5-year development plan that is a much smaller scale, that takes into consideration the limits on the valley, that takes into consideration needing a buffer zone for the wildlife corridor, and takes into consideration the Stoney Nakoda people and their path through this valley. Thank you for listening to me. It's a difficult task, but I do encourage you to continue consulting with the community and to represent the community and what they're expressing this week and possibly into next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions from members of council for Mr. Landry? Seeing none, thanks again for joining in today and sharing your perspective with council.
Great. Good luck.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll ask Wendy Alsop to join in. Ms. Alsop.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Borman and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the issues that have been raised by the Three Sisters Mountain Village ASPs. I have been a permanent resident of Canmore for over 40 years. I own a home here and raised a family here. I am a retired teacher and worked for 35 years with the Canadian Rockies Public Schools, and I have reviewed the ASPs. Just as you called me in, I was actually toning down my letter. Councillor McCollum, you have asked us to speak directly to the ASPs. I'll read you this paragraph and then I'm going to have to adjust what I was going to say, I think. I'm speaking today on behalf of the youth in the Bow Valley, many of whom are too young to speak for themselves. I speak especially for my two granddaughters who are 2 and 4 and who are potential future guardians of the Bow Valley. The girls are enthralled by the wildlife they see in their neighborhood. There are many reasons to reject the current proposals from the Three Sisters, but I will focus today on wildlife corridors and the need to protect and provide good corridors. A good wildlife corridor is like a chain composed of many links. Now, here is the story I was going to tell of 2 groups of grade 8 students that 20 years ago did 2 very amazing environmental projects and managed to form 2 of those links. But it would probably take me about 5 minutes to discuss that, and I'm not sure if if that's where I should go now, Councillor McCallum.
The mayor is the chair of this meeting. He makes that decision.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to listen to you, Wendy. Ms.
My
Alsop.
story? You'll know this story, John.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a story. It's a pretty special story of two of these links that evolved when a few grade 8 students decided to take action to make a difference in our community. In 1999, I was privileged to team teach 2 classes of grade 8 students with Brenda Davison. Our science course included a unit on interactions in ecosystems and included topics such as biodiversity, umbrella species, extirpation, and extinction. As an introduction to the unit, we invited a speaker from the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society to give a presentation to the students entitled, "Where Will the Grizzly Bears Live?" The student was a burly, bearded fellow who managed to engage and fascinate the students, even those boys at the back of the classroom, with information on the concern of the loss of habitat for the bears in our valley and the importance of developing what he called a passageway through the Bow Valley that animals could use for migration. At the end of the class, a couple of students approached me and said, "Miss A, we have to do something to help the bears." Brenda, of course, was very involved with the environmental groups in the valley, and she suggested that the students develop an action plan. She informed them about the Genesis development project proposed for the Stray Lakes area, which was a huge project involving hotels, boat launch, heli skiing. The proposed site was at the confluence of 3 major valleys, which was a crucial point for the Kananaskis Wildlife Corridor. The students held weekly planning meetings during their lunch hour, and Gareth Thompson became a very well appreciated mentor. I'll try and summarize this. Basically, they developed an action plan and they visited all the classes at Lawrence Grassley Middle School and educated all the students about this development and the potential impact. They collected 550 signatures from the students for their petition requesting the government deny the Genesis project. And 100 letters were written. The letters and petition were presented to the legislature. And amazingly enough, that June, Mr. Gary Marr, the Minister of the Environment, came to our school and announced that he was going to deny the development, and he's going to create a Pressel Park called Spray Valley Provincial Park. What an amazing event.
Wendy, could you tie this into the Three Sisters ASPs now?
Okay, sure.
Thank
So there
you.
was another project the following year, which I won't talk about, but the point I was trying to make is the youth in our valley. And so 20 years ago, these 2 groups of students took action on an issue they absolutely believed in, which was good wildlife corridors. They became stewards for our valley. And 20 years ago now, we are still defending and debating the issue of these wildlife corridors in regards to Three Sisters and the ASPs. We must listen to, please, and consider our youth. This is my ending. These students knew that a wildlife corridor is like a chain, and it is only as good as its weakest link. 20 years ago, they developed 2 strong links in this chain. And the other one, by the way, was the animal crossing over the Rundle Forebay. Please, let's ensure the link through the Three Sisters Mountain area and Smith Creek is a strong one. Please reject the current ASPs to provide for time to redesign and create a very functional wildlife corridor. We have only chance to get this right for our children, for us, and for the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Alsop. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, thanks again for joining in with us today and sharing your story and your perspective.
And thank you for your patience with my adjustments there. Thank you so much.
This time I'll ask Suzanne Sweebolt to join in.
Thank you. And thank you very much for making the time that I could come to talk.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Mayor Borman and town councilors, my name is Suzanne Sweebold. I am a practicing professional artist who has lived in Canmore for 45 years. All of them on the same street, Three Sisters Drive. I wish to speak in memory of the late Jim Keevat, who gave so much of his energy to the environment of this valley. I am opposed to the area structure plans for Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek. This decision has enormous implications for the future ecosystem, wildlife, and human culture of the Bow Valley. I came to Canmore from Montreal in 1976 to teach photography at the Banff Center. The first 2 years, we rented Grandpa Kamenka's house next to Joy and Lud Kamenka. Lud worked for the coal mine as a blacksmith. We had no indoor bathroom, just an outhouse. No shower, no bathtub. Joy and Lud arranged for us to visit other miner families for our weekly baths. What does this have to do with the ASPs before you? Well, the miners taught me about family in this unique mountain place. The size of the town was manageable. The telephone grapevine went into action whenever a bear or cougar wandered down the street so that children got safely inside. The mine closed, the land sold, the Olympics came, annexation pushed the town boundaries further than we could have imagined. I recorded the miners' thoughts about the closure and photographed the mine workings before they were gone forever. But the one constant in life is change, which makes possible our inner growth. That's what makes the many versions we've seen of the Three Sisters development over the years have only been complicated by movements beyond our borders. A climate emergency and a global pandemic. You have already had the foresight to declare a climate emergency in Canmore. But what can you do to stop its effects beyond our boundaries? Who could have predicted a global pandemic would overwhelm the town with visitors and lead to a sharp rise in our real estate market? As you deliberate over these ASPs, I caution you to think about the downstream effects, those events we can't really predict, although they look great on a plan. In the 45 years I've lived on Three Sisters Drive, I see the results of planning decisions that robbed the street of its vibrancy and community. Rezoning led to large duplexes that are empty much of the time. Re-engineering of the street led to log jams of opposing cars and trucks. There is no emergency egress in case of a fire or flood disaster, of which we've had 2 house fires.
Ms. Sweebold, I'm hoping you'll focus on the Three Sisters ASP subject.
What? Yeah, I am. What else am I supposed to do? The other day, I saw 2 female elk lying in front of the seniors' lodge, their front legs carefully placed in front of them. I stopped, marveling at this evidence of a wild animal resting within an urban environment. Seeing bears on my street, hearing hoot owls in the morning, coyotes yipping. This is the Canmore I came for, the Canmore I remained for, and now in my 80s, the Canmore I hope we leave to future generations. The ASPs you consider need to be forward-thinking and flexible enough to navigate the complexity of events beyond our boundaries. Our vastly increased power over nature calls for more wisdom, more doubt, and more humility. Finally, I'd leave you with 3 thoughts. Water will be our most crucial need. Think of when you think about increasing our built environment to house over 14,000 more people. Wildlife will be our biggest hazard. It's if not an if, it's a when. No culling of trees and bush will mitigate that risk. We are not the only species here. We speak about wildlife as an addendum. When we see a wild animal, we are reminded of the beginning of creation. The reason we put radio college on bears is because we are the ones who are lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing those thoughts with us this afternoon. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Sweebold? Seeing none, again, thank you so much for taking the time to join with us today and share your thoughts, Ms. Sweebold.
Thank you very much for having me.
This time I'll ask Brian Holtman join in. Brian Holtum. Brian, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and all viewers of this Zoom presentation. My name is Brian Holtham, originally from Moose Jaw, and homeowner for the last 4 years on Lawrence Grassy Ridge. Our family has enjoyed the Canmore community for its atmosphere and four-season activities over the last 15 years. I have been directly involved in major waterfront development projects with sensitive environment issues, projects that had the potential of negatively altering the community's identity while making huge profits for developers and shareholders. I realize that for a community to grow, it needs the injection of sustainable development. It is a fine balancing act that will only be successful when all parties do not take matters to extreme. As with most well-established communities, there's a long history that cannot be ignored and infrastructure that has many permanent limitations. Canmore is no exception. I have walked and cycled the wildlife corridor in winter and summer. I have also spent time in the summer cycling the community between the wildlife corridor and the Three Sisters Parkway. The animal life corridor. We have the direct view of the narrowest part of the wildlife corridor from our home. It seems like no more than 100 paces across, which is well below the 1,000 meters recommended by the Bow Valley Ecosystem Advisory Group. This is the only real path when considering slope angles for animals to traverse safely, find a quiet place to rest, and forage for food, which is now almost non-existent because we don't want to encourage the animals into residential neighborhoods, which happens to be within 300 meters of the corridor. The Highline Trail slopes are not for the faint of heart, especially in the winter. Animals are very limited in their travel options and therefore require the use of a lower level wildlife corridor behind our home. This narrow section of the corridor has 3 major power lines, of which 2 are high voltage, and a wide path used by hikers, dog walkers, cyclists, cross-country skiers, and many visitors on their way to Quarry Lakes. Additionally, Alta Links is going to remove mature trees that buffer a few meters between the existing homes and their right-of-way. This is a high-stress area for all animals, and in truth is now established as a human corridor. I regularly see deer, elk, coyote, wolves, and sometimes bears using this path. It has already been identified that the Lawrence Grassy Ridge development should never have been passed, and regardless of the politics involved, council should recognize this mistake and learn from it, not make the same mistake over and over until there's nothing left. In many developers' area structure plans, there's always at least one example that challenges the bylaws and crosses the line. They use these examples to set precedents and as a reason for the community to accept higher intensity development. This is folly, and council should reject this example, using it as a reason not to accept similar or more intensified development. The approval for building a golf course was part of the wildlife corridor, was an allowance to developers. This partially met the concern of wildlife enthusiasts while acknowledging the undermining of the area. Undermining in Canmore. 3 years ago, I signed up for Jerry Stevenson's tour on undermining in the town of Canmore. It was an amazing 6-hour event that ended up in his backyard. This tour made an everlasting impression on me and brought to my attention to major feature issues that will plague this area for centuries to come. The mine shafts, after coal removal, were designed to collapse over time as the used timbers rotted, causing major surface collapse, also known as sinkholes. Calling it unstable land, situated over an estimated 3,000 kilometers of underground tunnel construction, seems to be an understatement. Given last month's 3.9 magnitude earthquake, 6 kilometers from Banff, this is a real concern for existing homeowners and not just for the newly proposed developing land which sinkholes are visible today. Given the Earth's structure, sinkholes can occur many meters away from the vertical line above the mine shaft. This makes the land development a real gamble and was one major reason the golf course was a viable option. This land should never be developed for residential homes. The liability issues are extensive for Canmore taxpayers. If development is considered in the fringe areas, there must be a disclaimer on title that indicates neither Canmore nor the province is responsible for any issues related to mine shaft collapse or pollution due to undermining. This type of disclaimer is not new. I was involved in disclaimers on waterfront erosion and airport noise, each of which required the disclaimer to be registered on title. Methane and sulfur gas and water pollution are also issues that continue to plague the undermined area of this application and other areas where public recreation activities have been made available. The existing golf course land has many underground vent lines established to release methane gas due to undermining. This is a standard practice for municipal dumps. I would suggest that everyone Google abandoned mine methane gas. I would also suggest that they call this area a beautified hazardous waste dump is not a stretch. A visual demonstration of pollution can be observed when walking the public path below the Three Sisters Parkway, just to the northeast of our home. Near one of the mine entrances, you will see a stream of yellow, smelly water, hydrogen sulfide, no doubt partly related to the leaching from the undermined cavities. Picture this in your basement. I talked to Jerry and asked him how many council members had attended this tour. Not many was his response, and even fewer who were currently council members. I was shocked. One person on the tour was, however, the past mayor of Canmore. In conclusion, council must not pass the second reading. At the very least, council must postpone the decision until the following 4 basic principles are approved by the community. Fact number 1, no developer will take long-term responsibilities for undermining. Currently, they are only liable for 2 years post-construction, and they could easily go bankrupt, leaving the issue to taxpayers, town of Canmore, and/or the government. For this reason, disclaimers on title must be established where the purchaser accepts sole responsibility relating to prior undermining issues. The town needs to be truthful and upfront with hazards that exist to future members of our community. In retrospect, this should have been on my title and I would not have purchased the property under this restriction.
Excuse me,
Number
Mr.
two.
Holton. Just wanted to give you a time
Yes.
check at 9 minutes.
The question needed to be asked and answered as to what is the reasonable Canmore growth rate that is acceptable without major impacts on our social, physical, and environmental structure. Number three, the wildlife corridor must be clearly defined, given minimum widths, vertical slope, forest coverage, and infrastructure, such as power lines and public paths. It must allow for a realistic and accessible continuous from one range to another to avoid interbreeding and animal extinction in certain areas. Number four, as I have heard many times, developers indicate that they bought the land mainly for residential development and need to make a profit. This is a scam. Developers are aware of the land.
Mr. Holcomb, I've asked people not to
Before-
speak in that way. Mr. Holcomb, please stay respectful. And you can reopen his mic.
He'll need to unmute himself now.
Mr. Holton, if you can hear me, Holcomb, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can I, one line to finish and that's it.
I'm just going to remind you, we've asked people to be refrain from commenting on the character or intent of the landowner, and that was fairly disrespectful comment you made. So finish your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, develops play the market. That's not out of tune. They have time and money on their side. I spent 17 years on a waterfront project where costs exceeded $470 million. Overall, it was a success, but it was a compromise by council, developers, and ratepayers association. I hope this analysis has been beneficial. I'm running out of time, but if anyone is interested to ask me about my feedback on yesterday's review of viewers, attendees, I would be welcome to spend half a minute on it. Thank
Are
you.
there any questions from members of council for Mr. Holcomb? Seeing none?
Worship, not a question, just a statement. I just wanted to let Mr. Holcomb know that in the province of Alberta, there is no precedence in land use law and land use planning law. So that's the reason why we ask everyone to speak directly to the bylaw, because each application needs to be looked at on the merits of the application, not on who's actually applying. And I just thought I would clarify that for you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I understand that, but the bylaw does indicate it wants to build on undermined land. And the bylaw does understand, that does enter into the issue that there's affects the wildlife corridor. Those were the two main points that I wish to get across to council and the mayor.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being here today, and I'm going to call a short break. It's been an hour and a half since we started this session. So we'll take a break. It's 2:45. We'll reassemble at 2:50. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, and we'll recommence the public hearing. And next to speak to council will be Robert Janes. Mr. Janes. While we're waiting for Mr. Janes to come live, I'd ask that people refrain from messaging too much during this proceeding. It ties things up a little bit, so please refrain from using the chat. Mr. Janes, welcome to the
I'm here.
Yep, we see you.
I can't. Okay. Can you hear me all right, John?
Yeah, you betcha.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Barman and councilors, for the opportunity to speak at this public hearing. I also sincerely thank each of you for all your time and effort on our behalf. My name is Robert Janes, and I've lived in Canmore for 23 years. I urge you to reject the two. Am I on?
Yes, you're there, but I think you tried to share your...
No, it was a different participant. I've stopped.
Oh, somebody sort of cut you off. So sorry, go ahead, Mr. Janes.
Okay, I urge you to reject the two ASPs put forward by Three Sisters Mountain Village land speculators. I live and work in Treaty 7 territory, home of the Blackfoot Confederacy, as well as the Stoney Nakoda and Tsuut'ina Nations and Métis Region 3. We're all treaty people with mutual obligations and responsibilities, including the town of Canmore and the TSMV proponents. And I'll talk more about that a bit later. As you all know, 15 years ago, the citizens of Canmore undertook a community visioning process called Mining the Future. And I participated in that project as a citizen and as chair of the board of directors of the Biosphere Institute of the Bow Valley. The unanimous consensus was to avoid a scenario named the Gates of Wealth, in which the pursuit of economic wealth was prioritized. And we're now living in the Gates of Wealth in Canmore, and the current TSMV land speculators intend to push this scenario to catastrophic heights. There are dozens of technical, scientific, and practical reasons to reject these ASPs, all of which are being thoroughly examined throughout this hearing. With this in mind, I want to address some broader issues about our responsibilities as citizens, locally, regionally, and globally. In short, these ASPs have implications and consequences that go far beyond the concerns of Canmore residents. I'll also pose some questions which I hope you will think about. First, each of us must confront the staggering loss of biodiversity. There are only 5% of all animals in the world that are still wild and free living. Farmed animals or livestock and human beings now constitute 95% of all land vertebrates. So my question is, why would we allow any development in the Bow Valley to endanger the remaining wild animals that live here? And I'm referring to TSMV's completely inadequate wildlife corridor. To suggest that the town has no role to play in ensuring adequate wildlife corridors is not true, regardless of what the provincial government has approved. It really is a matter of will, courage, and commitment to do the right thing for the Bow Valley and Canmore, for the wildlife, and for planetary well-being. Second, our civilization is an ecological overshoot. This means that humanity's annual demand on the natural world has exceeded what the Earth can renew in a year. And now it takes 1.5 years for the Earth to regenerate the renewable resources that people use and absorb the CO2 waste we produce in the same year. My question, how is it possible that we can continue to ignore this reality and carry on with business as usual? The ASPs are obsolete, as well as largely indifferent to the ecological challenges we face, focused as they are on excessive population growth and consumption. The ASPs are business as usual, and business as usual is killing the planet that we live on. Third, there's the climate crisis. As you know, the UN Governmental Panel on Climate Change has warned us that we have just 9 years left to limit our world to 1.5 degrees warming. Carbon pollution must be reduced by 45% by 2030 and come down to zero by 2050. And some scientists are now saying that 2050 is already too late. My questions, why is there no recognition in the ASPs of the world's best sustainable building practices and standards? And why is TMSV not committed to implementing state-of-the-art unsustainable building standards in Canmore? And irrespective of the antiquated Alberta Building Code, the town of Canmore can set building performance standards that address the climate crisis, and then it's up to developers to comply. Fourth, I want to follow up on the testimony of the 4 Stoney Nakoda elders and leaders who spoke yesterday. My intent is to emphasize the care and attention that are required to forge authentic partnerships above and beyond what we call consultation. I make these comments having spent my entire museum career working with Indigenous peoples, including the Dene, the Inuit, and Blackfoot. In all those years, I've learned that building authentic relationships is based on respect, deep listening, humility, and the willingness to be vulnerable. I was honored to be given a traditional Blackfoot name in 1995. I learned in the hearing yesterday that the relationship building with the Stoney Nakoda has been overlooked or ignored by the town and TSMB. In the world of commerce, this oversight would be best described as a deal breaker. This astonishing mistake contravenes both the substance and the spirit of treaty rights, the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So let's start this process over and commit to telling the truth, collaborating with the Stoney Nakoda, and centering Indigenous perspectives. Let us also recall the words of the eminent anthropologist Saul Tax, who was said to have had the respect not to decide for others what is in their best interest. The TSMV ASPs are classic examples of sleepwalking into the future. Will we as adults protect the future of our children, our grandchildren, and their children's children? Or do we ignore them in the name of short-term economic gain? The citizens of Canmore now have an unprecedented opportunity to become innovative leaders by departing from business as usual and envisioning a future for our town that is not shackled to 20th century ill-conceived development proposals, and also in a manner that honors the First Nations who have stewarded this valley for millennia before our arrival. This will require community-wide engagement with the depth and duration needed to fully examine all of our options. And to do otherwise is to risk irrevocable harm to all that we value. So in conclusion, if TSMV is willing to start over with the town, I have 6 specific requests. First, do not expand the urban growth boundary. Second, do not change the conservation of wildland zoning. Third, do not change the recreation and golf district zoning that acts as a buffer to an otherwise compromised wildlife corridor in the heavily undermined, unfinished golf course. Fourth, do not increase the number of allowable residential units as stated bylaw 198. Fifth, use zoning to mitigate wildlife corridor pinch points that were approved by the province but are not based on the most current science. And last, please commit to authentic collaboration with the Stoney Nakoda, and I would say immediately. My final question is maybe the question that really needs to be asked, and that is, why would the town council approve these two ASPs? Why, I really continue to wonder. Thanks very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Janes, for sharing that perspective. Are there questions from members of council for Mr. Janes? Seeing none, once again, thank you for joining in today and addressing council regarding the air structure plans.
Thank you. You're welcome.
This time I'll ask Norbert Morgenstern to join in.
Am
There
I
you are.
there?
Yep, hello.
Am I visible?
Well, can just see the top of your head, but basically, yes, you're visible.
There
Hey,
you go.
now I
You can
can
see the
see all of
whole
you.
head.
That's better. Yeah, and
Well, good
nice to see
afternoon,
you. Been a while since we've seen you. Since you were involved with the flood studies.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and members of council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I'm Norbert Morgenstern, and my wife and I have had property in Canmore for more than 25 years and became permanent residents a few years ago. I'm a retired professor from the University of Alberta and a specialist in geotechnical engineering. And while retired from academic duties at the University of Alberta, I retain an active consulting practice with an emphasis on dams, geological hazards, and related risk-related issues. Canmore at these hearings and ongoing is facing a number of complex risk-reward issues and is getting input from divergent perspectives. My intent here is to focus on a more technical issue related to the intent to build on the undermined lands, which in the past the town of Canmore has precluded from development. It's my understanding that gaining access to these lands by TSMV, presumably in a prudent and conscientious manner, is central to achieving the vision that has been presented for support and incremental approval. The means for doing so raises, however, a number of technical issues that require better understanding by all stakeholders, particularly the residents of Canmore. The evolution of technical procedures to evaluate risk of subsidence is critical development and methodology in order to do so in a reliable manner. In simple terms, the first comprehensive assessment of subsidence related to risk was undertaken by our dear friend, Jerry Stevenson, and the excellent consulting company that he founded, Northwest Consultants. With the intimate knowledge of Canmore mining that Jerry had arrived at conclusions based on that experience with respect to development that indicated that development should not be pursued based on the judgment at that time. I think that about 2000, the continuation of this status went to Golder Associates, or the studies went to Golder Associates, also a company that I have known well from its early days as a one-person geotechnical consulting company to now one with multi-diverse organization operating internationally over a range of geotechnical environmental issues, and they're highly respected. Golder also came to similar conclusions, as did Jerry Stevenson, in the, I think perhaps 2004, 2005, and these prescriptive procedures to avoid development were based on best judgment of the time, and ended up in the limitations imposed on the golf course package of land, and hence impacted the economics of past development proposals. It appears to me that a central element of the TSMV proposal is that reduction in these restrictions is essential for the corporation to meet its intended business case. It's a central building element, and I'm going to speak to some of the technical issues about that. The opportunity to achieve these objectives, that is to go away from a blanket no development recommendation of the past, has actually been opened up by the government of Alberta in a municipal government act, Canmore Undermining Review Regulations, Alberta Regulation 34/2020, which outlines the requirements of an area mining impact overview report, followed later on by a subdivision mining impact assessment report. The proposed methodologies for achieving, let's say, more insightful guidance on whether subsidence is risky or not is outlined in a companion document, 2020 Guidelines to Evaluate Proposed Development on over designated undermined lands in the town of Canmore. It was prepared by a group composed of representatives of the town of Canmore, developers, and Golder Associates. Fundamental to this proposal, which is the proposal to go beyond the prescriptive decisions of the past, is to undertake a quantified risk-based approach, as declared, and this outcome, the outcome of these assessments would be in conformance with the guidelines I just cited, and should provide a clear understanding of subsurface risks, the intent for safety mitigation factors as known at the time of the assessment. So they would be more broadly based and presumably more perceptive than the guidelines of the past. Actually, I agree with the regulatory approach. It reflects an increase in government to adopt risk-informed decision-making, and is being adopted by Alberta Environment and elsewhere in government. And as the mayor has just indicated, the town of Canmore has experience with risk-based decision-making related to geological hazards. At the time of the Cougar Creek 2013, I had the opportunity to assist the town of Canmore in developing a risk-based decision related to the debris barrier, which is currently under construction. And this was a very innovative step in public policy in Canada and indeed elsewhere, and was ultimately supported by all levels of government. It came with community commitments. One consideration is the duty of the town to manage accumulated debris in perpetuity. These are things you don't take on lightly, but it was part of the risk assessment that this town and its sense of care undertook at that time. There's no time for details of our discussions at the time, but those who will remember the undertaking will also remember the need for very careful understanding of what risk meant to the community, a very great need to communicate risk more broadly, and to understand the risk tolerance criteria that this community was entering into in order to proceed with the proposal that was ultimately funded and is currently under construction. It's in these matters that the current way forward as proposed, I believe, is inadequate and requires a greater understanding of current commitment if it is to be used as intended. Firstly, there is a need for presumably all stakeholders, and particularly the people of Canmore, to understand what a quantified risk assessment is, what the criteria are, and what it is ultimately they would be asked to absorb. Secondly, quantified risk assessment, of which I'm quite familiar, working with a number of agencies, is not widely used in coal subsidence systems. I'm not a coal subsidence expert, but understand the issues. And we need from those who are proposing that an understanding of what their experience is, what the residual uncertainties are, where has it been used, and what degree of trust can we develop in the proposal that would meet the new Municipal Act tolerances. Thirdly, in risk analysis these days, there is an important element in particularly quantified risk analysis called the concept of a LARP, as low as reasonably practical. After one undertakes a risk analysis, one then filters another screen to say, are we doing as good a job in modifying risk as might be practical? We're not going to bankrupt ourselves. There are certain limits. It's been tested in law for some decades and is common in the way we do risk analysis in dams and landslides and other potential hazards that community face. So a third
Excuse me,
recommendation.
Mr. Morgenstern.
Yes.
Excuse me, I just wanted to give you your 9-minute time check.
Oh. Well, so sorry, I have to rush then. So a LARP must be introduced. Secondly, the total site outcome risk analysis must be developed in the first stage of application, not left after development and building present stage. It must present the maximum potential investment. And finally, we must stress test the proposed risk analysis by what might go wrong. And in so doing, I would urge everyone who cares about what might go wrong to look at the seawater subdivision. You'll find records of a development undertaken in a similar manner, albeit different geology, which has resulted in catastrophic subsidence, notwithstanding responsible engineering, responsible government at the time, and ultimately houses being valued originally at over $1 million are now at 200,000 or less. Houses are being destroyed and vandalized, and people can't get into them in a subsidence-related event. And I would urge the people engaged in the risk analysis to look at that case history and stress test it in terms of the insurance requirements and the degrees of declaration and all the other things that would underpin the worst case scenario before we can adopt what might come out of the risk analysis in compliance with the new government permissions. I hope I haven't exceeded my time.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Morgenstern. It's been very interesting and helpful to listen to you. And certainly I recall your invaluable assistance back after the flood. I just wanted to ask if you have shared that presentation through a written submission at this point.
No, I haven't, but I would be pleased to send the notes or something like that, or beat without any specific allegiance and so on, just to understand what we need to get risk understood within the community, risk criteria accepted by the community, and the risk being properly evaluated in a conservative manner.
That'd be super if you could share that with the municipal clerk for our future reference as a written submission. I'd appreciate that.
I'll send some notes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of council for Dr. Morgenstern? Seeing none, I thank you again for taking the time to join with us today and sharing your perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I believe next joining us is John Kilmartin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Barman and councilors. My name is John Kilmartin, and I'm a resident of Canmore. Thank you for listening to the feedback from myself and all the other community members. I know this must be a long few days for all of you. It's my belief that Town Council should reject the Three Sisters and Smith Creek ASPs. My concerns are based around the shrinking of already challenged wildlife corridors, building on undermined lands, and the rezoning of lands that are currently zoned for conservation of wildlands or outside of Canmore's urban growth boundary. But above all these issues, I am most concerned about climate change. I'm 28 years old, and I'm afraid for the changes that our planet will see within my own lifetime. Climate change is the single biggest problem facing Canmore and the rest of the world. I know that council is aware of this because you declared a state of climate emergency in 2019. Because it's the biggest problem that we are facing, climate change should also be the most significant factor influencing the decisions made by Canmore's municipal government. When towns and cities declared a public health emergency due to COVID this year, mitigating that emergency immediately jumped to the top of the priority list. In the same way, declaring a state of climate emergency has to mean that all significant decisions must be made, at least in part, to mitigate that emergency. All of this is relevant to the ASPs at hand because there's no way that a development of this size in this town can be construed as a positive climate action step. And no amount of greenwashing by the developers can change the fact that this unnecessary development will increase our greenhouse gas emissions significantly and will result in a bad deal for the climate. I recognize the need to balance the economy and jobs with environmental concerns, but these proposals are not hitting that balance. Environmental concerns should be, as I said earlier, at the forefront of the decision-making process. Our first question as a town when considering a development of this size should be, how will this change our climate impacts? The developers should be made to jump through our own rigorous environmental standards rather than having the wildlife jump through our increasingly convoluted wildlife corridors. I feel very strongly in my reasoning as I laid it out, and I would state a similar position in any community in Canada. But I believe that it's especially important for us in Canmore because of our unique mountain location within a continentally significant wildlife corridor. Our decisions and our actions matter more. I'd also like to say that I feel that the public engagement in this process has been severely lacking given the effect that this decision would have on the future of Canmore. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Comfort, you have a question for Mr. Kilmartin.
Just to that last point, what would you have wanted to see as further public engagement that didn't happen?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, from what I understand, the public engagement was solely done through the developer themselves, and rather than a comprehensive process involving citizens and the town and the developer working together to find something that might be acceptable, the town remained largely absent. And we as citizens, we heard basically from two polarized sides of the spectrum. We heard from the developer on the one hand, and we heard from community organizations who stepped in because they felt that this issue was not getting the attention that it needed from the town.
Just to that point, and I've spoken with a number of friends in the community about this, and I appreciate that my perspective isn't necessarily well received, but the area structure plans are not the town of Canmore's business. They're the business of the landowner, and it's their responsibility to prepare an ASP, engage with the public on that ASP preparation, and then bring the ASP in for a formal process by the town of Canmore, which is what we've done. If the town should have gone out in a community consultation, sort of a town hall format, then we would basically be putting ourselves in a position of having to defend or speak for the developer. And that's not something that our planning department could or should be doing. There certainly has been a great deal of community consultation in years past around growth and development, and I believe we'll hear some of that as well from the next speaker, Mr. Nelson. But most recently in 2016, there was, following 2 or 3 years, probably 3 years of community engagement, the council of the day approved the municipal development plan, which is the guiding vision for growth and development in the town of Canmore, in which the area structure plans should be consistent with. It's been noted by other speakers that the proposal to move the urban growth boundary is not consistent with the MDP, and that's certainly something that would have to be addressed. But in any case, I hope that explanation helps you understand why the town has taken the approach that we have taken.
It does help. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm willing to amend my position on sort of the town's responsibility. I'm not saying that I am, but
hey, you'd make a good politician, wouldn't you? Yeah, and that's okay. I'm not looking for, lockstep here. I'm just explaining the rationale and the discussions that there's been a lot of discussion here at the town about this, and that's the high level explanation.
Right. No, thank you. I appreciate it, and I think that does help at least explain explain what I thought was the lack of communication, and maybe helps others. But
Great.
Yeah.
Super. If there's no other questions then from the rest of council, once again, Mr. Kilmartin, Councillor Comfort has another question. Councillor Comfort?
Yeah, I had to wait for the host to unmute me. So I just wanted to say, please stay involved, Mr. Kilmartin, that you should consider running for council perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just a thought.
You too could be sitting up here and enjoying what we're enjoying these days.
Oh
But,
yeah, you're really selling it this week.
No, I jest, of course, and I echo Councillor Comfort's suggestion. There is an election coming up, and we need good, strong representation from all perspectives within the community, and particularly different demographics. So certainly consider that possibility.
I will. Thank you all.
Well, thank you for being here today, and I'll now ask Mr. Ruben Nelson to join in.
Well, God bless you all for putting up with such long days, and you're not even halfway through. I'm going to share my screen, and as I talk to you, Heather and I live in Lac des Arcs, as many of you know. We bought there in 1968. We have been permanent residents since 1989. And of course, as you love the Bow Valley and Canmore, Canmore is our town. Given the size of Lac des Arcs, you can't qualify it as even a hamlet. And my earliest memories of Canmore go back to the mid-40s. What I want to say is in my role as a professional futures researcher and practitioner of strategic foresight, my job over my lifetime has been to help people take a broader and more integrated look at the issues that they're facing. And I want to just share three quick comments, three quick concepts, and then some conclusions that I've come to. The first is that in thinking about the future, context is king. This actually maps onto what we now know about evolution. And that is that we are complex living human systems living in a complex living system, which is this earth. And there's lots of subsystems that are also living and moving, and the town of Canmore is one of them. And our job is to notice, explore, understand, learn, and adapt to changing conditions, or we will be selected out of the game of life. But the problem, which you see in the very small print, is not all contextual change is obvious. COVID on the left is obvious. It coerces our attention. We may resent it, but we all know it's so bloody real that if we ignore it, we may die. Whereas climate change isn't like that. Climate change is much more subtle, and climate change is more obvious today than many of the other changes that are going on. Second concept, overshoot. It's been used by others. You're familiar with it. The point I want to make is that overshoot is about context insensitivity, and we're all inclined to context insensitivity simply because we're modern people. Our modern culture teaches us to privilege hard data over soft and to get down to specific things rather than look at context. And there are some advantages to that, but there are also some huge disadvantages. And we in Alberta are now suffering from the fact that we have ignored the slowly changing context in our world that is revaluing the place of high carbon energy. We have been warned for at least a generation about that, and we have done up to now virtually nothing. And we are suffering as a province, as a people, including Canmore. The third concept is that therefore we need to sharpen our wits. That if we're in a situation where we need to pay attention to context, and a lot of that is fairly subtle, sharpening our wits and overcoming habitual blindness is the way out. Our perspective on the world determines how we behave in the world. And we all know, if we had time to talk about it, that there have been times in our life when we have fundamentally changed our perspective on something, a person, a situation, a skin color, and it opens up new possibilities for us and new futures. And the implications for Canmore of these three are clear, that the citizens of Canmore and the Bow Valley, in their response to the Bow Valley Engage evening, which you now are suffering from in the sense of what you're having to sit through at such length and the material you have to read, it has changed your situation in terms of the decisions you'll make for the Three Sisters ASPs. The present ASPs, the fear is of many people, is that it will put us in permanent overshoot and that we'll never be able to recover. It's also the case that at last, and that's, you have my sympathy for that because we're showing up late to the party, but the citizens of the Bow Valley are hungry to participate in shaping the future of the Bow Valley. My second observation made earlier is that much as I admire the vision that was developed during Mining the Future, and as you know, Felicity Edwards and I designed that project together and managed it together, but so much has happened over the last 15 years that was not anticipated, that vision is no longer adequate to guide us through the next 10, let alone 20 years. So that the conclusion I come to is that we need a new understanding and a new vision, an understanding of the situation we're in that takes into account in far deeper ways things such as the fears of young people regarding climate change and the realities thereof. And the list is long. I won't bore you with it. But we need a vision that Bart Robinson calls Minding the Future. And I'm not wedded to that title, but I quite like it. The point is that serious futures thinking starts with a really serious engagement with the full range of possible futures that we're facing. And that hasn't been done not since 2015. Even when we did Mining the Future, it wasn't nearly as thorough. The last 15 years have taught us, not just in COVID, but the global credit crisis and globalization and its collapse, that we don't spend nearly enough time exploring and understanding what's out there, which traps us in business as usual. And therefore, we don't ask ourselves and our citizens, what's the very best we could become? And what could we co-create together in these emerging circumstances if we were brave and imaginative enough to do it? And then the third point is to get serious about what we have to value above all and what we hold most dear in order to have any chance of realizing this vision. What I'm suggesting is that my professional life has said this is very hard work. I was hired by CEDA at one point to engage in a 3-year culture change exercise. It was out of that exercise that the place of women in development emerged in CEDA as a major priority. So I've got two conclusions for you, a second conclusion, and that is, whether you like it or not, the response of citizens to these ASPs has created a new context that demands new thinking on your part. The reality is, I fear, and I say this is just my judgment, but I fear that if you deal decisively with the ASPs now, that there is no way that you can avoid an irrevocable division in this community, and that the damage of that will be very long lasting. And that therefore, I would urge you to reject or delay dealing with the ASPs as long as you can in order to keep the future open while you figure out a new process of citizen engagement that will give not only future councils, but will give future developers, as well as citizens, a degree of confidence that is now clear they don't have. And the third conclusion then is that I'm not suggesting to you, you just down tools. There is serious work for you to do now. There is a gift that this council can give to the citizens of the Bow Valley, particularly the citizens of Canmore. And what I'm suggesting is that the council create a Canmore Bow Valley Minding the Future 2.0 Citizens Working Group. In my view, it would be chaired by the mayor and an exceptional female citizen yet to be named. It would report to council and to citizens by the end of August this year, which means that its report would be open for conversation during the next election. And what its report would contain.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, I just wanted to give you your 9-minute time check.
Yes, thank you. The design characteristics of what this engagement process is. We need an engagement process given the circumstances of division, as well as the circumstances of this town, that will knock the world's socks off. It means it's a process that you can't afford as a town, that we can't afford as a town. But if we are ambitious enough, I'm absolutely confident there are foundations and others who would fund it, because we would be demonstrating to the world what it takes to do this work in the confusion of the early 21st century. We would put ourselves on the map, not as wanting to sustain prosperity as a 20th century mining town, but would put ourselves on the map as the first mountain village that seeks not merely to be in the 21st century, but of it. Right now, there is no mountain village in the world that seeks to become a 21st century mountain village. That concept has not been explored enough to even be well understood. We have an opportunity to do that, and that's the gift that this council can offer Canmore and its citizens, and I think a way out of the briar patch that we have thrown you. Thank you. The future is in our hands, minds, hearts, and spirits. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Nelson? Councillor McCallum, I think, was first with her hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Nelson, for speaking to us. So I was in Canmore when the first Mining the Future, the only Mining the Future process occurred. And although I had the opportunity to sit as a member of the Vision Keepers group after the fact, I and many people in my demographic at the time, because this was over 15 years ago, were largely left out of the process. And I was wondering if you could give me some idea as to how this process that you're detailing could be more inclusive, because I actually found Mining the Future to be rather exclusive.
I will accept that criticism. One of the things you'd notice is that if you establish the kind of citizens working group to do the prep work, you will have a group of people who will be engaging people in town and in the Bow Valley. One of the things that's clear is that people in the Bow Valley have a vested interest in what this town becomes. And as the leading city, town in the Bow Valley, we have a vested interest in the whole of the Bow Valley. So what you'll have, let's assume that it takes you a while. We're now in March. Let's assume that that's functioning by the 1st of May. That means you've got May, June, July, August, 4 months, plus an election campaign, plus whatever the new town council does after it's elected. So you've got essentially at least 6 months of activity to be engaging people to say, hey, a serious engagement process is coming. Get ready for it now. And what would it have to be in order for you to participate in it? What kind of governance would it have to have? What are the decision rules it would have to have? What are the ethics it would have to have for you to take it seriously, whether you are a citizen, a developer, a church congregation, or whatever? So that there would be 6 months of preparation that Mining the Future didn't have. Mining the Future, in a sense, was sprung on the town, and we just had to do it. And then you would have, in part because our world is so distracted, what I see as an 18-month process that would be far more thorough, but it would build on 6 months of preparation.
I would actually think that you'd be springing it on town people right now if you're proposing this happen in the next 6 weeks or so. But I think that's an interesting response. I'm still not sure how you would make it less exclusive. I don't feel that that was explained, but maybe you and I can have another conversation about it at another time.
That becomes, those are design criteria. In other words, the design criteria would have to be explicit enough about inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things the working group would do is specify those design criteria in consultation with all kinds of folks. I mean, this just reflects the amount of work I've done.
Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And Councillor Comfort, you had a question.
That's okay. Joanna's question and Ruben's answer covered my question.
Great. I just thank you for speaking today, Mr. Nelson. I just want to remind you, or perhaps you're not aware of it, but the town council late last year created the Tourism Task Force, which is operating, functioning now with a fairly comprehensive terms of reference. And the primary goal of the Tourism Task Force is to understand how we can make tourism as our primary economy, how we can make it sustainable. What does sustainable tourism mean? And as the next step within the work the Tourism Task Force is doing, and there's approximately 17 or so members of the public on the task force, representing many perspectives. The next phase of the task force work is to initiate the public engagement, which you should be seeing notice of in the immediate future. And ultimately, they'll work with the public and with the facilitator through the summer and fall, and they're obliged to present a report to council, if I recall, the end of September or early October. So that work, which is, I think you'll agree, of critical importance for our tourism-based community, is underway, and would likely negate the possibility of the town taking on a similar initiative, though I'm not speaking against your idea at all. It's an intriguing idea. I'm just not sure we have the resources at hand to do two similar processes at the same time.
The resources of the Citizens Working Group will be marginal. People will volunteer their time. So that's easily dealt with. And with respect, much of the town will not see even a task force on tourism as dealing with the kinds of issues that have been raised with you in the last day and a half and will be raised over the next few days. What I hear people saying is that we face an existential issue, and committing to tourism, in a sense, without even consulting people as to whether tourism is our first priority, is itself a risky proposition. If you talk to countries that are majorly dependent on tourism, many of their local citizens recognize they have a miserable life. And so all I'm saying is, I don't think what you're offering as a way out is a way out. I don't think it will deal with the frustration and anger that is being expressed. That's my fear. I may be wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Okay, well, thank you for that that perspective. If there's no other questions from members of council, once again, I want to thank you for taking the time to join with us today and share your thoughts.
Thank you.
And I'll now ask Sarah Meredith to join in.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the good news is that this will be very brief. Thank you, Mayor Borrowman and Council, for this opportunity to share my views. My name is Sarah Meredith. I've been a resident of Canmore for 20 years, where I work as a physiotherapist. I have read both of the Three Sisters ASPs, and I'm here today to state my opposition to the ASPs, as I don't believe that they comply with our NDP. This is in part because the ASPs cite 10 supporting documents that are either out of date or inconsistent with the state of the science. As such, it seems to me that you have the legal right to reject these ASPs. Given the price of housing in the Bow Valley, I can understand why you might be enticed by the carrot of affordable housing. I believe it's 1,090 in total. However, there must be a better way than this from what I've seen in the ASPs to address this problem so that TSMV can build a community not just for second home ownership. The pie chart on page 68 of the TSMV ASPs is rather confusing. From what I can make out, anyway, the affordable ownership is only 8% of 1,090 potential units, which would equate to 436 homes. Is this potential development worth it for only 436 affordable homes? So to summarize my thoughts, in my humble opinion, it is that we have been presented with two ASPs that are more in tune with marketing brochures than scientifically robust documents. And as such, I oppose the two ASPs submitted by TSMV and encourage you to reject them. Thank you so much for your time and dedication to our community. It's much appreciated.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Meredith? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Ms. Meredith, for your presentation. I just have a question for you about the 10 supporting documents you're referring to.
Yes, so that would be number 1.8, and that's the environmental impact statement, the wildfire risk the wildfire risk assessment, transportation impact assessment, the master drainage plan, servicing study, the Three Sisters Creek hazard assessment, and other Steep Creek related reports, the municipal fiscal impact assessment, the socioeconomic impact assessment, commercial market needs, and the What We Heard communications and engagement report. So referring to those.
Is that a list that you're getting from the ASP document?
That's the list from the ASPs.
Okay. And the EIS you referred
Yes.
to?
Pardon?
You're thinking that some of them are out of date, but the EIS is current.
Is current. Well, I just was thinking that with all the information that has been going back and forth, it sounded like it was rather out of date relative to what we've been hearing over the last couple of days. And the people from Bow Valley Engage, particularly Carsten, well, I guess that's more the wildlife. But my thought is that it seems like it's a little bit behind, and I guess the other thought is that some of these are coming. These reports are coming in from the province, and the province, of course, is maybe not quite as transparent, maybe with regard to some of the research. And I always say that because we have, let's see, it was Whittington and colleagues who basically came out with the most recent information on this issue. So,
no, that's not quite published yet, though. Apparently,
that's true. That's true.
It's hard to be up to date, but it's not out yet.
It's not published. No, you're right.
All right.
Thank you for the question. Thank you.
I will note that the EIS, as Councillor Sanford pointed out, was just completed for this these ASPs, so they are current.
Okay.
Certainly, I know
corrected.
Yeah, that's okay. And not everybody agrees with the content or the results of the EIS, but there were a number of documents that the landowner and the applicant was obliged to provide with their ASPs, and they were directed within the terms of reference for the ASPs the council approved 2 years or more ago. So, yeah, the documents are
up to date. Yes. Okay. So maybe it's more the science.
There's certainly disagreement on the science, as there always is. And that's actually part of the challenge for council is we often refer to this ultimately as a science off because we hear one opinion from one group of experts and a different opinion from a different group of experts, all of whom are worthy of our respect and all of whom we have to give some weight to. So it's one of those other little challenges that come along with the role we're playing.
Indeed.
Thank you very much for taking your time today and joining the public hearing and sharing your perspective. I do appreciate that.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
This time I'll ask Martin Slagorski to join in.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent.
I wonder if we could turn Ms. Meredith's screen off. It's a little distracting. Sorry. There we go. Thank you. Mr. Slagorski, yes. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for taking the time to listen to your voters on such an important subject. I don't have much time to present, I've been told, and I know you guys are suffering from Zoom fatigue, as are most of the rest of us after a year of COVID. So I'll be brief. I urge the town to outright reject TSMV's proposal. For a number of reasons, I think it is difficult to understand why the development should take place as presented. First of all, I'll talk about risk. There is financial risk to the town if the development does not take place as proposed. If little to no commercial development takes place, there is risk to the ratepayers, the residential ratepayers. Further, the town takes a risk from the undermining of the area. The rezoning of the unfinished golf course should not be considered. The financial risk to the town involves the maintaining of infrastructure on and below ground to support these communities. And I think it is just not sufficient for the developers to have only 2 years worth of liability after construction ends, when as citizens of the town, we will be on the hook in perpetuity. As well, I think that there is no safeguard or benchmarks that we can hold TSMV accountable to within the 30 years of development. And I think that is just too long a time period for us to consider, given how quickly things change. If we just look at the last 10 years, the flooding, risk from forest fires, COVID, and others, significantly impact the community. On an environmental perspective, I think this proposal is inconsistent with the town's declared climate emergency and aims to maximize profit instead of create a truly sustainable community. Proposed change to the wildlife corridor should be a non-starter. We should insist as a town that future development has to achieve world-class sustainability standards. There is simply too much at risk if we get this wrong. Increasing the number of units as set out in the town's bylaw use in section 14.9.2.4 should be a non-starter. Changing the conservation of wildland zoning in the Smith Creek ASP should be a non-starter. Changing Canmore's growth boundary should also be a non-starter. I say this as many Canmore locals as a transplant to the area. So my comments are not in the sense that it's NIMBYism or now that I'm here, we should not have further development. I say this because we have large impacts on the environment and we live in an extremely sensitive area. And the proposal as outlined does not align with the standards that I think we should insist for future development. As such, I would urge you as councillors, as mayor, to reject this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Slagorski. And I just in the context of your observation that the certainty of the future development is at question regarding like commercial versus residential. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review the phasing section of the area structure plan. So through phasing, which council can accept as proposed or amend if council chooses to move forward with TSP, phasing can be used to sequence development. For instance, one could be set up that commercial has to occur before this part of the residential. In any case, if you review the phasing section on the ASPs and actually consider the phasing that was approved by council on the Silvertip ASP and how that has recently played out in subdivision approvals, it might give you some idea of how this can be managed.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. And, I'm speaking more as other speakers have spoken to about the Three Sisters development and the creation of sort of a second town that is really car dependent. So I'm glad to hear there's been some more successful recent developments. And, I hope that any further development would be very restrictive in terms of these thresholds that developers would have to achieve.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Are
you.
there questions from council? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking some time to be with us here today and share your perspective, Mr. Sligorski.
Thank you, and good luck with your decision.
Thank you. I think we should call a wee break soon. I see councillors nodding their head, so I'll call well, it's 3:52. Let's give it 8 minutes and come back at what does that make it? My mind is starting to turn to mush. We'll come back in 8 minutes. Thank you.
John, your camera's on.
Okay, here we are back again. And thanks to all who are still tuned in and listening. Been a lot of very interesting conversation, or a lot of good perspective being shared. I think next in the order is Christy Thompson.
Hi there.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Mayor Borman and Canmore Town Council. My name's Christy, and I've lived in Canmore for just over 7 years now. And I've been a homeowner here for about 1.5 years. This is the first time I've ever spoken at a municipal public hearing. So thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I really appreciate it. I'm here to voice that after fully reading the 2 ASPs on the table, I'm deeply troubled by what the Three Sisters Mountain Village proposes, and I strongly oppose both of them. I feel that if these ASPs are to move forward, they'll cause irreparable damage to both the social and environmental communities that I'm currently proud to call home. Today, in the interest of time, I'll stick to sharing just 3 of my greatest concerns with the ASPs under consideration. Firstly, I think the potential to dramatically increase the population in an already crowded Bow Valley will not only reduce the quality of the resident and visitor experience here, but it will also place a great burden on existing municipal infrastructure that's already trying desperately to keep up with demand. Second, I think that increasing the number of second homes and vacation rentals will do very little to alleviate existing housing pressures and further dilute Canmore's sense of community, increasing that feeling of emptiness and losing the feeling of home that I currently know and love. And finally, TSMV's request to expand the urban growth boundary and relocate or shrink vital wildlife corridors works against our community's collective goals of successfully coexisting with wildlife, living sustainably, and reducing our climate change footprint. In my view, and in my interpretation of the content on the town's website about itself, these ASPs do not reflect Canmore's values or vision for the future and actively work against plans and policies that were thoughtfully put in place to protect what's important to our community. For example, the municipal development plan. I'm relying on you as elected officials to listen carefully to concerns like mine and appreciate the time that you're taking to do that. And I hope you consider what kind of community Canmore could become as you make your decisions. Please help be a voice for the people, animals, and plants that live here. We need to take good care of this place. We only get one chance. Thanks again for taking the time to consider my views. Yeah, much appreciated.
Thank you very much for taking the time to be here and share your perspective. I'm asking members of council if they have questions for Ms. Thompson to let me know. And I see none. So again, thank you so much for taking the time today to join in.
Thanks a lot.
And next on the list would be Marcy Segal.
Oh. Wow, this is great. Oh.
There you are.
Hey, thanks. This is so cool. I really appreciate this opportunity. My name is Marcy Segal. I've been a resident in Canmore for about 7 years. I have a master's degree in creativity and change leadership. I'm also an author in creativity. And I'm also the creator of World Creativity and Innovation Day that's been recognized by the United Nations as an International Day of Observance, which is really cool. Because, well, first I want to let you know that Mayor Borman and Council, it's with deep gratitude that I have this opportunity to speak with you. I'm opposing the ASPs because I feel like we can do better. We can do a lot better. I hope that you share all the awe and the appreciation of the breadth and depth of the presentations that have been made. And as a creativity person, I want to let you know that my take on it is always asking the question, I wonder how we might be able to improve on what exists, right? That we know from a creativity perspective that constraints provide opportunities for new innovations to occur. Imagine using creative thinking to craft ASPs that honor the land's sacred history and that carries that spirit forward to flourish in the future. Now, a lot of people often associate creativity only with the arts, yet the United Nations moved to encourage people to use creativity and problem solving to meet the global goals, to end poverty and hunger, to protect the planet from degradation, to ensure all human beings can enjoy prosperous and fulfilling lives, and that the economic, social, and technological progress occurs in harmony with nature. This is the driving purpose of World Creativity and Innovation Day. It's to use creativity to meet the sustainability goals. So I encourage you, instead of going, well, to just delay approving this ASP until we have time to noodle it, until we can tap into this tremendous collective creativity that we have here in the Valley. It is phenomenal. Can you imagine what it would be like to get people's ideas in on what might be possible, on what could be done to amend the ASP so it does meet the requirements that people are talking about? So I encourage you to make time to welcome our town's considerable collective creativity, to generate new ideas, make new decisions, and take new actions so that we can overcome hurdles to making this town what it wants to become, and to craft ASPs that enable that to happen. Imagine Canmore, for example, as a home that inspires and instills a spirit of reverence, refreshment, promise, and hope. Another world is possible to the one that's outlined in the current ASPs. So please reject them as they stand and defer the decision until a collective and creative collaboration can occur. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to join us today, Marcy. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And good luck. And man, I honor what it is that y'all are doing. It's phenomenal, phenomenal.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Next, we will ask Kelly Craver to join us. Ms. Craver.
Oh, yes, thank you. I've been sitting here for a while, so I just stepped away for a second and you started. So
Yeah,
great, my name.
I know the feeling.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys must. And I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to have this opportunity. And I guess I'll just get started.
Yeah, you bet.
I would like to say I've been in Canmore as a homeowner. I'm up in the Three Sisters area, and I would like to clearly state that I oppose the ASPs for the Three Sisters Mountain Village. For me, it has many factors, which everyone has already heard, but to me, it would change my sense of community. It would change the environment in which I look out my window and appreciate the wildlife corridor. It would make me nervous for the financial implications for the town and the future generations. And it also raises a lot of issues about risks, undermining. And also being a business owner, it's hard for me to understand a 30-year commitment with not a lot of benchmarks. I'd also like to state that I oppose changing the urban growth boundaries. I am against rezoning conservation lands. I'm also against narrowing the buffer zones in the wildlife corridor. I am against changing the zoning for recreation and golf zoning areas, which are right in front of my door. And I'm also concerned about the lack of engagement that I heard from the Stoney Nakoda Nation yesterday during the telecasts. And then just one final comment. Since I've been up in the Three Sisters, I've also seen issues with undermining. I used to live in Durgas Gate. I bought in the early 2000s, and I was told we would have a certain amount of commercial development in the area, which took a long time to happen. During that period, we also had the problem with undermining, which raised a lot of doubt. And this is a good place to be. What's going to happen? What's the role of the city? What's the role of the condo? And I feel all those issues are something that the town should consider. And I just like to clearly state that I'm against both of the ASPs.
Thank you for joining in today to share that perspective. I'm looking to the rest of council to see if there's questions for Ms. Craver. And seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time to join in the process today.
Great. Thank you for your time. And I was hoping to keep it quick for you all. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next on our list to join in is Bridget Fearing.
It looks like Bridget has left the meeting, so perhaps she needed to reschedule, so we can move on to Jason.
Okay. Hopefully Bridget will be able to join in later on. So then we will ask Jason Lamont to join in.
All right, thank you, Mayor Borman and councilors for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the ASPs. I just wanted to actually, before I go into it, because I've been thoroughly impressed with the speakers, the participants, their diversity, background, professionalism, and their stories that they've shared is truly humbling, and it further cements why I call this community home. I've been impressed. I've been living in Canmore for the last 4 years. I've read the ASPs, although I did have to tape my eyelids open to get through them. They were quite long and in depth. Been working fairly significant hours through the past few weeks, but I felt I needed to take some time to share my thoughts on this issue because this isn't where it needs to be yet. There's still more work that needs to be done before these approvals can be made. You know, development is inevitable. Sustainable and well-planned development is critical. And currently in these forms, these ASPs are neither. I do appreciate the economic opportunity, but that can't come at the cost of our wildlife lands. And honestly, the reasons that most tourists visit our community. There's been too many conversations that I've had on our streets with people from, frankly, everywhere and every corner of this world that, you know, they're beaming with delight about how many wild animals they've seen while visiting our community. The TSMV has claimed a consultative process through this. But there's a juxtaposition with what they're saying they've been calling a consultative process, as well as some of the comments that they're making on their social media sites. And they are in direct conflict with you know, the fact that they're consulting, but then, you know, they say they're moving ahead. So I'm a little bit and deeply concerned that, you know, business is dictating the direction of the community. A public site would have alleviated any confusion as to the support of this development. Even if it was largely meaningless, at least there'd be some scientific basis on the actual support versus who was available to be able to speak. The other item, oh, there's several items, but the flood and the original plan changed their approach, and they changed the layout of the ASPs. And they're asking animals to turn corners and go and learn new behaviors just so that they can move from their original place for homes to where now the Stewart Creek will no longer impact if another flood should happen. The plan for wildlife corridor involves a fence which requires long-term monitoring and maintenance, neither of which I've seen any kind of long-term commitment or financial safety net, if you will, if TSMV should fail. There's no long-term responsibility for any monies being held in escrow to guarantee the commitments of the TSMV plan. You know, I have not seen any protections, unplanned or planned, if TSMV operations should cease. If they do not meet their commitment on commercial and of course our financial plan on that tax base becoming realized. And there isn't any protections that I've seen through my reviews of what we do when things do go wrong, because inevitably they will. Insurance has a payout ceiling and a finite time validity. Speculating on lands that were not planned for residential or commercial development does not mean that you should realize returns on that investment beyond enjoying the opportunity to steward nature. Town infrastructure. Doubling the size of the town is a goal, but of course, as you guys all well know, there's impacts on infrastructure, whether that be sewage processing, gas, power, roads, snow clearing. And the fact that there's really 2 ingress and egress points in and out of that area is deeply concerning. I only know too well when I was living in Calgary of what happens when you have 2 areas in and out of a community. And it's a pain in the backside only because you're sitting in your car for an extended period of time waiting to actually take your turn to be able to make your exit or entrance into your community. Personally and currently, I don't go out on the weekends because after 10 a.m. during the summer months, this community is nearly unusable. I avoid downtown. I don't do any commercial shopping on the weekends. And if we double the size of our community, I do not see how that's going to improve, especially without a plan. The town has made some incredibly insightful decisions based on human behavior instead of blindly trusting that the rules will be followed. That's through the animal-proof garbage receptacles, the animal-proof recycling, avoidance of curbside pickup, the wildlife bylaws, the 2017-10, so that wildlife is protected. And so to encroach in the wildlife corridor when we've got all these other protection mechanisms is rather confusing and honestly somewhat irresponsible. When you layer, forgive that pun, it wasn't intentional, but when you layer the undermining, I understand that PwC walked away from their previous request many years ago for development when they learned about undermining. What has changed? I've had the privilege of working for that organization and they're very risk adverse, and all things being equal, why is it okay now to execute on that plan? Building on coal mines with sinkholes for 8,000 plus homes and families is clearly filled with risk. Without a upfront mitigation strategy, there will be an incident that could go beyond property damage and could possibly include loss of life. When I moved to Canmore, I talked to several people, Mr. Stevens being one of them, to confirm that my home did not have any undermining. The Municipal Government Act 6333B says that an area structure plan must be consistent with any municipal development plan. The Act also states in 6382 that in the event of a conflict or inconsistency between a municipal development plan and an area structure plan, the municipal development plan prevails. The Three Sisters Area Structure Plan proposes residential and commercial uses on the current unfinished golf course lands. However, the municipal development plan identifies this site as being private recreation. Therefore, a conflict between that land use being proposed and those approved in the municipal development plan does exist. The Smith Creek Area Structure Plan has proposed that the Thunderstorm Quarry lands a mixture of residential, commercial, and industrial uses. The conceptual land uses in our approved municipal development plan identifies these same lands as conservation areas. Again, clearly a conflict. This needs to be said no to. We cannot ever reclaim wildlife lands once they are developed. There are two things that I understand council is empowered to do and has full authority over. Not to move the growth boundary to the east of the Thunderstone Quarry, and not to rezone Thunderstone Quarry from the existing conservation of wildline. District is now protected for wildlife. I understand that you can also retain the golf recreation land use zoning in the village center ASP, as it serves as a buffer to the designated wildlife corridor of the village ASP area. I also understand that there has been precedent for town council taking these actions previously. This action occurred, to my understanding, in 2004 during the resort center ASP process. And that process was as follows. In 1988, the province approved the wildlife corridors in the Three Sister lands with no input from the
Mr.
community.
Lamont, I just wanted to give you your time check. You're at 9 minutes.
Good thing I only have about 5 sentences left. In 2002, Three Sisters wanted to move forward with the resort center and the Stewart Creek ASPs, but was pressured to re-examine the approved corridors and to rationalize the approvals and actually conduct a scientific and technical investigation into its validity. The Golder report was a result of that, and there was representatives from the environmental community, Town of Canmore Planning Department, Parks Canada, wildlife experts, and Alberta Environment, as well as the Three Sisters development. When the report was completed, it was sent to the Town of Canmore and the Three Sisters for acceptance. There was no political involvement during the creation of this report. The town and the Three Sisters then positioned the provincial government to rescind the previous approval and approve the Golder corridor alignment, which they did, resulting in the corridor alignment that we have today. TSMV now wants to change and develop those lands, which leads us to the current discussion. My question ultimately becomes, how long before we are having the same conversation again? A moratorium should be considered. I will finish with the vision from the town of Canmore's website. Canmore is a resilient and vibrant community, socially, economically, environmentally. Its strength is in the resourceful and engaged citizens who thrive together on the strength of the community's heritage, long-term commitment to the diversity of its people, and health of the mountain landscape. Thank you for starting the execution of your vision. I hope you have the courage to finish it by deciding to maintain the health of the mountain landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions from members of council for Mr. Lamont? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Lamont. I just wanted to say how wonderful it is that you were able to review all those documents and tie things together, because that's a really big job. And I appreciate the fact that you went to so much effort to do that. Thanks a lot.
There's reasons why I have bags under my eyes. You're welcome.
If there are no questions, then I'll thank you once again for joining in this afternoon and sharing your perspective. And I share Councillor Sanford's thanks for taking the time to become familiar with the documents and the area structure plans. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Happy to do so as a citizen. Thank you.
And I believe next on the list would be Ray Egerton. Mr. Egerton.
I believe Ray, he's showing in the meeting, but I believe he had to step away and, oh, he's there. Perfect.
Mr. Egerton.
I can present, yes. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Egerton. I'm a retired scientist with a PhD in engineering. And my wife and I have lived full-time in Canmore for the last 15 years, and I have reviewed the area structure plans. In view of the long history of this Three Sisters expansion, I am surprised that this kind of development is still being discussed. And as we've heard during the last day and a half, there are very many reasons, very many problems associated with the proposal. So it's hard to know where to start, but I'd like to very briefly comment on just two aspects. Mining subsidence is an obvious concern. I believe that at least 4 sinkholes have occurred locally, and in at least 2 cases, engineers were convinced that they had taken adequate remediation measures. So I would be highly skeptical of any assurances that subsidence problems can be avoided in the future. And in fact, neither of the 2 ASPs provide any detailed discussion of the mitigation steps that they have in mind. When subsidence problems do occur over the next 30 years, they are likely to present a major problem for the town council and for Canmore taxpayers. The second concern relates to the urban sprawl of Canmore. The proposed developments are spread over a large area, and despite what the ASP says, I think most residents will be driving into the downtown area, increasing the traffic congestion and parking problems that we're already starting to experience. In my view, now is not the time to be expanding the Canmore population. The Alberta economy is now in decline, and there is a general oversupply of residential and office buildings in the Bow Valley. The town of Canmore does not have any obligation to act as an overflow community for Calgary or a retirement destination for the whole world. Instead, I think we should concentrate on preserving the quality of life for existing residents and be mindful of future generations. This means taking a long-term perspective, something that I realize can be difficult in politics, but Canmore has a good record so far, and I would hate to see that reputation destroyed. If I may end on a more positive note, perhaps these current events can provide an opportunity for the 92% of residents to get together, share their knowledge and expertise, and decide on what kind of Canmore we do want in the future. And I'm sure it's not the kind of development being proposed by TSMV. So thank you for the opportunity to take part in this debate.
Thank you for taking part. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Egerton?
I just wanted to comment on something that Mr. Egerton said. And firstly, I love your kitty cat. He's right behind you. That there isn't actually an oversupply of housing in Canmore right now or in the Bow Valley. There's actually a reported undersupply if you speak to anybody that is in the rental or the purchase market right now, sir.
Yeah, I was just thinking that there is an oversupply in Calgary, and there are many empty buildings not occupied full-time in Canmore.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. There's definitely an oversupply of commercial buildings in the city of Calgary. I would agree. Thank you very much, sir.
Are there questions at this time for Mr. Egerton? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for taking the time to join in the public hearing and sharing your perspective with council. And next to join us will be Timothy Johnson.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity today, and more so thank you for the opportunity to get a glimpse into the living spaces and decor styles of so many fellow residents. It's been really inspiring. So, my name's Tim Johnson, and I'm a Canmore resident, and today I am speaking as a voice opposed to the 2 area structure plans. I've lived for 20 years in Canmore. I've lived on land that was once undisturbed montane forest, and like many people, I came here from somewhere else. I'm grateful for the lifestyle and the sense of community that Canmore brings to my life. And I also recognize that I'm sitting on the land of numbers of First Nations people. I'm just going to share my screen here. I have a few slides to share. Hang on one sec. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I'll state that I live on land of the the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Stoney, the Tsuut'ina, the Tunaha, as well as the Métis Region 3, all peoples whose stewardship and respect for the shared culture and the shared nature of our relationship with the land can't be ignored as we make decisions on Canmore's future. And I believe this idea of a shared landscape is essential to the character and value of Canmore as a community. I've read a lot. I've tried to read as much of the ASPs and supporting documents as possible, including the drafts. I've attended open houses. I've gone back to past decisions on these, and I've gone back to past wildlife corridor discussions, and there's a tremendous amount of input from the community to take in. And I recognize this is not an easy decision in front of you. I've probably spent too much time reviewing Three Sisters Mountain Village's What We Heard reports and creating fun things like word clouds. But what it has shown me is that, you know, some of the key considerations that come up time and time again are notions of wildlife. And then I also see need as a big one on there. So thinking about these ASPs in terms of what the community needs as opposed to what we want. And I don't remember when this was. I have a strong recollection of Councillor McCallum bringing up the notion of housing that we need rather than housing we want. It might have been in relation to Big Bid, but anyway, something that's
Whoops.
stuck with me.
Mr. Johnson, you seem to be freezing up there a bit. If you can hear me.
Hang on one sec here. Got a few other things down. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, you're back. You're moving again.
Okay. Great. Well, just in summary, this some of the sentiments expressed in the What We Heard report reinforced for me what our community values. You know, I think we're a community that's seen as a leader in human-wildlife coexistence, and we live in one of the most unique landscapes in North America, in the sense of it being one of the key east-west valleys in the Canadian Rockies. We're the headwaters of a huge river basin that supports watersheds in the prairies as well. And I think the ecological values of the Bow Valley have been underestimated in terms of accounting for the environmental accounting related to natural attributes, and how keeping these lands as intact as possible helps provide habitat and movement for wildlife between Banff and Kananaskis. It provides water storage and filtration and slow release that's essential for preserving water for the prairie areas into the summer months. And intact forest also helps for carbon capture and storage. I've also spent a lot of time digesting what's being said outside of Three Sisters Mountain Village's documents and supporting reports. I watched the first reading and reviewed sections of it quite a few times. I've heard councillors expressing cautious support. I've heard support for some aspects, but also uncertainty over many aspects of the ASPs. I've heard administration also recognizing deficiencies in the proposals in terms of not fully meeting MDP goals and achieving minimums instead of going beyond. And I've also taken the time to look back to try and hear and read the voices of the community who've spoken up over many years on this issue. As I look at Three Sisters Mountain Village's area structure plans, I'm trying to take a holistic view of the cumulative impacts that our time here in this valley is taking, and what other development, recreation, visitation, and tourism means for the future. As we know, and as the environmental impact statements reinforce, much of our wildlife lives in an already highly stressed environment. As Canmore has grown, their habitat has shrunk. And as increased visitation to our mountains is an aspect year over year, this is a factor that's only likely to increase as we look to the years ahead, especially with our province pushing doubling of tourism expenditures by 2030. These mountains are where people are going to come to. They're iconic, they're special for Canadians and for visitors alike. I also look at recreation, and I look at how far into the landscape we push, even into the evening hours now, in an attempt to get out for the important bike rides and skis and hikes and runs that are essential to our quality of life here. Yet the EIS predicts a potential tripling of non-resident use of these areas over the next 35 years. And despite how busy this landscape is, it's still an area where bears and wolves are able to exist and move about somehow. I'm concerned that we're at a tipping point where that may no longer be the case unless we take time to pause and look at what these ASPs mean for the future of the valley. We can't control a lot of the outside factors, so it's critical that we make the right choices on those factors that we can control. The overall scale of development of what's being proposed is probably my biggest concern. When I look at the combined footprints of the two ASPs, and I apologize for the fuzzy map, but I didn't find any thing in the ASPs that showed an overview of how they related to much of the rest of the town. It seems to run contrary to our community values of respecting the landscape that sustains the health and well-being of both us and the wildlife that we share this land with. Three Sisters has been clear in stating that anything less than what's proposed won't work for them. So I really appreciate the opportunity for you to listen and hear the concerns of those citizens and hear what doesn't work for us as residents and also for the wildlife that don't have a voice. I'm opposed to the ASPs for a number of reasons. Much of this has been said already. I'll try to go quickly through these. Overall, I really ask Council to think if we're making the best decisions for the long-term health of the land and our community. A lot of the uncertainties around tactics to address human-wildlife interaction, conflicts with the town's emissions and climate emergency goals, the uncertainty of proposed commercial development, and the fact that a lot of these impacts are irreversible, that we know going back to what we've had. Going on to look first, Three Sisters Village. My concern here is the expanse in size. The approved ASP from 2004 exists, and it was Three Sisters Mountain Village's choice to not pursue this plan 12 years after it was approved. And so they resubmitted plans in 2017. I'm not sure what that means, if that would happen again, if in 10 years from now, if these ASPs are approved and they haven't moved on them, will they come back with another plan? But what I see is something that's bigger each time, comparing the previous iterations with the 2004 ASP largely including the unfinished golf course as a functional buffer to the Long Valley Wildlife Corridor, to today's ASP that presents building quite far out into an area that was originally intended to be golf course and originally what part of the NRCB approval was based upon. I'm also concerned about undermining. I respect that there's been a lot of efforts on both sides, both those for and against the development, to communicate about the risks of undermining. And I appreciate the technology and the advances in technology that have allowed us to see and understand better what's underground. But to me, all it does is reinforce that, going back to those early maps that showed where there was undermining risk. Now I just feel that I understand even more than ever the extent of it. The technology has shown me that this risk is much greater than I ever thought it was from seeing paper maps in the past.
Mr. Johnson, excuse me, I'm just giving you your 9-minute time check.
Thank you very much. And finally, with the Village ASP, the uncertainty of the level of risk on proposed mitigations and its ability to contribute to a high environmental impact for wildlife is concerning as well too. Moving on to Smith Creek, some visuals that maybe are repetitive but might help people who don't understand the issue of expanding the town's growth boundary, which is shown in the orange line, into the Conservation of Wildlands District at the east end of the ASP. Where Three Sisters proposed commercial and light industrial area partially encroaches beyond the town's growth boundary. So I believe this is not in line with the municipal development plan. As well, I haven't heard much of this, but the proposed relocation of the wildlife corridor, currently that land is Conservation of Wildlands District, and Three Sisters is proposing to now develop that land. So I'm not sure what's been going on in terms of the impact of applying for a rezoning of the CW district in that area as well too. Finally, the corridor decision. I feel that there's still a lot of concerns with the corridor, especially when considering a hard edge that would fence the blue area at the edge of the corridor, in conjunction with where it's quite close to Alberta Environment Park's 25-degree slope line. I still don't think the corridor is made using the best available science. More current research suggests that there's more known now about effective corridors in terms of animals and how they respond to the presence of humans. And as well, the permanency of urban development leaves limited space to make adaptive management changes. And this is from a 2020 paper that was released earlier, or in July 2020, I believe. I won't go into this too much, but again, with the corridor, I feel that, Three Sisters in their letter to the province asked the province to confirm that no additional layers, buffers, or setbacks would be required. And the province simply replied to that in their March presentation to the town. They said that as a result, no additional features such as buffers or setbacks. So I'm not sure how a private landowner can affect the decision on the corridor, yet the town feels it has very little leeway to influence that process. So I'll wrap it up there. Just in summary, I understand that Canmore will continue to grow and Three Sisters' right to develop. However, this development needs to not only respect the NRCB decision, but also all the other guiding documents since then. Mining the Future, the Municipal Development Plan, the BC Ag Report, the Housing Needs Assessment in 2019, the Human Wildlife Conflict Report. And it also must listen to the voices of Indigenous peoples with centuries of connection to this landscape, and the voices of the community who've engaged on this for 3 decades. So I urge you to use the precautionary principle in your decision-making and to turn down these plans whose outcomes are largely known and have potentially irreversible consequences. Thank you for your dedication to serving in public office and for hearing my perspectives today.
And thank you for sharing such an exhaustive analysis of the area structure plans and providing we understand what you're saying. I mean, you've presented your perspective well. I'm looking to see if there's any questions from members of council. Seeing none, I'll reiterate something that Councillor Comfort, I think, asked one of the earlier speakers, which was considering the possibility of running for council. You clearly have the capacity to do a lot of work, read a lot of reports, and that's quite impressive. And just remind you, there is an election coming up in the fall, and we'll need candidates.
Okay, thank you for the encouraging words, and thank you all again for your unflagging effort in this. And thanks. I'll sign off.
Great, thank you very much. And at this point, I will ask Cheryl Hajnowski to join in.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make a verbal statement to council today. And thank you also, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for all of your hard work to make the best possible decisions for our community. My name is Cheryl Hajnowski. I am a full-time resident of Canmore, and I am a homeowner, and I have read the ASPs. I am opposed to both the Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek area structure plans, and I urge council to reject both of these plans. My words today represent no one but myself. I'm addressing you as a private resident who is deeply concerned about her home. And in fact, Canmore is the first place where I've ever made a home as an adult. Before I came here, I was a bit of a nomad, wandering around, trying on different communities for size. I moved 9 times in my 20s, across countries and even between continents. And I first visited Canmore in 2009. I visited a dear friend here, and as he introduced me to his friends, I was really moved by the kindness and respect that people showed each other, and by how much pride people took in their community's spirit and in its legacy, for example, its wildlife corridors. And I hadn't felt anything like that community culture anywhere else I'd previously lived. And that's why I decided I wanted to be part of a community like Canmore. So I'm opposed to the TSMV area structure plans because they put our community at high risk on almost every front. This risk concerns some tangible things like traffic. And I also fear that the ASPs put at risk things that are less tangible, like our community values. To clarify my opposition, I'll provide some examples of these risks. By failing to use the best available wildlife science, TSMV risks the ability of wild animals, particularly wolves and grizzly bears, to survive in this landscape if they are still brave enough to make the effort to try to move through it. The ASPs risk our community's legacy as a global leader in human-wildlife coexistence, as one of the first places on Earth to establish wildlife corridors, as a place that students and practitioners from around the world travel to study our crossing structures and our coexistence education programs, with the goal of emulating them in their own homes. The ASPs risk our financial security. I don't know if you guys can hear my dog in the background. She was like really insistently wanting to play with me. The ASP's proposed residential development on heavily undermined lands with taxpayers left to foot the bill should any incidents occur after a few years, which they almost certainly will. The ASPs leave taxpayers to pay for the maintenance of expensive human-wildlife conflict mitigation, such as a fence whose efficacy has never been tested in an analogous situation anywhere on Earth. The ASPs use 30-year financial models, which are known to be so uncertain as to be entirely unreliable. These ASPs risk our very safety and potentially our very lives in the event of a wildfire in the Bow Valley, which experts say is not a matter of if, but when. They propose tripling the number of residents south of the river, a side of town that is serviced by only one highway exit and one main road with no wildfire evacuation plan. In full disclosure, I live on that side of the river, so these ASPs terrify me. The ASPs risk setting a precedent that our urban growth boundary can be modified to please a private landowner. And they put risk on the most vulnerable among us, the voiceless, wildlife and children. Future generations will bear the burden of climate change, which will be exacerbated by these developments. So I do not believe our community should be asked to assume this level of risk. Here are some things council can do to make these ASPs more appropriate for our community. For wildlife, do not rezone conservation wildlands as requested in the Smith Creek ASP. This would be disastrous for wildlife connectivity. Preserve the golf course as a buffer to the wildlife corridor. Improve the provincially approved but inadequate corridors through zoning. There is precedent for this, and I would direct you to the Golder Report process in 2002. Use every single mechanism at the town's disposal to maximize space for wildlife. We just won't get another chance to get this right. For climate change, require these ASPs and all future development to explicitly commit to meeting the targets of the town's climate action plan. The hard truth here is that if council isn't going to require this, there's not a lot of point in having a climate action plan. And secondarily, recognize that the proposed density bonuses can simply allow the developer to add more people, thus negating the effect of increased energy efficiency. And don't fall for that. For undermining, just say no to proposed development on the golf course. For housing, I found it interesting that in the original NRCB proposal, it stated that 50% of housing would be low cost, 30% mid-range, and 20% high-end. So I believe that this is in section 2.3.6 of the NRCB decision. And translated to today, that should mean that council should require at least 50% of housing to be PAH or vital homes if we're going to hold the landowner to the letter of the original NRCB proposal. And this would allow the town to get to its goals on affordable housing with a far, far lower number of dwellings overall, something that would be good for wildlife, for climate, traffic, and wildfire and undermining risks. To mitigate financial risk, require commercial development first. Don't just accept a phase 1 residential proposal as requested in both ASPs. Put mechanisms in place to hold the developer accountable for meeting commercial build targets. For example, set 5-year targets and make sure they're accompanied by significant fine if the developer does not meet them. Don't trust 30-year financial models and get verification by independent experts. Please use all mechanisms at your disposal to ensure that Canmore taxpayers are not subsidizing TSMV profits. As an easy example, TSMV should be paying for all costs associated with a wildlife fence in perpetuity. For wildfire, before approving any development, require or commission an independently verified wildfire evacuation plan and assess the cost to taxpayers of wildfire mitigation on the lands proposed for development. For congestion, again, before approving any development, require or commission an independent assessment of the effects of the proposed developments on traffic, particularly in places like the Bow River Bridge. Please recognize that traffic impacts are not linear. And finally, do not change our MDP, our bylaws, or our urban growth boundary for TSMV. This should be the firmest of no's. This isn't a complete list, but I think this list alone is enough that it should be clear that the changes needed are so significant that the ASP should be rejected. TSMV should start over, and we should help them. I actually think these lands can represent a unique opportunity for Canmore to take a step back and to lead, to really lead, to innovate, to set the standard, to be a model, and to inspire others on a global level and for other mountain communities. And councillors, I believe that we should embrace that opportunity. Let's be bold and let's be inspiring. These lands are an opportunity for Canmore to be a leader in urban planning and wildlife conservation, for us to show others how to get it right for the long haul. These lands are an opportunity to allow the principles of truth and reconciliation to guide development decisions and to show what it means to truly forge right relations. These lands are an opportunity to again embark on a world-leading visioning process, a minding the future, as has been suggested by some residents. Council is in a challenging position on these ASPs, trying to navigate what is acceptable against the backdrop of what feel like watershed moments, both locally and globally. A pandemic, a climate and biodiversity crisis, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and others. But the good news is that Council doesn't have to do this alone. The citizens of this community can help you and they want to, so let them. The 1992 NRCB decision itself noted that, quote, the board has no desire to see the interests of residents and stakeholders thwarted by sterilizing the effectiveness of the public process. So let's take the board at its word. My final hope and recommendation is that Council hit pause. It's my understanding that you could do this by rejecting the ASPs or by taking up to 2 years to consider them. So hit pause and launch a visioning process that will help to diffuse the current tension in our town, build relationships and trust, and create meaningful solutions, not just for the Three Sisters lands, but for all future development in Canmore. Canmore is home to talented, caring minds from diverse fields who can help to inform and lead this visioning process. So councilors and Mr. Mayor, please empower our community to create an inspiring vision for the Three Sisters lands and to communicate that vision clearly to the developer so that TSMV can help us realize a future that meets our needs and that represents what our community aspires to become. Hit pause and launch this visioning process. This can be your legacy, councilors, and I believe it will be a very good legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Sajanowski? Seeing none, thanks very much, Cheryl, for joining in today and sharing what I know is well-considered and well-informed perspective that you always bring to the issues. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Barman and councilors, for taking the time to listen to me and so many others today. And I hope you didn't hear my dog too much. She usually gets a walk this time. So just
Yeah,
played him.
no problem. Great, thank you.
Bye.
This time I'll ask Mr. Phil Villeneuve to join in. Mr. Villeneuve.
Hello. All right. Mayor Borman, town councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know it's been a long day for everybody. Been tuned in since this morning, so like you, it's been a long one on the Zoom front here. Yeah, thanks for allowing me to voice my opposition, I guess, to both the Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek ASPs. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 7 territory, the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Nations, including Sitsiga, Piikani, Kainai, as well as Tsuut'ina and Stoney Nakoda First Nations. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for centuries. My name is Phil Villeneuve. I'm presenting today on behalf of myself and my wife, Valerie Chisholm, who's busy molding little minds today as our learning support teacher here in Canmore. I'm originally from Ottawa. I moved here in 1995 to be part of the National Cross Country Ski Team. And during my early years, I lived in subsidized housing up at Spray Village. While pursuing my Nordic endeavors, I supported myself working at Mara's grocery store as the produce guy. I also worked at Silvertip Golf Course and guest services, and even did some float tours down the Bow River with the Canadian Rockies Rafting Company. 26 years later, I feel privileged to still be able to live in Canmore. I'm self-employed. I'm a business owner of a sales agency with one employee. Together, we support numerous businesses in the Bow Valley and the rest of Alberta. And I'm also a homeowner currently living full-time in Three Sisters Mountain Village. I've read the two ASPs. I've followed along the first reading and the bylaws and did my best to educate myself with various info sessions, discussions with my peers, and other films and documents that have been made available to the public here. I'm by no means an expert on any of the critical issues surrounding these ASPs, but I am, however, very passionate about the community I live and play in, and intend on making a difference on the impact of our day-to-day footprint. After tuning in to today's hearings, listening to impactful presenters, the likes of Sarah Renner, my old ski teammate, Denise Kiragawa, Leanne Allison, young Miss Jaden Webster, who's very passionate. Today's earlier presenters that strike a note, Patrick Parno, Sean Peter, and just now Tim Johnson as well. Wow, honestly, all of these presenters have done such a great job to point out the many critical flaws, but also bringing forward relevant and potential solutions with the ASPs. All of which are in line with my own concerns. So for the record, I'd like to reiterate that we are opposed to the two ASPs in question today for the following reasons. Environmental impact caused by the scope of these ASPs is simply too great to ignore by today's standards. The wildlife impact and corridor pinch points just simply cannot be compromised anymore. Building on undermining lands, which after seeing what lays beneath us simply scares me, to be honest. And as noted, I do live in Three Sisters, and knowing that I purchased a home in a possible undermined area would definitely have been a major factor in choosing this area as a home. So I'd put that in a clause in future developments should they be approved. And finally, tax increases, economic impacts from the lack of commercial versus residential developments are all concerns. The solutions and compromises to these issues are challenging, and as such, I recommend that you reject the proposals outright. If compromises are on the table, I feel it's quite clear that whether they like it or not, TSMV needs to go back to the drawing board and rework their ASPs to accommodate for the community's concerns. I'll take the rest of my allotted time to leave you with some thoughts that relate to the ASPs and explain some of the concerns and possible solutions moving forward. So I hope you can bear with me on these. In terms of accountability, times are changing. As humans, we are not satisfied with status quo anymore. Whether it's an increase in demand for the simple things like local organic, even plant-based foods at our grocery stores, whether vehicles, we were satisfied with cars and trucks, now we're looking for hybrids, electric vehicles and bikes. Individuals are asking for less single-use plastics or recycled products. We seek to create less waste and using more renewable energies. In some communities, we even want compostable bins. So thank you for that. Although we do need some in Three Sisters here. We as humans, we're pushing back, and we will hold responsible companies accountable if they don't live up to their claims. Hence the pushback you're getting today with these TSMV proposals. We expect developers to come forward with sustainable solutions. So I ask, what is the most important thing? What is most important to this community? Mayor Borman yesterday noted a few times, on a few occasions, you questioned speakers on affordable housing and how important that was to them. So do we need affordable housing to accommodate young, low-income families, young adults like my own employee that want to make Canmore their home? Absolutely. So why not let that be the focus of these ASPs? And address it exclusively in an area that doesn't threaten our wildlife, that isn't undermined, and that doesn't come with a clause that adds thousands of units to our valley. And the same goes for commercial development. Let's make this the spotlight of the ASP as opposed to a sidebar. We have an opportunity to be leaders. Canmore is at a critical crossroad, and you, our representatives, can make a difference. Let me repeat that. You can make a difference. The town of Canmore declared a state of climate emergency with ambitious objectives. And this is an opportunity to be leaders and to set a new bar, not only in Alberta, but within Canada or even the world. This community strives to be proactive on sustainability. Let's look for relevant examples of what to do or not to do in other leading communities around the world. We're not reinventing the wheel here. There are many green development initiatives worldwide, and they work for growing mountain communities and we should be exploring and investigating such opportunities. Let's take time. The community has spoken loud and clear, and you now need to take the time to make the right decision. If you need more time, take it. Reject these ASPs, or push back until this meets the community's needs. You have the power to make this happen. And finally, on a personal note, last night I went for a run on the Loki Trail. It was a bit icy, crossed paths with a couple of walkers with their dog and a fat biker. I run this trail about 3 to 5 times a week. And it's kind of part of my daily reset, if you will. Linking up with the Highline Trail or coming back on the river path. I typically run it with my dog Nova on leash, of course. And it's almost every single run we'll come across wildlife. Deer, elk, coyotes, bears are quite frequent sightings, honestly. If you haven't walked the trail lately, or the Guy Lafleur Trail for that matter, I encourage you to do so. Loki is only 3 kilometers. Takes about 30 minutes to walk end to end. Connects the pathway west of the Peaks of Grassy to Three Sisters. It's a beautiful stretch of land, and the fact that we will potentially lose this trail is very frustrating and extremely disappointing to me. It's just a little thing, and it seems silly, but running daily on this simple stretch of trail is one of the highlights that makes Canmore so special to me. My wife Val couldn't speak today, but she was intent that I finish with a quote from Jane Goodall, who quotes, "Here we are, the most clever species ever to have lived. So how is it that we can destroy the only planet we have?" That's it for me. Thanks for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions for Mr. Villeneuve from members of council? Councillor Comfort.
So I'm just gonna reiterate again, please stay involved, Mr. Villeneuve. And are you running for council? You don't have to answer now. Just think it over. Just think it over.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the vote of confidence there.
Yeah, you may feel a bit of pressure coming along. Well, a lot of people in the town will be over the next few months. That's pretty normal in an election year. Seeing no questions, though, thank you so much for joining in and sharing your perspective, which I appreciate was very well considered. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have an hour left in the schedule. Just going to look to see if there's a need for a short break, or can we push through till 6 o'clock? Are we good to push through? Okay, I see a general nod there, so we will. Next to speak will be Jeff Cascanet. Mr. Cascanet, please join us.
Am I good to go here?
Yeah. Well, at least we can hear you.
Can you see me? Just a sec. Now can you see me?
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Okay. First thing I want to say is, I don't care how many of you ask me, I will not be running for council. Okay.
Phew.
With that, I'll start. Mbostano. Those are the Stony greetings. They mean really many things. They mean hello, welcome, great to see you. One of the things that they mean is, it is good that we are here together. And I come in that spirit. It is good that we are here together. I don't think this is the best public hearing we could have. I think we could have had one where everybody came together, certainly in May or June or July, that the time would have been there. But there is value to being here, and I go in that sense. Second, I'm going to give you an overview. I'm going to ramble, so I'll let you know right away. I'm going to have a bunch of quotes. There'll be a quote from Greta Thunberg. There'll be a quote from Jerry Stevenson. There'll be one from Wallace Stegner. There'll be one from Andrew Garreau. And there'll be one from the original Martin Luther. There'll be a reference to Freddy Krueger. And there'll be enough umbrage for anybody who likes to take it. So with that, we'll begin. The first thing I want you to notice, help me a little bit here, is I'm taking a page from John's book and I'm sitting in front of a beautiful painting. It's a special painting and we love it. We bought it from John Borman 23 years ago when we moved here, when we first moved here. I remember when John came to the house, put it on the wall, and from that time on, our new house felt like a home. Very, very special. I say that
Let's
because
let's make it clear. I didn't paint it. Jeff.
no, you're not. No, you sold it, John. Thank you.
I don't paint.
I say that because as an aspect of community, I see you all sitting there, and I love living in a small community where you can see the people on the street, say hello to them. When I look at the bunch of you there, I see one is a neighbor 2 doors down, one's a neighbor across the street, one's a neighbor up the street. One worked at the very best grocery store of all time. One was a smart kid in the school not very long ago. You get my drift. We're a small place, our community comes together. I'm so proud to add to community and humbled to add to community the people I've met in the last 2 days, to see their wisdom, their application, their passion, their heart. It just fills me right up. So when this is done, if you listen to those people, or you ignore them, or you champion them, or you break their hearts, I think we should all be together to honor them. And I feel humbled to be with them. So why am I here? Well, there's no real upside for me, but I see it as the last chance to act. I see it as an existential moment. I see that it is going to change this place forever. And I guess I'll take that opportunity. I'm guided by a quote that I found from Martin Luther, the original Martin Luther. He said, "If I knew the world would end tomorrow, I would still plant an apple tree today." It's beautiful. In Canmore, we wouldn't plant an apple tree, but I think that the people we've seen in the last couple of days would all be happy to plant a tree and are all here to hope to plant a seed in your minds to do the right thing on this very important issue. I'm here because I was shocked when I saw that you had passed the first reading. I think most people are in fact shocked by it. The developers came and said, this is what we got. This is another thing we got. We're not interested in amending it. What are you going to do? And you gave it first reading. I still don't get it. I'm not going to discuss all the merits. So many people have discussed them, the various issues in such good length, and that my adding to it won't really help. I'll tell you, it breaks my heart to think that when you drive from Calgary, what you're going to see is you're not going to see elk on the side of the road. You're going to see big empty houses burning up the planet with nobody in them, being heated, protected, serviced, adding to nothing. Really a monument to wasteful wealth. That part breaks my heart. And I want to say something about the golf course lands. The golf course lands, everybody says that they shouldn't be developed. I think they should be developed. I think there should be development on them. I think it should be called the Jerry Stevenson Canmore Heroes Park. And you should have this plaque with this quote from Jerry Stevenson that I found the other day and just sticks me as I get older. What he said was this: as you get older, you want to do something for your community, and that makes you happy. Is there anything more beautiful than that? So I'm shocked by the first reading, so what do I do about it? I asked myself a bunch of questions. First question is cui bono. It's a good question. Who benefits from it? Who benefits from this proposal? Well, I know we're not allowed to say that the developers are interested in profit, so I won't say anything about the developers at all, other than you can figure out what their interests are.
Mr. Cascanet, I haven't said that. I've said we're all interested in profits if we're in business. That's that's how business operates.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Please don't misquote me.
No,
or
I'll
anybody
leave, I'll
else.
let, I don't mean to misquote you at all. I don't mean to imply that, I think people can figure out what the developer's motives are. Who else is involved in this? Well, I think one thing we're all going to agree on is this. In the history of Canmore, we never had a better town administration than the one we have now. The level of service, the quality of service, the passion for making the town better is superb. I think it all comes down to the fact that we never had a better CAO than the one that we have now. And I think that part of that might be something to do with the testosterone level in the council. So, I mean, that's good. But on the model and without reference to the issues, any administration wants to grow, wants to serve, and to serve, part of serving is growing. Engineers want to, planners want to plan. Engineers want to solve problems, draw pictures. Streets and roads want to look at the beautiful new equipment. Social services want to have more society to do good in. So it's only natural that as you interact with them, there is probably an atmosphere that is that promotes things. The next thing is the builders. Well, the builders sure want to build. They want to guarantee the futures of them and their families. And we've had a healthy building trade. And under a proper plan from Three Sister, from TSMV, there'll be lots of work for good builders for long, long times to come. I have to say some things that are not going to feel gentle. The council seems decided on this issue. I'm using the word seems. I can't tell, I've been looking at you for the last 10 or 11 hours. I'd say you don't give away much. I'd hate to sit across from the poker table with any of you. But you're going to have to make a hard decision here. I have to say, what to do, what advice could I give? What's the right thing to do? And I think the answer is the same. It's the same for the administration, for the builders, for the council, and for the development. Tell them no. Simply tell them no. They'll come back with something better.
Excuse me, I just wanted to give you your 9-minute time check.
Oh, I got no time left at all. I got to give that. You can tell them no. If you tell them no, they'll come back with something better. They have no other choice. You can tell the builders to tell the developers, give us something that we can work with. Give us everything, something that we can deal with. I have so many other things I want to say. I guess the last thing I want to say is that you can change your minds. Andrew Garrow said that to protect the places we love, we have to win every time. The only victory we get is more time. Take the time now, make the right decision. People are going to decide about this council in the future. They're going to remember it is someone that championed the people, or sadly, they're going to remember them as someone who betrayed the people. You have a big decision to make. I hope you listen to what you're hearing today. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Cascaneta. And I'll remind you, you'd asked the question, I think, in an email around council's support of first reading. The fact that we're hearing from you and so many other people today is why we approved first reading. First reading is how we got the area structure plans into the public so that we could hear from the public. Our role is to remain unbiased without having made any decisions, and I can assure you that describes all of the councillors that I know on this council. And it's through these processes that council can get to the point of making a decision whether to move forward with an ASP or not, or to amend it or not. That's why we approved first reading. Are there questions for Mr. Cascanet from any members of council? Seeing none, thanks for joining us this afternoon, Jeff, and sharing your opinions.
Thanks so much.
And I believe next to join us would be Martin Clark, Mr. Martin Clark.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Borman, Your Worship, and town councillors. I'd like to share a PowerPoint presentation, if that's okay.
You bet.
You can see my presentation, okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name's Martin Clark. I'm a resident of Canmore. My family and I own a home in Canmore. As a professor based in Canmore, I employ several students and postdoctoral scholars who live and work in the town. I've read both of the area structure plans. I've watched Josh Welsh's presentation. Thank you, Josh. I found that very interesting. I've attended webinars. I've watched quite a bit of the hearing, more than I should. It's been quite addictive, I have to say. I've talked to many people in town, and I oppose both of the ASPs. I have to say, listening to these hearings, that I've been very, very impressed with the breadth and depth of the expertise of the other presenters. I had no idea that we had such depth and breadth of the expertise in Canmore. And I'm very, very humbled to be here. I'm a new arrival in Canmore, relatively. I've lived in Canmore since summer of 2019. And I have to say that I'm still learning about Canadian politics. I've been surprised to learn that municipalities aren't even recognised in the Constitution. A little bit more about me. I'm a professor of hydrology at the University of Saskatchewan. I'm the Associate Director of the University of Saskatchewan Canmore Coldwater Lab, working very, very closely with my colleague John Pomeroy. I'm Associate Director of the University of Saskatchewan Centre for Hydrology. My research area, where a lot of the people that are moving to Canmore are working in, is computational hydrology. Our goal is to improve the representation of hydrological processes in Earth system models, understand the impacts of Earth system change on hydrological processes, and develop next generation streamflow forecasting systems. Canmore has been a wonderful place to live and work, and it's allowed us to recruit some of the top talent from around the world. I want to talk to you today about my concerns as a citizen of Canmore. And I think my comments will be a little bit different from what we've heard before now, because I'm keen to overlay facts and values and how we juxtapose facts and values in order to make some decisions. So when I was thinking about these issues and thinking about how to present them, I was struck by some of the work by my dear friend Bob Sanford. He wrote a book a few years ago, The Weekender Effect: What Happens to Paradise When You Carve It Up into Lots and Sell It. And I have three quotes from Bob's book that I wanted to share with you. I understand that many people would have read this book already, but it's nice to revisit it now. Deep and meaningful connections to place are a fundamental element of what makes us human. Only by clearly articulating and defending local values can a community argue successfully against the tyranny of established economic logic and language to preserve the opportunity that still exists to create the West we want. The last one I think is really important for today and this week and as we're moving forward. We forget sometimes that with each decision we make and with our every action, we are making history. With each decision we make concerning our future, we are remaking our West. We should not be satisfied to simply accept what we get. So I've just got one slide really to outline my concerns as a citizen of Canmore. I think many of the speakers who have come before me have articulated these thoughts much better than I can today. My main concern and my initial gut reaction or visceral reaction when I heard about these developments was, well, it's doubling the size of Canmore. How will the town absorb the additional people? What will that do to the town? It's already quite crowded in many situations. The developments weaken Canmore's position as a climate leader. I'm a climate scientist. I study climate and hydrology, and that's really, really important to me as being a citizen in Canmore. Canmore's leadership in declaring the climate emergency. We've seen around the world that our global future depends on our local leadership. We can't depend on nations to solve the problem for us. It has to happen at the grassroots level. We've seen the connection between local and global also in some of the Yellowstone to Yukon talks that were presented earlier in the hearing. The developments will have a substantial impact on wildlife, and that's been brought up again and again in the hearing, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate that some of those decisions are more at the provincial level than the town level. There's huge uncertainty in the costs of mitigating steep creeks and undermining hazards. We don't have a good understanding of these issues. We don't have a good understanding as to what the flood risk is on steep creeks. The information that I've seen on undermining, there's a lot of uncertainty in the mitigation costs associated with undermining, and we don't really know how those will play out. It's unclear who will be responsible for cleanup costs if things go terribly wrong, or will the land be left in a state of disrepair? That's not clear to me at all. I have to say that when we're overlaying facts and values, it's useful to circle back and think about the role of universities in policy discussions. So it's a little bit awkward for me to be here because the University of Saskatchewan has been in the press a lot over the past few weeks. I say that it's true that the University of Saskatchewan has expressed interest in the Gateway development. And it's also true that the Gateway development is not part of the hearing today. It's a separate set of issues. But what I've noticed is that the perception in the court of public opinion has evolved in the following ways. First, perception is that the USask has partnered with the Three Sisters Mountain Village and endorses the new Smith Creek and Three Sisters developments. The second perception is that the developments must be okay because they are endorsed by a university that makes decisions based on sustainability principles. So of course, a university cannot endorse a policy decision. That's not what universities do. We don't endorse a specific policy. What we're interested in terms of science's role in the policy process is to provide the science that supports a rational public discourse. The policy decisions then are based on a mix of facts and values. I want to share with you a paper that was published in my discipline by my good friend Jim Kirchner. He published it a few years ago, Science, Politics and Rationality in a Partisan Era. If anybody wants a copy of it, please get in contact with me. The quote from this paper: as scientists, we should strive to make ourselves heard, not as activists supporting some political cause or another, but as advocates for something more essential, a fundamentally rational public discourse, one that starts from the facts, not whatever one might choose to believe, and then confronts the messy questions of what society should do. And we've seen that emphasized really, really well in these past couple of days, where experts from throughout the community are lending their expertise, doing a lot of extra work in order to really push things forward and create that rational public discourse that we're having today. So if we circle back and ask the question, what are the values that shape our decisions? I went back to the Canmore Strategic Plan, 2019 to 2022. So this is the quote from the mission statement from the strategic plan. Canmore is a resilient and vibrant community, socially, economically, and environmentally. Its strength is in its resourceful and engaged citizens. We've certainly seen that in the past couple of days, who thrive together on the strength of the community's heritage, long-term commitment to the diversity of its people, and the health of the mountain landscape. So when we look deeper in the strategic plan, we're seeing a lot of the values that we should look at to shape our decisions. The sense of community, the sense of livability, the strong and diverse economy, wildlife coexistence, environmental sustainability, linking into climate change impacts, things like that, transportation.
Excuse me, Mr. I just wanted to give you your 9-minute time check.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just wrapping up now. So I think it's really important for us to reflect on these values as we're making these decisions. And perhaps as we're moving forward to to get back to some of the wonderful statements from Bob Sanford, to think as a community as how we can refine our values. And as we're moving forward, we shouldn't be thinking so much about what future we want for ourselves, but we should be thinking about what future that we want for our grandchildren and how we can share this beautiful environment with our grandchildren. For me, it will be 20 years from now, and others, it's happening right now. So I'll end there, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, Professor Clark. It's good to have you join us and share your perspective with Council on the area structure plans. Are there any questions? Councillor Comfort, do you have a question?
I just wanted to say I used the Weekender Effect in one of my speeches in my first term. It's a very good book and everybody should read it. It also has the bonus of being short.
Yes, yeah, no, he's done a good job.
You know, from considering the author, that's remarkable.
Exactly, and considering the documents we've just waded through, a short book is a real bonus.
I don't think there's any questions for you, Professor Clark, Martin. But again, thank you very much for joining in the public hearing today and sharing your perspective with Council.
Okay, thank you again for having me.
Just before I go on to the next speaker, I want to note that we're getting close to the end time for today. So basically anyone who had been booked after the 3 o'clock is likely to, well, should reschedule, as we won't be able to hear from them today. There are apparently 9 people left in the Zoom meeting to hear from today. And if we aren't able to hear from them all, they'll have to connect with the municipal clerk's office to reschedule as well. And that information is going on social media now, as well as municipal clerk's office has emailed everyone who was registered to speak after 3. So our apologies. We're certainly doing the best we can, and we will make time to hear from everybody at some point over the next week. And with that, I will look to the next person to speak is Tanea Lynx.
Hey there, my name is Tanea Lynx, and I was born here in Canmore and have lived most of the years of my life here, except for a couple at, in Victoria, going to UVic. And I've been lucky enough in the last year to be back in Canmore as school is online now. So doing so has reconnected me with a lot of the issues that are pressing in this valley, many of which you have heard of already. I've been involved with TSMV since 2017 when I was in high school, and was really spurred into action because I've been surrounded by environmentalists really my whole life here, which is something that's really special about our community. I feel a great responsibility to speak in opposition to these ASPs, because the depth of what they would do to this community is very drastic and would change the fabric of this place forever, both for people and wildlife. So some of the issues that you've heard of already are the wildlife corridor, undermining affordable housing, climate change, wildfires, financial insecurity, among other things. For me, I've never even really imagined myself living here long term, because I knew it was something that's not really feasible because of the economic conditions in the town and the very intense wealth gap that is here. So what would saying yes to these ASPs mean? I think it would mean disrespect to those who have spent decades working for human-wildlife coexistence. We have the Yellowstone to Yukon Conservation Initiative here, and they're based here for a reason. This is one of 4 east to west valleys in the entire Yellowstone to Yukon region. And if it's disconnected, that presents a major threat to animal species that we love so dearly, like grizzly bears, elk, and other large carnivores too. As well as the biosphere that works so hard to ensure that people feel safe in this valley, that wildlife can also be safe. I think it would also mean disrespect to those who have lived and traveled through this valley since time immemorial. That as Jackson Wesley, Roland Mudd, and John and Bill Snow highlighted yesterday for council. And I think it would be disregarding future for our children growing up here and for future generations. And it would be against like the resiliency of this community, basically. It would make it harder to respond to things like climate change, and it would make it more and more difficult to accommodate families of all socioeconomic positions. So what I'm asking for and what many others are asking for is that the town declines, does not accept these ASPs, and recommends that they be altered or canceled indefinitely. I think that we should prioritize our community, that we prioritize people over profit, and that we also prioritize wildlife and nature over profit. We need a framework and a vision moving forward in order to secure a viable future for next generations of, again, both humans and wildlife. I adored growing up here. It's something that not many children get to experience, to be out in the forest all the time, to see elk on your way home from school, to lock eyes with large carnivores, to always be thinking about the wildlife that are surrounding us, and to be in magical forests that inspire us to connect to ourselves and to the land. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Licks. And noting or knowing that you were raised here in Canmore, and I know that you've been quite active in high school, certainly in the town. I'm wondering if you have any, and you've noted that you don't think you'll be able to stay here. Do you have any suggestions or thoughts as to how we might make it more likely that people like yourself would be able to envision staying in Canmore?
Thanks for asking that. I'm not an expert on affordable housing, but I think that prioritizing affordable housing and perhaps modifying current, say, high-end houses into different living arrangements, like having more suites, and making it a requirement to have a certain amount of affordable housing in like future developments is something that could help. But I'm sure there's lots of other groups working towards that.
And I'll just note for your information, in Alberta, again, it's one of the wrinkles of being in municipal government in Alberta, inclusionary zoning, which is zoning or the ability for municipal authority to insist on certain type of housing, like affordable housing. That's not permitted in provincial legislation. So the only way that the town can work with private builders and developers is through bonusing, essentially, which is how we have developed quite a number of PAH units through the private sector. But I really don't, there are no easy answers. So I just appreciate hearing your perspective, and thank you for taking the time to join with us today and to speak about the area structure plans.
Thank you.
And at this time, I will ask David Webster to join us. Mr. Webster, welcome. You're muted. There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me now, John?
Yeah, you betcha.
Okay. I don't know whether you can see me. Doesn't matter. I'm not that photogenic anyway.
Oh, you look fine.
Yeah. Well, anyway, good afternoon, Brittany, or good evening, Mayor Borman and councilors. My name is Dave Webster, and I've lived here since 1974. I raised my family here, and I'm very proud to call Canmore home. I've read through a lot, although not all of the relative massive documents, which is not to say I understood it by any stretch, but there seems to be a great many places that their plan doesn't fit our community vision. I'm asking you, please do not accept the Three Sisters Mountain Village ASPs, the bylaws 2021-5, 2021-6 as presented. I'm not against development, but I'm very concerned about sustainability, the quality of life, and the environment in the valley and the town of Canmore. I believe there are many things that will have long-lasting and negative effects on all of us and future generations if we develop to this extent. Just a few of these that need a lot of consideration would be the huge issue of undermining, the liability, the costs, the safety issues. It's not possible to dig enormous holes for 100 or so years, then to try and fill it in or just ignore it and carry on like it never happened. There's also the huge issue of wildlife. If we value living with wildlife, and I believe we do, then we have an obligation to do whatever it takes to make that work. We cannot keep shrinking wildlife corridors, et cetera, just because somebody wants to put a subdivision or maybe a hotel. We must also consider the incredible cost and liability involved with any kind of wildlife fencing. It's unproven, and et cetera. They may build the fence, but the far bigger cost of maintaining it will be ours, not theirs. There's the huge issue of population. This valley already seems to be pushing its limits. What if we double or even triple the population? Affordable housing is an issue now. Prices for housing here are already unachievable for many. If Three Sisters Mountain Village actually does follow through and build something commercial, where are the staff going to live? The way I read the answer to that leaves the town in a costly situation of having to purchase any of those at cost units. But the far bigger cost. Pardon me?
I think you're getting feedback. Do you have the YouTube video playing in the background or?
There. Not now.
Perfect. There you go.
Okay, where were we? Huge thing about population. The valley seems to be pushing its limits now. If we double or triple the population, then what? Affordable housing is a big issue now. Prices for housing was already unachievable for many. If they actually did follow through and build something commercial, where are the staff going to live? The way I read that is the answer leaves the town in a costly situation of having to purchase any of those at-cost units within a certain time frame, or they go back on the open market. I don't see that as much of a solution to affordable housing. Then there's the traffic, the infrastructure, the transportation issues for a project this large. We can barely handle the traffic that's here today. So what would a development of this magnitude do for us? There's a huge issue of environment and climate change. We have set goals, and I fail to see this scale development helping to achieve anything in that direction. I fear a setback, not an advance. Then we have the huge issue of extending municipal development plan growth boundaries to include Thunderstone quarry lands. That area, as I understand it, would not have the size restrictions that the present downtown area has, which could mean almost unrestricted size for retail stores. If these plans go ahead as proposed, it's going to affect our water, sewage treatment systems, our downtown, our hospital, our seniors facilities, and much, much more. I realize these guys have rights as landowners, but with rights come obligations. They have to remain sustainable and responsible. No one has the right to change the very nature and fabric of a community just for a profit. You, as our elected officials, have the power and the duty to make them go back, redesign something that's sustainable financially, ethically, and environmentally. We only have this valley to work with. If we mess it up, everyone here now and in the future loses big time, except Three Sisters, Mountain Village developers and the like. Please do the right thing. Reject it as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Are there questions for Mr. Webster from members of council? Seeing none, thanks very much, Dave, for taking the time to join in today and share your perspective regarding the two ASPs.
Great. Thank you very much.
Just before I go on to the next speaker, I'm being asked to remind those that are in the waiting room now that we're not likely to get to everybody by 6 o'clock. And if we don't get to you today, you should email. You will have received an email, I'm told, from administration, and you hopefully will be able to rebook a time within one of the other days that we'll be conducting the public hearing. So yes, we'll do everything we can to hear from everybody. And this time I will ask Glenn Crawford to join in.
Hello. Good
Hey,
day.
Glenn, we can hear you.
It says my video is starting, but it doesn't look like it is.
No, we don't see you either. We just hear you.
Glenn, I've sent you a prompt. You just have to start your own video.
Yeah, that's what I'm clicking on. Sorry about that. It's just not starting for me. Yeah, oh, maybe that's the one. No. No, again, apologies. It's not coming up for me. If you can hear me okay, perhaps I'll just read this to you because I know you're trying to move on.
Well, yeah, we can certainly hear you, Glenn.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I got it. My apologies. So, thank you, Mayor and council members. Sorry, I realize it's getting late, but thanks for the opportunity to speak. My wife Louise and I appreciate your time and dedication to this very important issue. I'd like to make my presentation on behalf of Louise, my two daughters who were born here and raised here, and their spouses. So for the record, I have reviewed the two ASPs and wish to add our 6 voices to those that oppose them. Louise and I have lived in the Valley for over 45 years and have experienced many of the same changes that some of you have. In casual conversation with almost everyone we know, the comment of how much the Valley has changed often comes up. My reply is always that it's still the best place to live. I'd like to think I'll still feel that way 10 years from now. I've always known that we are privileged to live here, and I also realize that there have been many inhabitants on this land before us. I would like to acknowledge that we are on Treaty 7 lands and commend the town for also recognizing this fact. To us, when we recognize that we are on Treaty 7 land, it means that we have a responsibility to respect the land and how we use it. It also means that we need to be cognizant of the changes we make and how that will affect future generations on this land.
We believe that if allowed, the two ASPs being reviewed and the changes they propose will cause irreparable harm and damage to the land. The scope of the proposed development is such that it will have severe effect on wildlife. It will destroy valuable parts of the Bow Valley environment and ultimately will have a negative impact on the quality of life that so many of us here appreciate. We feel the two ASPs would totally negate everything embodied in the Treaty 7 agreement and mean that the town is only paying lip service to the promises and responsibilities made to past inhabitants of this land. We have 4 specific comments about Bylaw 2021-05. Number 1, we feel the proposed scale of this development is not in the best interests of the town of Canmore or its citizens. The town's services and related costs that an increase of 3,400 to 6,700 units would bring are almost inconceivable. And for what reason? Why would we want to bring this upon ourselves? We do not need a huge wave of second homeowners who have majestic homes in Canmore that sit empty half the year. Number 2, we feel that the undermining issues on the land where TSMV has proposed a village center are a huge concern. The potential for sinkholes in this area is very real, no matter what the development proponent would like to have us believe. The likelihood that the town of Canmore and its citizens will face another costly sinkhole resulting in huge debt while the developer declares bankruptcy and walks away is not acceptable. Number 3, regarding transportation issues, TSMV would like to have us believe that a large percentage of residents in their proposed development will be happy riding their bikes, walking on groomed trails, and taking public transit to perform the majority of their daily needs. With all due respect, we say that this is not likely. Anyone who has lived here or has biked or walked the trails between October and April will realize the problems. Number 4, concerns for wildlife and a viable wildlife corridor in relation to TSMV ASPs has been brought forth at great length during this public forum. We feel fortunate to have so many knowledgeable local experts on this issue making detailed presentations. In our opinion, they have all backed up their presentations with strong research and science to the human-wildlife problems inherent in the TSMV ASPs. As they have pointed out, there is an ecological threshold that once crossed, there's no returning to the way things were, no matter how good our intentions. We trust you will review their submissions thoroughly. The part of the TSMV proposal for fencing wildlife corridors that bothers us is the fact that the town of Canmore and Alberta Fish and Wildlife will wind up being responsible for policing the fenced-off wildlife corridor. That will be a challenge. You can't live in this town and not realize how passionate a large percentage of the population are about recreating in the outdoors. To fence off traditional biking, running, and hiking trails in order to allow a major urban development to take place is not going to go over well. Good luck to the future council that may have to deal with this. With respect to Bylaw 2021-06, the Smith Creek ASP, we respectfully suggest that council deny TSMV any hope of rezoning the Thunderstone Quarry Conservation Area. The town of Canmore Council did just that in 2013, and apparently it needs to be done again. The 33 hectares in question are a critical part of the overall human-wildlife picture in the Bow Valley. The council must stand behind what's in the 2016 MDP, specifically point 2.1.4, no urban development outside the growth boundary. In summary, we acknowledge that this is a tough issue for our community and for all of you as mayor and council. We respectfully suggest that what is required here is innovative thinking to move forward on these complex issues and to not approve anything that will compound the problems we already have. We think that if you rely on the science related to all these issues, it will ultimately allow you and the town of Canmore to demonstrate leadership at a time when it is desperately needed. We understand some of the problems of overlapping jurisdiction between the town of Canmore and our provincial government, and your encouragement For everyone to write our MLA and provincial ministers and express an opinion on these issues is very good advice. However, taking a stand begins with you. We note that the mayor and council recently declared a climate emergency for the town of Canmore. Good move, and we'll see what effect that has on the big picture. However, we respectfully suggest that you, as mayor and council, need to look at this situation as an environmental emergency. We are on the cusp of losing what we have here. Your actions on this will be the big picture. There's no waiting to see how the rest of the world handles it. It must be handled here and now. By rejecting the majority of what is being proposed by TSMV, you will have given the wildlife a chance and given the majority of us a chance to breathe before the next battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawford. And I'm looking to council to see if there are any questions for Glenn at this time. Seeing none, again, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to join in the public hearings and listen to other speakers and to share your perspective with council. Glenn, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, John.
I'm going to have one last speaker join in, unless they happen to be a short speaker. But I do want to thank everyone for their thoughtful and really well considered presentations today. It's clear that we underestimated the number of speakers we would be able to hear in one day, and we want to apologize for that. There are a large number of speakers that were registered to speak today that unfortunately we'll be unable to get to today. And it's likely that the same will occur tomorrow. But we do want to assure all the registered speakers that we will continue to add dates and times to the public hearing so that all who want to speak to these area structure plans will be heard. Our municipal clerk team will be reaching out to those who we didn't get to today to reschedule you to a later date. Again, please accept our apologies, especially to those who have been waiting for a long time today to speak. And with that, I will ask that Jenny McNabb join us to speak.
Hello. I'm just watching over my children as I speak, so I'm sorry if there's a bit of chaos. My name is Jenny McNabb, and I'm a permanent resident and homeowner in Canmore. I strongly oppose the Three Sisters Mountain Village proposals. I oppose them because they prioritize development and profit over the health and safety of wildlife. I oppose them because they will forever change the town of Canmore, likely turning it into somewhere my family and I no longer want to live. I ask you, please, do not expand our urban growth boundary. Do not change our conservation of wildland zoning. This area is essential wildlife habitat and needs to remain protected. I ask you, do not change the recreation and golf district zoning. This zoning is crucial for the wildlife corridor and to prevent the significant problems associated with building on undermined land. Please, do not increase the number of allowable residential units. This restriction recognizes both the sensitivity and importance of this land, as well as the largely negative impact more residential units will have on the community of Canmore. Please prioritize wildlife corridors. The Bow Valley is an internationally significant corridor for wildlife traversing the Canadian Rocky Mountains. Wildlife require large expanses of connected land for their survival. The configuration, placement, and mitigation tactics of the wildlife corridor must be based on current independent science. Please consider the financial implications for the current town of Canmore residents in the event that Three Sisters Mountain Village does not build the promised commercial development despite the phasing plan, and/or there are problems with the undermined land. I implore you to uphold our current bylaws and reject, or at the very least pause, the Three Sister Mountain Village proposals. I implore you to protect my home, my children's home, and the natural systems of the Bow Valley and the larger Rocky Mountains. Thank you. And good job surviving the day.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for surviving the day. I'm sure it's been hard for you as well, particularly with little ones at home.
It was touch and go for a while, for sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. But I really do appreciate, we all appreciate the time you've taken to join in and share your perspective with council and everybody else that's joined in today. Are there any questions from council for Ms. McNabb at this time? Councillor McCallum?
I just wanted to let Ms. McNabb know that when I first ran, I had an 18-month-old strapped to my back, and I encourage her to consider running for council as well, because you're going to be a strong, important voice amongst your demographic.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, that I would infer from that there are no questions for you. So once again, thank you for taking the time to join us today and sharing your perspective. And even though it's 4 minutes to 6, I'm going to recess the public hearing now until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And again, I'll encourage all of the people that had been hoping to speak today to connect with the municipal clerk's office and reschedule, hopefully. And rest assured, we will continue to schedule additional days for the public hearing to allow everybody to speak. So with that, the public hearing is recessed until tomorrow morning at